Drop. I want it, I want it. Ice cold. Cold. Ice cold. I want it. I want it. Cold. Ice cold. Cold. Ice cold. I want it. I want it. I want it. Drop. Ice cold. Cold. Ice cold. I want it. I want it. Ice cold. Cold. Ice cold. I want it. I want it.
Okay, I'm gonna try my best. Key. Oh, okay. Alright, I was not ready. I'm ready though. Now. Less chest, less chest, less chest, chest. Sato, gato, gato, sato, gato, sato, sato, sato. What is this? Mata, Adam, Mata, Adam, Mata, Mata, Adam. Frog, flog, flog, brog, flog, brog, brog, flog. That was pretty good. Second, 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 second. Honestly, I don't think I did too bad except the first round. That was rhythm round with NRG Scuba. Peace.
NV versus
Nunca. Dale más fuego. Ahora o nunca. Dale más fuego. Levanta los brazos. Todo el mundo. La vida es ahora. So vamos a bailar. Levanta los brazos. Todo el mundo. La vida es ahora. So vamos a bailar. Oye, oye. Dale, dale. Baile, baile. Here we go. Ahora o nunca. Dale más fuego. Ahora o nunca. Dale más fuego. La noche es nuestra. El momento es ahora. Somos imparables, brilla como el sol. La noche es nuestra. El momento es ahora. Somos imparables, brilla como el sol. Oye, oye. Dale, dale. Baile, baile. Here we go.
Ok,
No hay límites.
ok.
Solo el cielo. No hay límites. Ahora o nunca. No hay límites. Solo el cielo. No hay límites. Dale más fuego.
Nice, nice, nice.
Somos imparables, brilla como el sol. Oye, dale,
Holy sh...
baile, baile. Here we go.
Me amassou.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Bora pro primeiro mapa aqui no VCT Americas. One more is all it takes.
Today, Alpha Group's top squads will fight for first place, and the bottom two will fight for their first win of the stage. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCT Americas, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena here in the sunny and beautiful, as always, Los Angeles, California. And a little fun note here, we're actually hanging out inside of the Riot Arena today because we figured it'd be a good time to mix things up. I'm Golden Boy, it's Dryad, that's Bren. We're amongst the people. How you feeling today, everyone? What about that guy in the middle of the crowd right there? I need the guy right there. Come on. How you feeling? How you feeling, Bubba? You feeling good? Let's go, baby. Yeah. There you go.
He's like, me?
I know. Listen, I'm out here, so that means people are going to get called out. That's just how it rolls. Now, folks, we've only got 6 days of competition left in the stage, and here's where things stand right now, which, you know, that's the group standings. So you got Leviatán, MIBR, 1 and 2, sitting over in the Alpha group. On the Omega side, 100 Thieves, G2, they've secured their number 1, number 2 spots there. But in the bubble, you got NRG, team we're going to see today, Sentinels, a team we have already seen, And there is a lot of pressure here for these teams, Brent.
I could be wrong, but I think a lot of this is actually still up in the air as well with Omega Group, because Loud have 2 games left to play against G2 and 100 Thieves, I think, as well. In a world where they end up taking those wins, it would throw the entire group into chaos. I mean, because I was looking at that, I was thinking, wow, number 1's probably secured, right? Number 2's probably secured, right? Nah, there's a lot still up in the air.
Oh yeah, for
Those
sure.
are the type of games that a team like that would win, because everything is kind of going according to what we're expecting from teams, and then suddenly just mess everything
Something's
up.
got to go wrong.
Yeah.
Something has to go wrong.
Every time here in America, something's gotta
gotta
go
go
wrong. But of course, folks, what we have on the docket today, great matchups. We got Envy versus Fury, as we talked about before. One of these teams gonna pick up a win today, and we're gonna see who picks up that dub. And then, of course, Leviatán versus NRG should be a great matchup. We'll, of course, talk about that one later on in the show. But second match, though, all right? Well, we know it's going to be a banger, all right? Our first match, as we noted before, might need some help, okay? Because they're both 0-3, and they got 1 map between them. Oh, my God. So you know what, guys? We got to do something. We got to fix them. We can fix them. That's right.
We can fix
you
them.
can fix them.
We can fix them.
We as a community can work together to fix them. I can fix them. All right, so let's take a moment and help these squads out. Dryad, you have the task of assisting Furia. How do you fix them?
For Furia, honestly, I want to say the losses that they've taken, it doesn't really show how good they have been looking. But with a few changes, it could be this team that wins all the upcoming matchups. I want to mainly focus on how first Koala Noob is looking on the duel list. This is a guy that can play with the operator quite a lot, but then you're having also Shy play with the operator when he is on the chamber. Defining this role a little bit more could help them settle these compositions that look a little messy. I mean, I know that we talked about Haven and what was happening here with the breach, but something that we knew for sure is that Basic looks incredible when he's able to support the team, and that's why I would like to see him potentially switching with Artsin, having him on the KO, having him be a little bit closer to Koala Noob, going back and forth between the two. You have these 2 new additions with Basic and Shy that previously for Basic and for Shy were playing on the duel list before joining Furia. So you have the possibility of even playing a Phoenix, playing the KO, and just having a little bit more of support for Koala Noob. I think just some slight changes could make this team unstoppable.
Okay, and an absolute work of art.
Thank you so much.
I mean,
Thank
truly,
you.
just
Thank you.
the artwork
Thank
is
you.
absolutely mind-blowing. All right, so we fixed Furia. We can consider Furia fixed. Okay, from this point forward.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and fix Envy. Bren,
I got
how
a
do we do
task,
this?
have I? Oh, my goodness.
You got to give it some love, Papa. You know?
They need love, patience, and I think a little bit of divine intervention with this team because, listen, this is a squad that there are many things that you can point out to fix with them, but I'm going to start with a pretty basic one that I think they've been suffering on every single map, and that is their attack side post-plant rounds. And I'm just going to get straight into it now. When you see teams into a post-plant scenario, I picked a round here where they get into a post-plant pretty easily. In fact, they get straight into the A site. They're playing against Leviatán here. It's a tough opponent for sure, but I'm taking issue with the fact that they don't really have any game plans. When you go for an A post-plant, you typically want to have a goal, whether it's going to be fighting for that ramp control like I highlighted here. Once you get into the site, potentially fighting for screens, having some level and ability to upset and not just give all the space in the world for the retakers. They don't really opt in for any of this, and this is an Envy problem that is consistent across many maps where they are just really kind of, I think, giving way too much space to the defenders and not really communicating how they want to play off of one another. I'm going to take another zoom in here as you see them get into the site. Kesnet in a very forward position, pushed up into heaven. Now, this is good. I like Kesnet's position here, but the only issue is they've completely conceded up ramp control, and you have Glyph, your initiator, being the one lurking through main. This is a problem because you want your initiator to be active with util the entire time. You want them to be able to use that util so that you can coordinate a play to try and fight for some of this space. But instead, Envy just kind of sit back. Kesnet ends up taking a solo fight up through heaven. The entirety of heaven and ramp control is given up and conceded almost immediately. And look at this, Lev are given complete free reign to just swarm and surround the entirety of the A site. You have 3 players just sat in a corner from Envy, no idea of what to do. They are literally frozen in terms of the decision making because at this point it's too late to push out anything. It's too late to help out Glyph and sync something up. These positions are awkward. You've got players in certain roles that are playing in the wrong positions into the post plant, and even then there's a lack of second layer to things. The first layer, getting into a post plant, that's all well and good, but you need to plan for the future. You have to understand what your opponents are doing and try and get one step ahead of it with your protocols, with your setups. Envy are not thinking about that right now. They are all over the place. They're a mess, but this is something that can be corrected quite easily. It just takes a little bit of server time on each map, going through the motions of how you want to set up your players in the positions that they need to be in with post plans, and just literally dedicating that and saying, thinking ahead, trying to get players to have that agency to think about where they need to be stood in a post-plant position. If one player is dead, it's not going to be perfect scenarios every time, but it's going to be better than what we've witnessed at least.
Yeah, it feels like, as we, to summarize, right, for our friends who are on NV, it seems to be more of a positioning issue, whereas for Furia, it's a composition. Where do
identity,
people,
for sure.
Yeah, so it's very fascinating. Both of these issues are certainly going to be coming to a head here today, and we'll be watching on the stage in just a little bit. But for Envy's roster, look, we're not going to mince words. It has been a revolving door this year, and the results reflect that. Earlier on, though, Dryad, the lady next to me, actually had an opportunity to sit down with Kesnet to talk about the team struggles in 2026, as well as his own.
Envy is one of those teams that everybody has been talking about, and I'm here with one of the members, Kesnet, to talk about a little bit of the journey that you've had so far and what is left for the rest of the year. Kesnet, I first want to ask you about something that the team has talked about, that in practice you guys can look really good, have looked really good, but when it comes to the officials, you're not able to translate maybe the results. Why do you think that's happening?
Bueno, yo creo que lo más importante que hacemos mal es que no seguimos el gameplay que nos dan primero los entrenadores, y después obviamente es la falta de confianza. Creo que nunca sacamos esa ronda tan necesaria que es como la ronda número 3, 4, porque siempre partimos todos los partidos 0-5, que es muy complicado y nunca tenemos momentum, y creo que no tenemos esa ronda donde sacarnos los nervios hasta que sale, pero ya es muy tarde. Creo que eso es lo más complicado que tenemos en estos momentos como equipo, pero estas semanas nos han ido mucho mejor en práctica, así que debería ser un poco más simple.
Yeah, he's saying the most important thing is that we're not really following what the coach is saying, the practice that we have, the game plan that we have, but also another part is the confidence. We're not really playing with confidence, and that is really affecting us, especially in those important rounds that can really switch that momentum. So for example, that round 3, round 4, because we're starting so slow, we're starting so down, and even if we're able to come back and get that confidence, at that point it's a little bit too late. But we've had so much of a better practice this week, so we should be better. And also, when we're talking about the journey that the team has had so far, it's hard to tell what really goes behind the scenes. You have talked about all the effort that you've put in, and maybe that's something that people don't really realize, the time that you spend when you're practicing, the time that you spend with the team. So can you tell us a little bit about that behind the scenes?
Bueno, la verdad creo que especialmente todos nos estamos esforzando mucho para lograrlo. Creo que no demostramos nada de lo que somos dentro de acá. Creo que todos queremos ganar porque somos como los que nadie quería en los equipos, porque somos como puros, ¿cómo se dice? Renegados, no sé, como que nadie quería. Y creo que igual hemos sufrido bastantes cambios, pero siempre estamos con la actitud y con las ganas de ganar algo, y obviamente eso la gente no lo ve, solamente ve un equipo que pierde 13-4 y eso es feo obviamente, pero estamos intentando dar lo mejor de cada uno.
Yeah, we're trying really hard. We're trying hard to show what we got. We're not really showing it on stage, and we are really good players, but at the end of the day, it's very difficult. We are those players that were kind of left behind, the players that were not picked by other teams, kind of the black sheep for other teams that ended up just all in one team. So it's something that we're trying to prove, and all that people see is maybe that we're losing 13-4, but they don't know kind of the effort that we're putting behind and how much we really want to win. Kesnet, my last question for you as well. Envy is definitely not in the best spot, but things can turn around, whether it's for the whole team or for yourself. What are some of the individual goals that you have and that you want to accomplish before the end of the year?
Bueno, por mí, en lo personal, obviamente quiero ganar el Stage 2. Creo que todavía se puede, tenemos los play-ins, creo que es muy importante. Y después, obviamente, clasificarme a Champions y hacer una buena jornada, que siempre se lo repito todos los días. A mis compañeros les digo, mira los jugadores que tenemos al lado, que eso es algo que no apreciamos mucho, pero no sé, por ejemplo, yo siempre digo, pongo como por ejemplo a Max, que siempre lo tengo al lado, le digo, mira los jugadores que tenía Max, a Kenny junto, y a todos los demás que también, Knights ahora también, que es súper estrella, y tenéis como gente muy buena y que hay que saber aprovecharnos y como hacerse saber al jugador y a la persona que tenía al lado. Creo que por eso todavía sigo confiando en que podemos hacer una muy buena jornada. Estos partidos ya no importan, o sea, ahora importan los dos, el de Furia y el de Energy, para agarrar momentum. pero creo que todo nuestro enfoque va a los play-ins y creo que lo podemos hacer muy bien, así que todavía sigo confiando en eso.
My focus is going to be winning stage 2, going on a run in play-ins and also making it to champions. I know that the team can still make it happen, and something that I tell myself and I'm reminding my team every day is just to look around. Look at the players that we have. We have Kesnet, we have Demon 1, we have Knights as well, that is a superstar. We have really good players, and that's why I'm confident that we can make it. So these matches, the upcoming matches that we have against Furia, against NRG, they don't matter when it comes to results, but they matter in the sense of getting more momentum going into play-ins and making it happen. So I'm really confident that we can have that run. Kesnet, thank you so much. And back to you guys.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Kesnet. Learned a lot about his perspective, his thought process. But of course, when we actually asked about the issues as well, Coach Stunner also had some things to say as well and was very straightforward to it. Basically saying that their team is super robotic and that they're not really focused on fixing those macro issues. It really is clear that they're having issues in comms, maybe issues with too many cooks in the kitchen. There's a variety, a plethora of issues.
I mean, there are a lot of issues. I think that's just evident, to be honest. And I'm assuming he's not calling his entire team bots intentionally, and he's just trying to use that term in terms of being
not bots, like
I think
robotic.
Probably just assuming that his team is just playing kind of on rails, I think, and not really thinking about certain situations. Sometimes he said they were contributing too many ideas. I think you definitely saw that whenever we've had comms listen-ins with Envy. There is a lot going on in their communications, and they are not really quite clear in terms of which game plan they ever really want to align on. There are so many things to fix with this team. It can be hard to even prioritize the right things, but there are steps that they can take, I think. There are definitely significant steps that they can take to get onto the right track, at least.
Yeah, of course, folks. So let's go ahead and see what's up with Glyph. Elizabeth had an opportunity to catch up with him earlier today ahead of the match.
All right, Glyph, so your coach said in an interview that as a team, your comms need work. As the new IGL of Envy, what comms do you need to find the most success?
I think for me, it's more so just action comms, you know, making sure we're all on the same page, but then listening to each other and doing the things that people are saying and using the information that we have is very important. I think a lot of times we get lost in just saying like information and what's going on without making like an actual plan for what we're gonna do. So I think the key for us is listening to each other with the information and using that to actually do something about it. And that's very important for me.
All right, well, best of luck today.
One thing's for certain, you know, it sounds like the comms remind me a lot, if Glyph is any indication of what he's saying, reminds me a lot of my days when I played amateur Halo, for goodness sake, and none of us could actually coordinate on a single strategy. We were all just yapping out loud, and that can cause a lot of confusion in the moment-to-moment action, Dan.
That is something that the players have been talking about. They have a lot of different ideas, and they can't settle for one idea that they want to implement. So that makes it a little bit harder in the way that they're working together because they have these superstars. How are you going to set them up for success? And that is going to be that role of those supporting players like Glyph to make it happen.
Yeah, there's very different issues, I think, as well for Fury as a team, because I think they've had success already in this year, and they're just trying to grasp that once more, but their identity has gotten lost in the process, I think, in the way that they've chosen to, I mean, Dan, you were pointing it out, really, in terms of them just heavy indexing into the operators. Often they want to put Kuala Lumpur into a position to succeed, but we're in a very different metagame now, and this is a team that is still looking for their first win. They are still sitting at 7 champs points, despite everything going wrong for them in this stage. It is not too late. They can turn around this ship. It just takes a lot of grit, and I think they've had a heavy knock to their own confidence. They've had a heavy, tough games that they've had to go up against very, very strong opponents in terms of the strength of schedule, and now it's just about trying to get a win on the board. You can think of no better opponent than Envy right now. They are also a team that have been struggling perhaps the most in Americas currently, so we've got to look to Fury to at least getting some confidence beneath them.
Yeah, I mean, Dan, how do you feel, though, and as far as one of the players you talked about was Basic, how do you feel about him potentially, you know, finding that groove here? Because you talked about how you would fix them, but don't know if that's necessarily what they're going to do this time around. But it does feel like Basic, who's been on that breach, on that harbor, he's trying to make ways and make this work. How do they do so?
Basic is incredible. The fact that he was getting, 24 kills on the map of Haven with breach is so hard to do. He's also put in a situation, for example, where he's playing that harbor, and it's a role, and it's an agent that can be really uncomfortable. That's why some teams are a little hesitant before going to this composition. So for Basic, having him play alongside the duelist, having him play alongside the rest of the team, having him be part of the fight is the best thing that you can do for them. They have proven success this way, and again, you can't just look at the results that they've gotten in the last matches, because this is a team that is actually very good, but they just had really tough opponents.
Yeah, I had to agree with that. And I think Basic as well, they are getting quite a bit out of him. There was a lot of confusion, I think, as well from the audience when we had to listen to him, because he was speaking a little bit of Portuguese, but they do communicate mainly in English during the match. In fact, almost entirety. The only exception is when he needs to ask specific players like Artsin or Shy, right? And he's going to be then communicating to Portuguese, because a lot of people, you know, I think pointing and taking issue with that fact. But the reality is, I think this is Furia's issues perhaps lie in the fact that they've just kind of settled. Some teams now are starting to see it as the sediment kind of drifts to the bottom. Some teams opting into the double duelist. Some teams are opting into cancelling and trying to counter the double duelist with double sentinel comps. Furia are kind of neither there, nor, you know, they're kind of, they've chosen this weird middle ground where they're playing a lot of weird comps, just unorthodox compositions right now. That might be part of the problem, where they're just getting mixed success from it and they don't really know which direction to land on.
The theme of this stage really has just been identity. Yes. A lot of teams,
we've been saying it all the time.
A lot of teams have just been struggling to identify what makes them click. But for now, though, let's send it over to Artsin. Had an opportunity to catch up with Liz earlier today.
All right, Arzine, I think we would love some clarification on just how the team is communicating as a whole. We got some glimpses with the comms, we have the live stuff, but just to hear it from you, we'd love to.
I think Corbin has stepped up a lot in the mid to late round calls. He usually helps me with some adaptations or like second plans that we need in the round. But overall, I still the IGL, I still like pre-call. But I don't think like we have a problem with that, because sometimes he calls, sometimes I call, and we just keep doing like this.
A nice little mix, Well, best of luck.
Communication is going to continue to be a conversation for Furia as we go into that match, but let's see what the Preds are and what did we pick. And it's kind of fun to do the predictions in the arena, so let's see here. Oh dear. Oh wait,
Okay.
Ender, come over here. Come over here, you giant man. What is going on? Okay.
Envy Pred.
So he's waiting for when he is able to appear on screen. Ender chose Envy and didn't give us the VCT Americas guarantee.
No.
And then, Bren, you went with NRG.
No, I don't remember doing that, to be honest.
Are you serious?
But to be honest, I think that they have a pretty good chance to do it. Like that, if out of any teams to do it would probably be NRG. Do we even have a mic for you to defend yourself? You can take mine.
Just take his mic.
Envy, you're goated.
Envy, what is no?
That's
okay. We got a couple claps.
A claps from that.
Got a couple of golf claps in the crowd. Okay, and a very happy cheer from Elizabeth over on yonder. So I see you, lady. All right, interesting. I don't know.
Listen,
what
anything can happen in VCT. There's always a chance. Like I said, I think there are some very basic things for Envy to correct, and they could be quite a dominant team. They have
if there is
quality
a game for them
players.
To do it.
They have quality players.
They won against MIBR last stage. When nobody was expecting it, everybody was shocked, so it can happen.
Bring back Extra on a temporary contract. Get him on your own.
Wait,
tell him it's his
probably
last day
watching
again.
right now. He's probably just watching. Hi, Egg, by the way. And there you can see what the poll was from the community. Resounding for Furia, but of course, anything is possible here at VCT Americas. We got Envy and Furia are about to take the stage, and then we're going to have Mimi and Ender on the mic to call all the action. We thank you so much for joining us for the pre-show. VCT America starts right now.
El partido contra Envy va a ser, tenemos que salir a ganar prácticamente, no nos quedan ya más vida.
He's got that one going and moving, but the damage is done, and there it is, Shy.
Hemos tenido partidos muy close, mapas muy close, pero no nos conformamos con el casi ganamos. La verdad es que el estilo de Envy siento que es un estilo más freestyle, la verdad siento que han hecho tantos cambios dentro del año, han tenido que adaptarse muchas veces.
This round's a must win for them.
Sticking together. The flash catches him entirely. That's a three-piece out of Glyph.
También tengo caras conocidas ahí, tengo a Kesnit, que fuera del juego un gran amigo mío.
Timing will be everything here. Don't give Kesnit. Oh my goodness!
Kesnit, te espero dentro del server nomás.
Well, coming out first to the stage will be Envy taking on Furia for this matchup. Envy, who I comfortably predicted will be taking this series. How do you feel about this one, Mimi?
I mean, I would have predicted Furia going in. They've had the heights before. They've played some really good competition so far, despite being 0-3. But I still think they've yet to find their identity. Envy, kind of in that same boat, figuring things out as we go week to week. And now both these teams in the boat of just trying to set themselves up for success in the play-ins. But I think Envy, despite the struggles, when you yourself is in free fall, is one of those teams that can just turn around. I think of the MIBR game last stage that they won, where they're just locking in Clove, locking in Duelist, just playing to their individuality and taking down a team that they had no right to beat.
And they've got plenty of people here supporting them out in the crowd. Be a nice way to finally get the ball rolling for an Envy squad that's made changes throughout the year and is trying to find their footing. But on the other side, it will be Furia, still trying to reclaim some of that greatness from the beginning of the year. Find themselves 0-3 as well, with a change of their own in comm. This will be their best chance to get a win on the board.
Furia only have 2 players from that kickoff winning roster left on the stage today. It's been a few months of turmoil for this squad, going back and forth on roster moves, trying to settle into a team that can bring them the success that they had earlier in the year. And by all accounts, the new players they've added show potential. The leadership added in from Calm Shy has had those individual moments. You saw it from Basic too, even when he was playing the Breach last week. But I think it's still a question of if they can get an identity that works in this meta. They've been playing solo duelists, they've been playing weird comps that no one else is really going to. I still think this is a Furia that is trying to find out who they are. And this is the opportunity against a team that you're actually favored against to come out and show it to us.
Yeah, still trying to figure out exactly where everyone's going to be locking in on those agents. Whether it's going to be the double Senti stuff like we saw in Sunset back in week 1 or Basics Breach as you mentioned. So for Envy and Furia, they're still trying to wait out and figure out where we're going to be heading in this series. But I think it's very important for both these teams start off strong and make a statement here because, you know, these two teams, they're going to be heading into the play-in stage almost certainly. You need to have some sign of confidence before you make it into that level. And we are going to be showing up the maps now. We've got Haven, Sunset, and Ascent. What do we make of this, Mimi?
Yeah, I think Haven's an interesting choice from Envy. They played against MIBR, lost to them, but they were running a Chamber double Duelist. And it was one of the comps where I was actually seeing some of the vision. It did not work out in execution. It was back to some of the Kesnit sacrificial lamb ideas that we've been talking about with this team all stage. But Rely on paper was not buying what Furia was selling to us on this map with the Breach, with the solo duelist. You can't really mistake the success that they found with it, but by all accounts, they should have beaten MIBR on this map. It went to OT, they played quite well, and I do think that it's a bit of a risk for Envy to pick this map.
Yeah, and of course leaving Sunset open for that to be the second map too. That a map where Furia absolutely dominated Leviatán.
He doesn't blink.
He's so... Oh, never mind.
He's just a nice guy.
He's just a nice guy. I was scared for a second.
But look at that smile.
But look at that smile. No, but he's not going to be taking it easy. It's all a ruse, right? No, Art's going to be locked in, ready to go.
And I hope Kesnit is too. Standing up, he has been having the worst stage of his career in VCT Americas so far, alongside this Envy team that's been struggling so much. And I think even if you're not a fan of him, you just want to see him play like himself, play like the Kesnit that you know can show up on stage. Looking at Agent Select, it's another opportunity for that with him playing on this Neon. It's today the day that he turns it around.
We'll have to wait and find out. Of course, this is a map where Demon One gets to exercise his right to play the Chamber, and interestingly, Rossi plays the Astra, something that you don't see too many Smokes players doing nowadays on the map. How do we feel about Rossi leading on that agent?
Yeah, when you're playing a double duelist Chamber where you're giving up some utility, I think that having the Astra Stars for global utility, for trap plays, is actually really nice. And in a lot of ways, I feel like it's a bit of a comfort issue where people just feel way more comfortable playing the Omen. I think that they're both great picks on this map, and if Rossi's comfy on that, I think it gives him a lot of options.
Well, here we are. Mimi, Ender, ready to cast the game.
That's
I've got
true.
some good news for fans of Furia and Envy. One of your teams is going to come away with a win after this series. And of course, means some bad news on the other side. One squad will be 0-4.
We don't have to talk about that, though. That's
Not
fine.
yet. We're going to be getting there eventually. In the meantime, See how these teams kick it off here on Haven as our opening map. Getting ready to dive into things now, get the pistol underway. See how the matchup is going to go, and it's time for the match start, brought to you by Samsung OLED. It's time to break it down here between Envy and Furia.
Excited to see what Furia can bring to the table. They should have gotten a map win against MIBR in their last game. But now an opportunity against a struggling Envy, but it's Demon 1 on the line towards C.
Good first shot from him. Takes Calm down within striking distance, and Demon 1 lighting it up for a couple of kills before he's answered. Still some pressure down long C for the time being. While Fury have been stalled out here, look how quickly Rossi has activated on the flank.
They're already completely boxed in. So how did Furia try and fight out of this one? Rossi on that off angle tuck towards spawn. Even if he's only getting one kill in this position, it might just be enough. That's a start.
Nicely done, just for the one. Still a minute to work with now. And Furia know that they can pinch around the map, poke and prod now that some gaps have been opened up in the defenses. Envy walk down mid. Catch a timing, how about that, Knights? 2 immediately. And this opener for Envy.
So clean out of Knights. I was impressed with watching him play even in these tough matches for Envy when he was locking in the Omen. The last Summit game especially was quite impressive from him. But here, getting to play on that second duelist instead. Makes a great timing on this reclear to clean up.
And so a good start now from Envy. Of course, for Furia, that'll be a tough sign. No upgrades of the pistols to come into this next one. And I think, really, Furia might end up struggling versus Demon 1's Chamber. There, he gets 2 kills pretty freely. But the Breach is something that's fairly easy for a Chamber pick to work around.
Yeah, there's that timing where you can disrespect the stun. It's pretty easy to turn the flashes. And you can always stay longer than others. Nice shot by Rossi.
Good connection on those headers. As that stun goes right between the goalposts of Kesmet and Rossi. Basic, I think he just got a wallbang kill with a classic.
I think it was just a piece of the right-click magic.
Yeah.
I imagine another shot not through the wall connected.
A little bit wild, and unfortunately for Knights, he will drop just 1 away from that Phoenix ult for the 3rd.
You're not too mad about dying on that Phoenix. I want to talk about the Breach a little bit, though, because I think the biggest reasons we've seen teams turn away from him is, first of all, obviously the nerf to the stun. With that taking much longer to activate, it's a lot easier to get out of range of that, and I think compared to other initiator abilities, it doesn't give you very consistent value because of the ability to sidestep and go back in. His flashes were already weak to begin with, but when you have a team that's struggling with roles, sometimes you just want to play something that has simple execution. That's what this gives.
And a simple fight down A short. Basic holding on to the stun for now. Doesn't just rip that off the top as the refight comes online for Envy. A couple of cloudbursts at the feet of Koala just to stay alive, but still a player into the corner. Now Glyph drops. And Knights will find himself very alone on this A side.
Yeah, really good fighting towards long. Furia will freeze. Wait for any refight. Just isn't to come just yet.
It's patient from Furia. Waiting to see if, like on that pistol round, Envy go for a mid-round walk.
If you were to look at a win condition left in this round for Envy, I think it would have to be Knights. Tuck towards short. Guardian full armor still in his hands. And there's not a lot of good utility left for this exec. Koala doesn't have a dash.
It'll all come down to the timing. As Knight steps up, fighting straight into that drone. Trying to run away, and Furia were waiting for it. So that win condition now taken away. As Envy got a little bit antsy, and that patience pays off.
I think once you flash that corner, you basically have to commit into the fight. There's not time to run away. Envy get caught with their backs turned. And this looks to be a flawless round now for Furia.
That's great news, especially 3 players maintaining full armor. Saves you 3,000 creds into the next round.
And that's already an example of the kind of simple rounds that you can go for with this Breach. Wait for the smokes to fade, stun towards long, triple swing, trade out the fight. Execute it well there as Demon 1 is going to see if he can get a cheeky kill on the way out with those Headhunter bullets.
Yeah, anything he can do here would be welcome for Envy as just the one. All right, not too bad. Does take a gun out of the equation, and Fury have found their first.
When we're normally talking about attack sides, though, these days the talk of the town is farming Phoenix Orb, getting a Phoenix Ult.
I'm so tired about talking about Phoenix Ult.
No, we gotta talk about the Phoenix Ult.
I hate it.
Well, good news, this is the time where at least one of our teams, that's not the case. They really do not have great ults to snowball. Sure, Breach ult is strong, Sova ult is strong, but it's gonna take like 97 years to get any of those tools online.
It's always me.
So a bit harder to snowball. Is Calm disappointed to eat the wrong end of the headhunter?
No, look, Calm's just a team player, but oh, that's a good dart.
Yeah.
Catching out the op purchase, by the way, for Demon 1.
He's still here, though.
The thing is, it's such a close angle. It's a little bit difficult to beat out Shy there.
Does he challenge this?
Hard to imagine he actually steps out of this little doorway.
Basically, whoever swings first dies here. It's an awkward position.
It's a game of chicken. It's a bit of a game of chicken over in Garage 2. As the Reclear ult comes out of Knights into Garage, Fury had already left the space, so he's really just going to have to sprint and do something, but nothing to be found on this side of the map, and that's going to pressure Demon 1 out into Shy. He saw so many players in mid, he thought surely he had the angle. That's going to be a big loss of the op.
Nice work by Furia. They'll freeze now with that re-aggression, but with two very strong in-bed positions, both tucked front B and down short as well.
Fury will have to commit those soon. Less than 40 seconds now. And the response will be swift from Envy if it is the B-pop. Already have two players immediately ready to answer. And with that smoke on site, it actually allows Envy into the site with some pace.
The Molly!
It's just burning him down. Artson tried to stick that one, I think, feeling the time pressure. It's a big mistake. Now the drill comes out too, pressuring Rossi away from the spike with 12 seconds left. Fury have to somehow pick this up, plant it, and fight their way out. Calm has to pull away from the plant, as now with no time left to work with, he must find the kills. Calm is down. It's 3 for Glyph, and a disaster at the end of the round for Furia.
I think Furia really misunderstand the situation there. I think that they believe that Envy have already rotated further away from that site, that they can afford to just take front site control, plant, and get out. But there was already players at their feet. You see the combination of the Blaze Wall and the Molly to double up on the damage there,
it's
along with the Astropole. It's so brutal.
0.01 seconds before he finishes the plant.
What are they doing? What are they doing? Nice guys.
And if Art just had that extra 1/10 of a second, the spike
it's
goes
still
down.
a
It's a
round
different
win.
world. Yeah.
That is a big mistake here. But luckily, they still have money. Still have an ult on Calm.
The op was not reclaimed by Envy, though.
Interesting bait setup on C. Demon 1 will TP out, leave Rossi in that corner.
The last time Envy played this map, even though they got spanked by MIBR, Rossi was putting up numbers with the Astra. Demon 1's trying to give him an opportunity to flex that skill once again. The pull will keep Fury at bay as a quick dash into the Cloudburst. Koala had the hard read, but it doesn't matter because Demon 1 was on the opposite side. That TP backup, though, is punished as Shy somehow lays out Kesnet. Bit of a disaster. Look how low these players are. 16 HP across 2 members of Furia.
What?
Oh my god,
Hello?
Cliff is looking at his back. Shy had no clue.
He was running.
Lost in the sauce there.
Standing ahead.
As the dart comes out. A Sova one-on-one, but it's about as mismatched as possibly can be, and the dart hits too. Glyph with a beautiful finish to the round. That is back-to-back big rounds out of the scout player.
Boy, that was a round of Valorant. The whiffs on both sides. I think that should have been a lot easier for Envy to shore up if it wasn't for those 2 big opportunities. Backside they lost out on. Thankfully, Glyph and Demon 1. Those 2, the guys to get it done. How does it take Shy that long to turn around? Bro's stomping.
Turn the music off, Shy. It's tough to hear sometimes.
Go, bro! You're cute!
Kesnet's still hype, despite the struggles in that round. It's a Red Bull clutch for Glyph.
It's moments like that where I wonder how many people were talking in the comms that might have made it tough for Shy to figure out his bearings.
When we've had the listens in, it is frenzied at times.
So Kesnet fights down short again. Glyph preparing. on the other side of the dark cover. Warning shot or two.
Furia just contact into the smoke, ready to pop off of it with a breach flash.
And that breach stun can be really tough to get away from. That's why Kezin is just full on leaving the site, not playing default. Instead, it's a Phoenix wall from Link to try and allow Envy back into the site. An interesting idea, in and out. An assassin is Kezin. And now the wall on top, this TP, bit ambitious out of Art. 3 members of Furia trying to hold on somehow, but they still have yet to plant the spike. And Basic is just in front of the wall on his own. No support to come online. And unfortunately, that Stinger just outmatched entirely. That'll be 1 for Calm. That'll be 2 for Calm. And on the half by, not too bad, I suppose, for Calm and Furia.
I really like the flood retake there from Envy. Throwing the Phoenix wall out wide just to allow someone to sneak in, get that opening pick here from Kezin.
Come on.
Before they tuck back away. And I think this is a big mistake from Art. Down a man, they felt like they needed to make a play, but he gets immediately punished for it. And then with an Astro Wall in play.
Bro, Max, how is he one-tapping you?
No reaction.
That's just the Calm special, I suppose. And so after 6 rounds of play, Furia call a timeout. This is a tough situation to be in. I feel like there's, both the big rounds 4 and 5, the ones that end up slipping away from Furia, those back-to-back Glyph rounds, 3-piece and a 2K.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's necessarily been like a massive failure from Furia in the early rounds. I think they're getting themselves into all right positions. It's just been messy at the end of these rounds. And Envy's been coming out on top of most of them. You look at that B post plant where they stuck the spike into a molly and lost it despite being in a winning position. Even with the worst guns, you look at that last A round and you see the potential. They fully got sight. Just lost out to the retake.
Coming into round 7 now. A couple of powerful ultimates to work with. Rolling Thunder for Basic. Koala's not even going to bother purchasing a rifle. He'll use the Blade Storm.
You got to win this one. These ultimates do not come on often.
Here.
So really what I'm looking at is what will the plan be from Furia coming out of the timeout? It's got to be a turnaround play from them. Some way of activating these ultimates. As the fight comes in, it's Envy to try and get out there, and both these players are shut down. Furia have a chance to listen to them in this wild round.
Yeah, can we... Yeah, we're gonna re-drone A.
Re-peeking.
80 on this guy.
Okay, I hear you. I'm gonna re-drone A for Shy right now.
Okay, done?
Come. It's fine. It's
Nice.
Here, just keep a Charlotte thing. They'll give us kills.
He's gonna pick garage.
I think just ending B is gonna be pretty good for us.
I agree.
They're just gonna...
Garage chamber, picking.
I'm holding.
Don't open.
I'm posted, just
off
off me, basic.
Huh?
Off me.
The other one can lock the mid with this, okay?
He's not peeking wide, he's just
I'm gonna shock him.
He's trying.
Bro, he's healed. Yeah, he's healed.
He's there still. He got the one shot. Nice.
No!
Good patience, boys.
That was devastating. What a little piece from Calm. A good read against Demon 1, using those shocks to force him out into the open. And I think just responding nicely to the fighting from Envy.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear these listen-ins from Furia, where it's almost always Calm, the main voice in these mid-rounds, so proactive, talking through what he wants the team to do, how they want to approach these situations. And credit to them, Envy gave a big challenge with that fast fight through mid. They answered extremely well. Didn't even have to use the breach ult in there.
Exactly, because all they did was react to what Envy was doing. And it was the same thing on round 3 that Furia won, where they reacted to the A main fight. And I think in slower rounds where Envy are feeling the urge to do something proactive, that is where Furia found all their success. Now a stun into Garage, a dash in as well. So Koala losing that out if he wanted to work into C.
Look at Demon 1 though, he's already walked his way down C long, puts it on a very forward angle. This will allow Envy to be able to put presence elsewhere.
Envy choose not even to put that presence down. They're fully abandoning the A site for now, choosing to maybe play retake.
But I think the longer he's here, the more you want to actually keep space on this site. Winning a retake against a breach ult, if they could afford to save that, becomes so challenging.
That said, Glyph being the guy playing default in the position where you're almost certainly the victim is a problem. I think he was just going there to get the drone off. He'd much rather play a little bit safer and use that Hunter's Fury to interrupt Furia's plans.
And the ult will get used. Happy day for Furia.
Yep.
They get their 5-on-5 retake here.
Molly ready to go down to stop the plant. That's a teleport into hell this time. As Calm, you don't want to stick that. Let's not give any more free kills over to the Molly. And now the Hunter's Fury, so Calm has to cancel it. We're down to 15 seconds on the clock. Basic now in serious trouble, just dodges away from the last hit. Now Envy, how much do they want to send it? Killing the planter, that's another one. Flash out, Calm, the victim. 5 seconds left, they need to get to the spike, but they just can't do it. Round over for Furia. A perfect plan from Envy. The utility to stall the plant, and then just sending bodies at the issue. Deny Furia any chance.
Furia have won their 2 rounds off of reacting to the actions of their opponent. But here they don't have anything to react to. Envy play a largely passive round besides the embed of Demon 1 down C. And Furia just lose the round to themselves. Peter out on time. And with 25 seconds left, the util patterns by Envy very nice here. The way they're staggering the Molly, the Sova ultimate, into Kesnet, then giving his life to the cause. But it's a heartbreak regardless.
And the reason why that passive round from Envy works so well is because they've shown so many mid-round aggro reclears. So Furia are worried about that the whole time. They're playing good protocols to defend against that. We'll see if they can do that here. It's a great shot from Art. Didn't even know about the walk down in the previous, but knows the tendencies of Demon 1.
Towards a long drone.
Know exactly where you are.
Spots at least onto 1. That ultimate will give good information. It's the Omen ult goes all the way back in CT.
Yeah, Art knew there was a gap here because of the neural theft. And Envy heard it. They're clearing out back Gong right now. They've got to be suspicious. But as Envy sent 4 bodies try and deal with Art, who is such a nuisance, the C site has opened up entirely. Art with 3 onto the round now. Remember, he got that opening pick. And while everyone is worried about Art, Shy has crept through Garage. This is a round where the IGL just completely took over and won the round solo for his team, both through the individual play and through the calling.
For sure. That position was, again, back to the win condition. Wait for Envy to do something, immediately punish it. He kills the walk down. They get the Cypher ult off of that kill. And he makes a very swift reaction to head into this TP.
I will say in a couple of these rounds, Fury have done a very good job at dealing with Demon 1's op.
Yes.
That round right there, they hold for it. And then the previous round, where Calm was sending the double shocks at Garage, looks great for them.
They've been very aware of it all game. I think the last time that Demon 1 had a big round was like round 1 and then I think round 3 where he was over towards C. Since then, and since that op has gotten in his hands, it's been largely kill here, kill there. Nothing really to write home about is Art. Going for a little more to close out this round.
Oh, even has that cross-map stun from Basic to pick up 4 on the round.
Yeah, nice 4K from him there. So now a chance to even this half back up. Envy's money in a bad position. And I want to see what they recognize as the solution now. Are they going to move away from these more proactive mid-rounds? They worked early, but the ones that have been failing are when they're getting punished on these plays by Furia. If they just sit back, quietly stack onto sites, even with the weaker weapons, there's a chance that Furia just peter out.
It might just be a big fight, as a matter of fact, creeping down 3 players. Last time you saw 1 guy, what if we raised that to 3? Is the idea from Envy coming in on this eco. There's just a single Sheriff for their Phoenix. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see Envy continue to play more proactively. You know, maybe when they have the bigger ults into the rounds, they might do more set plays around that, but I think just looking at Envy's tendencies as a whole is they never want to be sitting back on their laurels. They're always going after you.
The worst games for Envy this stage, you think of that first Ascent they played versus EG, I think that was really the big problem.
We've already burned 40 seconds from the clock. I think Fury have done a good job at allowing Koala into this garage space in a couple of rounds, putting that pressure down, and it's a major gap on the map that Envy will be aware of. Unfortunately, for Demon 1, Shy is gonna filter in a different area, and on the other side, Calm is there too. So no matter what Envy were trying,
good slide there. Wow.
Into some trouble now, as I think Envy might believe that Fury are finishing on A behind their Cypher, but it's actually the C site the spike has found itself on. It's a wild round.
It is. Shy is still here. He's not going to be a factor in this round again for a very long time. As now Envy have figured it out. They'll double flank on this retake, but with the ult gone away, it's just a classic on a long angle now.
Surprise, Glyph. Artson is back in your spawn again. Artson just lives there now. I think he has squatter's rights for the area.
And now Furia have this one shored up. Koala refighting towards long and Aftershock to get the kill. And a nice position from them. We haven't really seen Shy activate on any of these lurks so far this game. Here, he goes aggressive towards A long, gets the pick onto Demon 1. And that goads Envy into the aggression that is almost immediately punished by Furia.
So with 2 more rounds left to play in this half, this is where we need to see what the adjustment will be from Envy. Right, they got up to such a heater of a start. 6-1 was the scoreline. Now it's starting to come on back.
Evil cackle.
As Envy will call a timeout for themselves and try to right the course here at the end. I'll tell you now, Demon 1 has money for the operator, and I think when he's able to comfortably sit on a forward line, that simplifies the macro majorly for Envy.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Once they get him posted, they're able to very much stack elsewhere on the map. They also have tools to play these retakes. I think the retakes rounds have been some of the biggest points of success for me when I'm watching Envy. They have great ideas of how to stall out the plant with the molly, with the wall from the Phoenix, and just layer this utility on before sending Kezin in to slide. I think 2 or 3 of their round wins have just come from ideas like that. And in that sense, I don't think I want to see a massive change out of them.
Yeah, and I think the big one is a lot of the time it doesn't even turn into a retake because Furia can't even plant the spike because of that utility. And that just means now you have 4 or 5 players ready to rotate and keep that fight going.
You absolutely do. Furia now, they themselves trying to consider their options going into this round. Got a Sovalt online for Calm. And well, they found success in these last few, just punishing the walkdowns. I don't know if they're going to be given as free an opportunity here. I'd like to see them get tested on having to go for a faster hit and see how they can answer against an Envy who has the op, has these retake ideas we're talking about.
Demon 1 going down short, and Furia have split their resources, showing that drone down scene. I think trying to threaten a surprise pop towards A, not too far away. That's a Hunter's Fury coming out, as a matter of fact, over on the C side of the map while Demon 1 claims the smokes. Bit of a interesting idea from Fury that gets instantly shut down.
But unfortunately, they know nothing still. They're stuck behind their barriers still at this point in the round. Where do you call back into with a minute left down a man?
Also, I'm pretty sure that was a collat shot that caught the Koala as well. He's on 30 HP after opening up on A. So in terms of entering into a site, you're just 1 bullet to just about anything. Still has the dash, I suppose.
And I like this read. Leave Demon 1 posted with a trip towards A. Keep 4 towards the BC side of the map, ready to quickly react.
Most of Fury's garage takes have been noisy. Breach utility, jet dashes, the works. So this is going to come as a bit of a surprise. Luckily for Envy, they're playing off-site, and it's Kesnet now running into this Cypher trip. Dealt with now, as with 30 HP, Koala still able to cancel out the Phoenix ult. That's a major win, and getting in front of it too! Just holding the curveball out in the window is a big punish, as now Calm comes in. Fury have so many ideas to attack into garage. So Envy have to come all out from CT, and they might just need that. This Astral dividing things up. Glyph already has the half stick. Another shock will take him out of it. How much longer can they work on this wall? As the smoke comes down, Calm and Basic flood through. Furia within 1.
I don't love how close that Astral ended up being. I would have liked to see them fight a little deeper for more space. That allowed Furia to just hold on the other side, jiggle in and out very easily to take these fights. The reaction.
Oh my, that went through Koala's leg to kill the player in the back.
Hitting some damage on him as well. But you can see it again here where they're in a position where stuck behind that wall. It's very difficult to actually get an advantageous fight And it's pretty easy for Furia to find an opening, find a gap in that defensive setup.
Well, this is different. Koala picks up the attack op now. And Demon 1 will just be in that same corner he got punished in a few rounds ago. Basic now 2 away from the Rolling Thunder. We'll see if that comes into play later.
So what's brutal about the new breach, he might not even get a second ult in this half, depending on how this round goes.
Demon 1 is skilled all the way up, though. I like that from him. He's played these extremities really aggressively. It's been about 50-50 for him on the success, but with that opener, it sets Envy up wonderfully to play this round out.
He's still here, still waiting.
Fury want to set up a fake drone idea into Garage, similar to the previous round that they opened up C-Long. I don't think Demon 1's going to be fooled, and because these players are trying to clear out those close corners, he can punish. Now Rossi, here's come prancing away, lets him off with a warning this time. Just don't come back here, he says.
Somehow jumps out of that one. And that makes this round all the more winnable. Now a 3-on-4. Shy, looking for a pick back towards B, 2 players, ready to test him in the A connector.
Noise made into Garage, and that is the go button for Shy. What an opening he's found.
This timing.
He's fully slipped the net, but with Rossi winning out on that fight, he needs more from backside. He needs both of these, and the slide and glide is way too much.
Nah.
Breaks his wrist trying to follow through on that Neon.
That's unreal that Kesnet gets that kill. Just unkillable, sliding on him in that position.
And so Envy will maintain their lead at the half. It got ugly there at the close. But a good round from them and from Demon 1 in particular.
Yeah, this was
set the
sick.
tone.
Walks up, Koala, no idea he could be on that angle. Catches Artson lacking later in the round too.
Nice.
7-5 the score. Envy have the lead over Fury, and we'll be right back in just a few moments.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup, and wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm with amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch side access.
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
How I like, leave the coins in the tray. By the seat, by the window, fly out same day. New shoes, same
All right, who's gonna win today? Furia or Envy?
Envy.
Envy, okay. Yeah, all right.
I think Furia.
Furia.
Envy, Demon 1, let's go.
All right.
Furia, I have to say. The Brazilian teams are undefeated, and Envy is kind of dog shit. Oh, bad right now.
Well, Kesnet standing up after a strong first half, 7-5 for Envy. I think trying to shut down some of the momentum Furia had towards the end there. This one is promising to be a tight one all the way through.
Yeah, it really is. I think good ideas from both teams in that half. Furia, they looked good when they were punishing their opponent's proactivity, calling into these late rounds. But for Envy, they got great success out of Demon 1 and his operator. Their flood retake ideas looked very good. And now I think the big elephant in the room is playing on defense with this breach. And what value you can get out of it.
Common positioning would just be over towards A-Link, so Envy stay completely opposite to that breach. See if that stun can come online as the fight on site goes through. Furia backed behind that smoke, and the stun comes in, connects on 2 players. That really stops Envy from advancing, gives Art time to continue working on this side. But that scale around from Knights was absolutely devastating.
It's really beautiful stuff. And Shy put in another one of these brutal late round positions to try and clutch things up for Furia.
Curveball around the corner. Envy are running at him, even up numbers. And he holds the ground. Couple of strong pistols out of Demon One.
And you say that with the questioning intonation, but that's what I want to see from Envy. That's what I feel like has been lacking from them all stage. This is a team that has some of the best duelist players that the league has seen in the past, that have had some of the highest peaks in Americas. And I think that they failed to find the value out of them. They failed to find an identity. And watching them play this comp, it's certainly not perfect, but it's feeling a bit closer to it, where they're going for these proactive defensive ideas, scaling together on attack. Just a matter of actually closing it out.
They should, by all means, be able to close this one out, securing both pistol rounds. Clean anti-ecos as well. I think that'll be the regret for Furia if this one does end up slipping away, is actually doing really well in terms of rifle rounds, but not finding any success with the pistols has just set them up really poorly both halves. Starts the ult snowball for Envy.
For sure. And you just don't have the luxury on the other side for Furia. When you're playing this single duelist comp, I know we've been talking about it all game, but after they made those roster changes, let go of Alum, they put themselves in a position where their roster just not very well suited to this meta, having to make compromises either on comfort or on playing towards the best possible compositions.
Yeah, we've seen them play the double Sentinel on Sunset to some big success, but playing real old school here on Haven is just difficult, I think, especially when you are losing out against the early pistols and the snowball, because look at the ults Furia have.
30 seconds
Like, you've got a Breach ult and Zowie. Those are your big ults. You've got two of them, right? On the other side, Envy have the Phoenix, the Chamber, the Sova, the Neon. Like, you have so many different things. Just go forward and fight, and much cheaper ults as well.
Yep. Knights didn't have a particularly insane half on Phoenix. He still had 3 ults. He has an ult here in round 14. Basic has only had a run it back, or excuse me, a Rolling Thunder once this entire game.
Yeah. And even that was a site that Envy just left open and played for the retake, because you know what's coming your way. And so Furia, the highest value play here is just to die to the spike, because you are not going to win that ultimate snowball game. That's exactly why Rossi is walking up into the B side. Spotted out and taken down. But even then, it's Koala getting that ult point, not the breach.
Unfortunately, when you're talking about ult snowball, though, the only man who died was the one with a ghost. And the rest of these players have pretty potent guns going into a bonus round. A run it back, plus 2 real rifles, and a potent rest of the squad. And I think there is a real risk here for Furia.
One of the biggest things we're going to want to track for Furia early in this half is how quickly Koala can get an operator in his hands. It's one of the big benefits of going for a Jet in your comp compared to some other options. Of course, it'll be matched by Demon One on the other side in this particular matchup, but it should be a big pivot point.
He won't have it this round, though. Instead, an aggressive play down mid, a Breach Stun ready off his contact.
Good shot from him. Demon One is down. And so Envy, consider their options. It's Knights sending himself solo into the C site. It's trying to set up for a fake, so the rest of the team pivots back around the map. Rossi's found an opening on the B side. Basic steps back. Did he spot him? I don't know if he saw Rossi there. That timing was so narrow. He certainly saw the Neon on the other side. Takes him down. Now Rossi looking the wrong direction. I mean, how has this guy done it?
This
Mission
is craziest
impossible.
timing.
Literal Tom Cruise has somehow made it all the way behind enemy lines. And Glyph not far behind. There's tripwires on the ground. Camera spots him finally. And now he realizes he is in a miserable spot. Down numbers. Lasers all around. His one trip is broken. Glyph posts on the forward line. And Envy have brought in the support now. Furia are taking their time and the spacing a little bit awkward. Wonder if Furia gonna send it. Flashes connect, but somehow Koala's looking the wrong way. No one can see a thing. in the midst of it all. And now Rossi in hell. A little bit labored here as more and more flashes rain down. Basic, steady through it all for 3 and the round from Furia.
Good work to Basic there. That round had disaster written all over it for Furia. Whether it was the insane timings through mid to get into A, or even just the pathing into the site. Koala was so far ahead of anyone else. But I think what turned this round from a real danger to a nothing burger was that kill right there. Why is Kesnet solo sliding back CT, like backside B when no one else is in a position to fight with him? It's those miscues that have haunted me when I'm watching Envy all stage.
Yeah, I think Kesnet found himself in a tough spot where he didn't want to give up Rossi's lurk through A-Link, and he'd already been spotted. So really just tried to send it and see what he could, but it was a big miss, and it led to major numbers down for Envy. See if they can turn it back here, as Demon One has secured the attack op. And that means you can't be losing this round. You cannot be giving over the operator for free. Demon One needs to be solid here.
But I like how much they've done early already. Break the trip in garage, put pressure there, and now re-clear back towards A.
That's a flash out of Basic. Still has 1 remaining. No stun for now. And Calm has been exceptionally patient. Knowing the risk here, but he gives a foot over. Demon One waiting just for the slightest inch of an overpeak. As Basic burns his second flash, and now the drill too. Demon One has to teleport away. Now Envy barreling it into garage. No one's clearing their corners. Looking shy, man. You got to do something about him. Finally, Envy will take him down, but not before taking a licking. It's 2-on-2 now. Kesnet low. And Envy without much space to play with.
Artsin has to cross. Rossi jiggling on the angle.
Artsin made it past and spotted Rossi. You can tell from the spam. And he knows the spot. He has a paranoia ready to go. How can he activate this to get Calm into the site? A dart comboed with the paranoia. No one's breaking the dart, but no one's pinged up by it either. Kesnet slips on through, and Envy take the round regardless.
They win the round where they do not clear their corners in garage. That's unreal from Envy in more ways than one. But the crux of this round is this play. As this fight down mid comes in, the breach flash is easily turned. Envy get all the trade kills through. And then they play this 2-on-2 into essentially just 2 1v1s as soon as Artsin is stuck out in garage alone. Confidence from Kesnet. You can see the energy coming back into him.
Well, Envy wasn't able to recover the operator, so that one will just go into the void. Doesn't matter for Demon One. Outlaw at the ready. And the duel versus Art once again. Art catches him off on the off angle. A short has not been Demon One's comfort zone. Let's see how Envy do in terms of clearing Shy out of this angle. It's a good drone. He'll be
he aftershocked the drone and got a kill off of it. That's sick.
Wow.
Rare aftershock kill.
Basic has been just hurling his util into mid the last couple of rounds.
That feels like a miscom. I don't know if no one saw it or he just didn't react fast enough, but either way, he eats that one, and now only a 3-on-5 for Envy.
Artsin, the problem maker for Envy. Finds himself in the right spot. But if he drops, all of a sudden this round could get ugly from Furia. Equalize numbers a bit. He won't, though. He's strong on it. A paranoia and dodged away from the stun. So now Envy with just 2 players left alive. Lucky to plant this spike. Lucky there's not a drill from that breach to throw him off. Still having the stun and everything at the ready. Furia will just continue working on through it all. 3 for Artsin onto the round. And Furia start to build up something here on the defense.
Yeah, nice reply from them. Art's been stellar over towards A short, even earlier in this game. I think he's been having a solid map, despite his team maybe not having the greatest overall performance. That round where he TPs towards spawn, saw him as well. I want to see this aftershock kill. Yeah, just goes down there. No one calms for Glyph that's coming in.
You see both duelists running away from the drill. Don't let him know.
Don't tell him.
some hazing over at Envy.
Drink this goldfish.
Poor Glyph. Well, Envy gonna find themselves in a tough economic spot. So they'll just sprint down short, see if they can punish someone like Artson that was just playing a little bit more isolated here in the previous round.
Basic finally has that breach ult online. Considers using it. Can contact long.
Really? That's a major investment when you might not get to cast it again. And it only nets them the single kill. Molly on the ground stopped anyone from chasing forward on it. And even then, the difference between the Jet and the Neon means it's very hard for a Jet to continue that fight up. Just having the close range dash, not having a stun, stops that play in its track.
Yeah, I don't love that investment. To see an ultimate that there's a good chance you will not get again, used it on a round that's only an anti-eco. Nice spam by Calm.
Koala picks up the angle. Well controlled here, I think, on the anti-eco, apart from that jumping clear out of Kesnet.
Right here.
Envy still need to find some way forward, so they keep marching on towards the A side. Basic gets out in front of the fight, a little bit sloppy there. Although Shy securing 2. Should mean good signs, but Knights has a Phantom now. Knights has an ultimate now. It was a 1-on-2. Could be turned right around. The worry is he can't pull the trigger on that because someone could just drop from heaven and cancel it out. So he's got to bunker himself on site to teleport around, and Calm will come flying in to land the round.
It's a very expensive anti-eco. 3 players fall, your biggest ultimate used. But Furia do manage to weather the storm there. I like how they play that 2v1 at the very end. Paranoia, TP across, give yourself 2 angles. That let you easily clean things up. This is going to be the difficult round to weather for Furia now. Envy have pretty much every one of their big ultimates online. They're grouped up to start over towards this A site. And it's another round where Koala can't get that operator in hand.
Furia choosing to value him on the rifle here, walking down into mid. We've seen this look before. This time, though, he hasn't found anything. And Envy just ripping the exec on A site. Plenty of trips on the ground for Shy to spam up from heaven, and the Phoenix wasn't able to spot either of them. So still some danger when Envy try to accelerate into the site. But Kesnet just walking for now. Will break the first and set this up. Envy didn't have to use their ultimates to exec in here. That'll be a major difference in the post plant, as Glyph will be able to rely on the Hunter's Fury. He's playing so far back right now. Fury have sometimes taken too much time to wait for the util to come online. Now they've got a dart, they've got the stun, and there's the Hunter's Fury to cancel it out on the other side. Fury has stalled out for now as the wall chops up the site. Paranoia comes online, and Furia are into it now. That's 2 kills, make it 3 into the round. I mean, Envy can't see a thing. They don't land a single kill. Furia mop the floor with them.
I'm gobsmacked. Did Furia win that one flawlessly? It looked like they were out of time. The utility chaining from Envy was so good back towards spawn. But the second this retake actually comes in, it's a little bit flustered looking from Envy. You see Kesnet there fighting ahead of his team's own Aster Wall. As players tuck towards hell, swing late off their teammates dying. It's just a lot of little miscues between these Envy players.
Calm on the Bastion turret going crazy up in heaven. Envy didn't stand a chance. So now as their lead has shrunk entirely, 1 round separating the squads, Envy will call a timeout. And this is an Envy team that has yet to win a map in Stage 2. It was looking like a sure thing for them. They won both pistols, they get off to a roaring start here in the second half, but that has not been the case come the rifle rounds.
No, it's dissipated very quickly. And in that last round, I think that their approach was good. They choose to full take the A site there. Util chaining is very good early on. But as I think it always has been with this iteration of Envy, is the failures come in the late rounds. The failures have come in the micro. You see Koala's operator stats so far. In kickoff, had so much impact with that weapon. Part of the reason they won, down to 16 op kills in Stage 2 so far. And I think the biggest answer for why that's the case is these roles. That they don't have Alum anymore, that they don't have a second duelist to play the dive. The Koala is getting asked to fill into double duty, and on most of the maps are having Shy, who I think objectively is a weaker Opper than Koala, play the chamber because of how their roles have worked out.
Yeah, Shy guy that is a dominant site anchor. That's usually off his util, off his rifle work. This time just has that camera to spot down long. Little bait and switch idea. As that drone will be broken, Koala falls off the angle. But Shy still in the corner.
Demon One was waiting at the tour de force. His teammates accomplished their goal.
Oh, nice shock dart out of Glyph. That one went all the way over into Garage to break the tripwire.
Breach stun to re-clear.
Wait, that shock dart baited out Basics breach stun.
Yeah.
He's not going to have that for ages now.
It's a really valuable trade. And that means a C hit now becomes all the more doable. Look at Furia reading a finish towards A. Envy haven't moved a muscle.
Glyph has just gotten inside of Furia's head with one piece of utility, has opened up this C site for his team, has stopped Basic from having access to the breach stun. Used that 20 seconds ago. Not going to be online until deep into this post plant.
It was a 5-on-5 retake last time. Envy, they couldn't come up with their micro at the end. They have to shore it up here.
Fight into Garage now. Trying to put the pressure so Calm can't use the Hunter's Furia. And here we go. Furia into the site now. Hunter's Furia lighting up Glyph as Artson strikes out from Garage. It is overwhelming force from the defense. As the smoke fades away, Demon One looking for some kind of an angle. Now that spike out in the open. He could be deadly here. One already for the Chambers. A jumping swing sets up Demon One for another, but it won't be enough. We're all tied at 10.
That is a great shot from Shy. The slow from the tour de force was brutal in that position. All 4 Furia players stuck in the circle together. They trade out well, hit some nice shots, and they win yet another retake. That's 4 in a row that they've picked up now. And it's another round, I think, where it just looks a little disconnected. You see Knights here fighting in. The rest of the team getting sent scrambled on the site by the Hunter's Fury. And despite the heroics at the end,
Good calmness in that retake. That was good. Shit.
just not enough.
And so, for round 21, we've got the Opt matchup finally. Koala Noob had enough to purchase it. He's posted top B. Not the point of focus yet for Envy. Want to deny any forward lines over into A. Post up Demon One with an off of zone on long.
Demon One just patient on the angle.
Yeah, he played in that corner so many times on defense. He's really thinking someone will want it.
Calm jiggling here.
Uh-oh.
We've seen this one before.
Don't show him your shoulder! It's a big mistake. Demon One will punish you for it, and so instantly, Envy, which we're thinking about using this Phoenix wall to work up into Garage, will put that down for the threat because that wall blocks off the Cypher camera on the C side. So now Garage is a huge gap. Now the B site is another major question mark. So Shy has to try and cover both of those on his own. That means he can't be checking his camera regularly. That means Envy have a chance to pop out onto the site.
But the issue in these last few rounds has been the post plants, been the late rounds. They need to kill Shy cleanly here.
Can you do it? The anchor enthusiast, that'll be one for him. They know exactly where he is. And Glyph will shut him down. So into the post plant, Kesnet steps up inside of the smoke. Furia are down in numbers. Koala might want to pull out the knives to get the show on the road, and he will. Stun and blind at the ready, but their duelist is down. Smoke thrown out to cover the long angle, but Envy are all up in front of it. Furia will not have that same space afforded to them this time around. And Artson just walks into his demise. It's Basic's job to recover the operator and skirt on out of there.
2 rounds in a row where a pick and one piece of utility completely booms the defense for Furia.
And it's in Garage both times too.
Last time the shock dart breaking the trip, sending them scurrying on a re-clear and late towards A. And this round, a Phoenix wall, blocking off the camera, forcing Shy into a strange position. And you combine that with this beautiful shot to begin from Demon One. You just cannot be dying there if you're calm.
Yeah. And the big difficulty for Furia is because of the style they're playing, because finally they have the operator on Koala, well, it means when you lose numbers, it's really hard to go for like an aggressive re-clear. Because usually you want your Breach and your Jet doing that. On the op, it's just not the same thing.
Which is, again, why this is the struggle of their comp. Other teams with double duelists have a second player to get that done.
You have the Phoenix guy.
Instead, Koala is getting asked to do literally everything at once. And one man can't achieve that all. The other difference that round was just the micro. Shy was tucked into that site. They've lost multiple players to positions like that in the past. Here, it's clean. A 1-for-1 trade for Envy. And now from what was such an incredible defensive half, 4 rounds won in a row. This is a teetering position for Furia. They lose this round, the bunny is starting to look a little weird. They're probably not going to be able to get another op in the hands of Koala. Suddenly, Envy would be on match point.
Yeah, by all accounts, Furia are crushing this second half, but because Envy had the lead and has the pistols, it is really dangerous.
It's really the double pistol that has made the difference. I think Furia's been better in the gun rounds by far in the second half, and also in the later stage of the first half.
Yeah, the stats don't lie. It's all there for Furia. But now with your economy hanging in the balance, and this map as well, Furia need to dial it in. And so it's an idea swap. Basic is now on the C site with that vertical fault line. It can be so devastating, and Demon 1 changes things too.
Back-to-back rounds. An opening pick for Demon 1 on the operator.
It was Demon 1 that won both pistols for Envy as well. Demon 1 that dominates in the first kills this time.
And how long have we waited to see Demon 1 just play the chamber and dominate? It's what people have been screaming for the entire stage.
So good. But now, down a number, what do Furia do? Because they have 2 players on B site. It looked like for a moment Calm wanted to walk down, but the question marks are still here. You have a Jet that has to toggle between holding the garage angle as well as holding C long.
They just don't have the proactivity in this comp. They have to try and make a play with the initiator. Just walk down, pray for a pick.
But now if you lose these guys, you have 0 utility to play the post plant. So they are gambling a lot on it, putting Calm in that forward spot, but he's already missed the audio of the rotates.
It's a game of timing for Koala. When does he check long?
And can Koala hit this shot? He has no support to help him. There is nothing. He's got to get one, dash, and get out. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. That's exactly how Koala delivers. Nearly claims a second through the smoke.
Familiar position now. 4-on-4, retake C, but with every ounce of util for Furia.
There's some danger now as Envy have to guard their flank. The threat of a Calm flank deep into the round has pulled 2 players very far off the site. Calm wasn't even going for that. Koala noob with a second. His operator has shown up now. In the 11th hour, dash into the site. Kesnet, under pressure, has to retreat down long. That is the entirety of Envy playing off the site now. And when you're playing off the site with an op on the other side, and with flashes on your breach, Calm picks up that op. That one gun gets 4 kills into the round and ties this thing up.
I don't think I would have believed that the Calm operator collateral is the way that he wins it.
That's crazy. I thought Koala chucked him the gun. No, Calm picked up the op off of Demon 1's dead body for that.
He stole it from his former teammate who opened these last 2 rounds. There's the first. Second from an op. Third. It's all ops all day in this round.
Calm's crazy for that one. Realizing the whole enemy team is playing off-site, so why not post up double ops on the line?
I don't like how Envy keep going off-site on these C post plants. I don't think it's working.
The step up from Koala in front of the smoke, and he just missed the window. Oh my god, Koala is a freak!
That is unreal.
And that is why we want to see the Koala off. That's why every round he doesn't pick it up is denying the chance to impress. He is elite with it in his hands, and Furia look like a different team.
I like this pivot. They try and fight back Garage. The stun, though, keeps Envy at bay. Good awareness from Furia. The op again!
Another one! So good from Koala. Furia have seized the reins in the second half now. The barrel spotted just through that smoke. It's a nice shot from Demon 1 and Rossi. Hold your horses. Basic is 10 HP. It's a 2-on-3, and Envy could be anywhere right now.
Shy is so alone here.
It's all about the timing. If Shy were to overpeak, can he catch Rossi? He holds his nerve.
He thinks Demon One's behind him.
Hold on a moment. He has found his window.
One enemy
That
remaining.
is just about
30
perfect.
seconds left. Spike down. C.
I have the spike.
Demon One has to pick up the spike and try to commit this down, but Shy is still on the approach. There's a stun that Demon One gets in front of. Remember, Basic is low. 7 bullets in the tank. Basic says no way. Furia extend a map point.
Great shot there from the breach. As Furia lock up a massive round, and again, it is Koala the difference. I want to see this shot again. How's he that quick? Honest. A full sliding neon. The perfect correction.
And no chance of a trade either. Glyph was trying to pull out the drone.
Nice! Get my LTD. Oh my god, you guys, I can't wait till we watch this VOD. The shot I hit on that neon, by the way, my boy.
Yeah, we know. Look at that. Kesnit's on 24 HP. That's back-to-back rounds. The big guns from Furia have denied Kesnit the chance to play the round out.
It's
That
a
is
fake,
devastating.
though. They're trying to pivot back towards B, but already Basic here in a good position.
Trip broken. Basic. Shy's away for now. Furia are overloaded on the A side of the map. That's 4 players on the right-hand side. Shy, the only amount of pressure to come on the western flank.
Don't tell me this game comes down to another 5-on-5 retake.
Fury have chosen to reposition Calm, try and even out those numbers. Have the opportunities to find a trade. And showing the drone on this side too might pull more attention away from the stack that Furia have. And we don't have any ultimates right now, but not too far from unlocking a Phoenix. That could be bad. The shock dart nearly spells doom for Kesnet. And Demon One must be found, must be flushed out of this spot. He's holding his own. The Odin stands not a chance. Envy, take us to OT.
A flawless round in the post plant as Envy fight back. Calm stole his op in the previous round. Tried to lock Envy out of this game, but Demon One, what a reply. A massive multi-kill backside from him. And this game goes the distance.
Make no mistake about it. These are 2 desperate teams up on the stage right now. Neither of them have a series win in the second stage. Envy doesn't even have a map win. And they're fighting tooth and nail for it now. There's a chance to have some form of redemption on the start of your stage. As Envy come back onto the defensive side. Demon One and that operator has been such a potent problem.
Furia thought that they had their map win against MIBR. They lost that one in OT.
Op revealed. Kesnet takes his spot.
But you have to respect this. Too much pressure to face alone. Demon One, though, quietly behind his neon, ready with the scope.
Envy have played so many offside A-holds, retaking into it, that this angle is different. Demon One knows that. He's working off of that conditioning to find the gap, except he is punished. Koala dives up and around, Glip back into the site, needs some support for his teammates. Pressure mounting as Artson plants a flag on this site. The molly down, burning the toes of Calm, 26 health. Yet that should be enough to plant the spike. No shock darts yet. Envy are picking up the pace right behind the cage, but the camera sees them all. Full information now from Furia. As Knights works in Knights! Who is this kid? Envy wanted just that much more.
The issue was the team fighting, was these late round situations where Envy could not put it together. This is a stark contrast to that team. They were down a man, fully revealed towards spawn. And in the span of maybe 3 seconds, they get every kill.
Oh.
That flick.
any amount of error on that second shot, and that's a completely different game. They're wiped out by that player on short. What a shot from Knights.
Envy can feel it.
Wow, it's Envy calling the timeout.
Wow.
And honestly, I think a round like that, if you're thinking what the coach is thinking and hearing, you have a young player that comes in, has a huge round, you're popping off, you have to settle the heart rate.
Reset
you have to bring it back down. Because this is the side that Envy have been struggling on throughout the second half.
And the most recent problem has been Koala Noob's operator. He has gotten away with murder in recent rounds. I think what Envy calls on their attack side has been good. They've gotten into so many post-fights, so many positions that could have been winnable. But those late rounds, Koala, those are the two things that have kept them out of this game. You look at Furia though. One chance here to push us to another OT. They had an opportunity in regulation, couldn't do it there.
If Envy want to win this here, it'll be by blowing up Garage. Their best rounds were the rounds where they attacked early, dealt with utility, and made Furia question everything. They'll hear that forward tripwire placed. Kesnet will bust down the door. Envy might poke around front B, but eventually they will deal with that tripwire.
Have to do it. Blaze wall's good enough. Trip's gone.
Eats up the one-way out of the Cypher too. So worthwhile.
I like leaving this in bed. Demon 1. He's been here before, but it's been some rounds since they've seen him in this position.
Furia have to be aware of the tendency. Basic senses it. Exchanges fire. But it'll be calm to receive these players down short. The Jiggles, he's been punished on these many times. And he needs to pull out his gun because the firefight is coming his way. Artson covers him from backside. Couple of brilliant shots is the only hope now for Envy. Is to lurk up into Koala. No hope, no way. Furia up 3 players with just 30 seconds left to go. Shy 2 will hear these players coming in. Call in the support. A Paranoia, Flash, Furia have everything to send us back to the drawing board. Send us to another. A beautiful shot once more. That's the only guy to stay alive now. Making that dash over into the C site, but Koala is here and waiting. Koala takes us again once more.
Koala ends the round with a 3K. But the hero here has to be Artson. It should have been good night on this site for Calm. Tucked into a corner, dead to rights with a stun. But it's the breach stun from Basic followed up by a perfect double out of Furia's IGL. And they stay alive yet again.
Let's go.
So Envy need to replicate once again on the defensive side. We've seen early Demon 1 picks. This time though, rifle in hand. Evenly matched for the time being.
It's a slower start from Furia. Apply some presence towards A. And now themselves look back towards mid, back towards Garage.
Demon 1 and Rossi love these little bait and switch ideas over on the C side. Right now, they have a trip covering them. That is going to be broken real soon. Koala has loved to just dash into this space, but without finding many fights there, he just walks in and Demon 1 steps straight into the mix of it. Trades out evenly with the duelist, but now how do Furia breach this opening without the availability of a dash? And with that smoke fading, Rossi was there. Kesnet is aware of Shy down long, but he is in a world of hurt right now with 3 players closing in on him.
You have to freeze here. Wait for the reaction from Envy. But do you read this double flank? Knights had such a great round before, now the perfect position.
He's right there for it. Envy have given up the C site. But have they waited a little bit too long to cage? And the flash in through Knights! That's the first! Pinged out, lighted up, and they come on through Knights! Has done it again! He just continues to deliver!
Excellence from the rookie. A 2K on their A retake, a 3K here. He's arriving in the rounds when they're absolutely needed.
Wow, what a play. And the utility as well from Glyph. Spotting those players helps Knights out immensely. I could see it from him on the stage too, just like after the last major round, the last clutch. That heartbeat, that shaking a little bit because you just feel how much he wants it. So last time his coach let him take a breather. This time Furia gonna help him out to settle down and figure it through.
It was a long time ago that he represented Rankers, the roster that became this Envy squad. And when he came of age, got his opportunity to finally show up in VCT Americas and see what his former teammates earned. Team had changed so much.
It's like, where are my teammates?
There's no one left.
Where'd they go?
But with this new roster, with new names, trying to still show why he was such a great player back then, why he can be such a great player in Tier 1 now. But it's this same hole for Furia, having to battle back on their defensive side. And this time, Koala does not buy an operator. It's been one of their biggest win conditions so far. And they look for a trap play instead. Walk Koala towards long, a stun ready off his contact.
We'll see how it plays out. He's looked for it before, but didn't come up with much. How's with the operators? A bit slower. Now NB aren't playing on that side of the map, but the chamber trip would afford Koala tons of space if he has the confidence to step forward. It depends how many players Furia can count on this side. You know there's a Neon right now, you know there's a Sova.
Calm has to live here. Getting one would be the dream.
But you might need more than that to actually guarantee a win. Artson was the anchor that won the last round in overtime for Furia. This time his teammate's been forced away. He tries to teleport into the corner. He's made into what a beautiful spot, but the stun now in. Oh my word! What a connection he's found! And now Calm into the site with that Odin. Even numbers for the post plant, 2-on-2. And Koala a world away.
Cloudburst, he gets past the trip on the flank. We'll have a very fast timing behind Envy.
Can they expect this? It could have been either a Cypher or a Jet doing the same thing. Right now, Glyph is aware of the short line. He's waiting for it. It's been too slow, they know! But Glyph is low too, 22 health. The white swing comes in. Shy stuck in the 1-on-2. Glyph once again, but no! Shy evens it again!
Massive clutch from Shy. Furia have had to battle back so hard to even stay alive in this map. Takes a Red Bull clutch this time.
Who would have thought? Ultra banger map 1 for Furia Envy. Fighting tooth and nail for a map win here.
These teams are so hungry. Envy, they felt how close they are. 2 chances to get the first map win of this stage. They've been able to convert neither.
They want it so bad.
I mean, you can see what it means. This stage has been horrific for both these teams.
If you want any chance of building back some confidence heading into play-ins, you need to win this. And I think Knights has found that confidence, found that form in these last few rounds. He's been showing up in such a big way.
22 kills on him, 24 on Demon 1 alongside him.
Finding his footing on the big stage. What was promised for him. And this will be another tougher round for Fury to navigate on attack. It's been struggle bus for them, now playing without smokes. Koala Noob in front of the smoke himself. He's doing it all. Retreats for the time being. Furia gathered themselves, but Envy are doing the same. Counter flash, basic, up into the mix of it. He's gonna drop.
Down, B.
Envy see that spike, laid bare now. They know Fury have to come into them. And they know that Knights has this angle. Take your time, let Knights cook.
30 seconds left.
Don't let Shy do it again. They say no. Envy just keep pounding here on defense.
They look great. I love the confidence that they've kept even with the tension of overtime ahead of them. And the fact that so consistently it's come from this rookie. Look at that shot. Knights just executing the player in window.
30 seconds
And his team
left.
set up for a great late round as well. The third chance now for Envy to close out map 1.
Can they do it? That is the question. Furious defense on the rifle rounds was lights out and has continued so far. Artson now on a new angle. Hiding inside the enemy smoke. He knows Rossi likes to throw this one and he spots Knights around the corner. The tracking 2 sets up Calm for another kill. Artson has been so dialed on this A-side hold. It's impressive to see the different ideas he has. Now pulling attention away from Calm in the corner. Taking their time with it. And here's Calm. Rossi getting pushed back as well. Look at them go. The shock dart to finish it off. A flawless round from Furia.
Nobody can win on attack.
No, they can't.
We go yet again. This read is really cool from Artson. That smoke has been thrown in rounds previous. He reads into it, tucks up top on this box, and what a player to kill. Knights down early. The trade from Calm, great. And we go yet again.
Now I'm curious, Riot Games Arena, because I know that when you got your tickets, you had a Leviatán NRG match that you were very excited for at the end of the day. This one is going deep. Envy and Fury are fighting for a win. Who's it gonna be? Do you think it's gonna be Envy? Got a big squad over here in the corner, or is it gonna be Furia? Even score out there, or is it ever gonna even end? No, maybe. We'll find out.
They're not sure. One day.
We're going the distance here. A wild situation to find ourselves in now. As Envy this time unable to find an early pick.
Demon One's been back and forth between the AWP and the rifle on defense in OT. Here, puts away the scope. But the man put into the position where you need success may just be Rossi. Tucked plat. 5 players contacting up ahead of him.
Now it's been typical for Rossi to have the support of Demon One here. But this time, he's got to do it all on his own. The first one is there. Second one not to be found, but his teammates are coming through. Knights gonna get chopped down. Basic already secures 2, but his flame wall takes down Calm. Is that another util kill from Knights? He is doing it all out there, and there is only 12 seconds left. Fury, you have to go. You have to pick up the spike. You got to do something. And as they hear it come in, Basic 3, that's the ultimate. The Thunder is rolling. Basic for the ace. Basic has done it.
That is unreal.
For the breach. In the final hour, Furia win a round on attack.
That looked unwinnable. They had 12 seconds left as the plant got denied. But Basic, the spams through the wall, the ultimate.
Split second to pull that out.
Look at how close that plant was. If that doesn't come through, he has no chance of winning. They lose on time.
And now the pressure for Envy. How do you win a round on attack yourself? Furia have looked so good. And they're riding that high. You don't have a break anymore. No timeouts. No moment to breathe.
They had 3 chances to win this map. Furia has 1. And Artson's making a play.
Oh my word, he went all the way. Envy had no idea that was even an option. Oh my God, he's done it again. Sticks around just to make sure Envy are scared.
But Kesnet has found an opening back in. The B site has been unlocked.
It'll be him versus Art.
He's still going. Demon 1 playing on a pixel. Demon 1's down. Kesnet. But his teammate with the spike is so far behind. Fury are coming all around, and it's Basic back to back. This map belongs to Furia.
They only had one chance in OT. A single match point, and they make it count. An ace from Basic, a 2K to close, and Furia, yet again, deny Envy a map win in stage 2.
Just about the only guy who's still playing the breach on this map. And it's him to have the ace to unlock the ult in that penultimate round to win it for Furia. What a shocking start.
After only ulting twice in regulation, neither of which did anything, he shows up to OT. He's the man of the match.
Unbelievable start. This series is only getting started. It's only gonna get hotter. You won't want to miss it. Stick around. Keep on coming at Kowalanu, but you will regret it. Ross is going to have to ace now to keep them in the game. Rossi completes the ace.
Here with the coach of Furia, Shaw. And yes, it's a coach interview. We still have another map to play, y'all, because what an incredible overtime from your team, especially Basic. But we're going to another map. We are going to Sunset, a map you have 13-1 LEV, the Masters London champions. Something I want to know is you ran that double Senti comp last time. I believe it was a Cypher and a Deadlock. Is it something we can expect again when we see you play Sunset next?
100%.
Okay.
I think our comp is very good for both sides because all these teams, they want to use double duelist, and our comp is very good to create space and punish some fights inside the map.
Well, best of luck on Sunset. Hopefully it's quicker.
I'm too.
All right, so that was map 1. Hello, everyone. We're back.
One of the first
map 1 of the first match of the day. Plenty more left to play. Still have NRG, Leviatán. That's great. All right, guys, seriously, though, let's talk about this matchup here and what we just saw because it was an absolute just slog for both squads. I mean, 15-7 in the scoreline. Dan Furia walk away with the win. But really, everyone at any point in time in this game had a hero moment, it felt like.
It definitely. The way that this started, it felt like Envy was going to get away with it. They were getting really aggressive on the defense. Then we switched sides. Furia starts to recover a little bit. And all the way in OT, nobody could win that attack side until Basic just became God, got an ace, got a 2K to close it out, and finally Furia is able to get it.
Now, you wanted him to not play the breach. I mean, obviously it wasn't breach necessarily. I know, but I'm just messing around.
They were seriously struggling though at the beginning, I think, Furia. They took a while to adjust, but they did towards the end. But Envy had some good signs of life, I think. The flood defending, the retake protocols were really nice. Furia were bleeding down the clock a little bit too much. I'm going to try to be polite. I'm going to endeavor to be polite about this. But
it's good British politeness.
They did adjust in the end. I mean, Furia ended up holding for the default, the aggression that Envy were offering. These mid punishes were really nice. They started to get a feel for the extremities. They were losing control of it with Demon 1 taking deep pushes down C, a lobby control being lost for them. And eventually when they got that feel for it, they did manage to make it, a little bit more even on that first half. But that feels like ancient history at this point is what we're talking about, the first half of that game, because I mean, it went 15-17 OT. So at that point, the playbook was being thrown out the window. There was a lot of moments that were a bit scuffed. This felt a little bit tumultuous. The reclears with the ultimates, but you can't deny the results. Furia ended up getting the job done.
It doesn't shock me, considering that both teams are in a very similar spot right now, Dan. And you're going to need those hero moments in a lot of these instances, especially when you get down into OT and you're like 30 rounds into this son of a gun and the playbook is running thin at that point. It becomes very challenging for any team to try and overcome. It did boil down to the individuals, though, at the moment.
Yes, and that's what I was going to say. I know that we usually do talk about the game plan that the teams have, and also when it goes to OT, how messy things get. I feel like it was messy from the beginning. I feel like it was a lot of individual plays from the beginning, and the two teams have the individuals to do that, to get away with those kind of rounds, those kind of plays. But it was so back and forth at the end. It was just who got the first kill. Was it going to be Demon 1? Because that definitely switched a little bit of the chances for Envy to get the wins.
Now, you did mention earlier in the pre-show when you wanted to fix Furia, you mentioned that they needed to make some composition changes. Now, they didn't really make big composition changes, but they did make one notable one here.
I think it's really important. Yeah, this looks pretty standard, where Koala Noob was playing the Neon, and then he switched to the Jet, where you see a lot of that operator being played. And on the other side, for Shy, he was the one playing the operator last time around. He's going to go more into that anchor role, more into that center role.
Which is what you wanted.
Which is exactly what we wanted to see. I think this is good. I think that's something that I had to figure out, having Koala Noob being so good with the operator, but also having Shy being so good with the operator. How were the dynamics going to play out? And it feels like this was the right way.
Yeah, so for Furia, they can breathe a sigh of relief for right now as they manage to pick up that map 1 victory. But for Envy, job's not done, not by a long shot. Let's see what's going on over at the Envy camp. We have Elizabeth, standing by.
No, Stunner, that was close, and it was a devastating loss. We were moving to Sunset. I was just talking to Shaw, and he said to me, yeah, we're running that double senti comp, we're running that deadlock, we're running that Cypher. Is that something you have prepared for, and how have you prepared for it?
Yeah, I mean, we prepared for it all this week. I mean, we have a good idea of what they're doing, so we should be able to execute our ideas this time, and yeah, hopefully it works out for us.
Let's lock them up, too.
Great pose there, Liz. Yeah, I mean, look, not really much else they could say after that. I think that if you are Envy, Brent, you kind of know what would be coming considering the success they had against Leviatán of all teams.
Yeah, it's definitely predictable. I mean, whether or not they're ready for it is one thing, I think, because They still have a lot of things to work on, I think, as a squad, as evident from that first match. I mean, listen, it was back and forth. I think Envy were in positions to win it pretty convincingly.
I mean, Knights put them in so many positions to win it.
They really were, and they just couldn't really follow through with it in the end. And Furia is a little pocket pick composition that they had where they brought out against Leviatán. I'm curious as to how well it's going to do when a team has had time to VOD review it. The question is, do I think Envy are up to the task to anti-strat it? When they have so many other issues, the house is burning down at this point.
Yeah.
And you know, you can be as
the
ready
house
as
is
you
burning
want.
down, you're walking in with a cup of water thinking you're going to put it out.
Yeah, you're like focusing on the wrong thing, really. You have so many other issues for it. So I'm just curious. I just want to see the rest of this series play out. I want to see how it shakes out. There's possibilities for Envy.
Yeah. It always feels like that step one is, what do we need to do to get the map win? And then also, once you have that fundamental, okay, what is the other team doing? And this is a competition that is going to be a little bit tricky to counter. So I'm also really curious to see how it's going to play out. But Envy decided to go with the defense, so they got enough chances to see what Furia was doing. It was a 13-1. It was pretty much every single run of attack that they got to see from them. So if that was the focus for the preparation, they have a lot to work with.
Yeah, and you got to actually think about that, Bren, because there is something to be said here where there's so much tape available for this idea that Furia wants to put forward. Like, I know what you're saying. There are a lot of things you got to solve here, but at the very least, that info is available.
It is available. I think it's an advantage to Envy, but yeah, I mean, for them, I think the pressure is just mounting on their shoulders, to be honest. They were in a prime position to potentially take map one. For both of these teams, they are winless right now. It goes without saying, they are 0-3. Best opportunity in a long time now for Furia to be able to close this out, get a critical win on the board. We've been talking about it the entirety of stage 2. They are, at some point, they were very high up in terms of champs points. Other teams are starting to overtake them. They are losing a potential ticket that they can book to Shanghai, that backup policy that was earned from the earlier portions of the year.
It's two teams that have been struggling quite a lot, and for the win that they just got for Furia, this is the second map win that they get. The first one was that Sunset that we're talking about, 13-1 that they won against
What
LEV.
a win to have.
But even for the other side, for Envy, going winless. They've had close scenarios, especially this one. And my concern, I know that we're talking a lot about the compositions, what they're going to be playing, how they're going to counter Furia, but it's also really just the mental part, because that's something that the players have talked about, that sometimes they start cold, they can't really get anything going, they can't get that round that will switch the momentum. And when you lose a map like this one, I feel like recovering is hard.
Well, I was going to say, you know, so many times you can stumble at the finish line before you start to get, you know, like you start to check out a little bit, right? And I can't imagine some of the frustration that these Envy players are feeling after getting so close in the heroics that we were seeing from the likes of Knights in that last game. That young man right there, what he was managing to put forward here. But of course, though, there's still so much more to discuss with this game, with this series, with these players. And that guy right there is back on the stage playing for Furia. It's Shy. We're going to hear about his performance in stage 2 and his thoughts on the future.
O sea, estamos contra las cuerdas. Siento que nos estamos intentando, o sea, nos estamos presionando porque el hecho de que vamos 0-3, nadie está feliz obviamente, todos queremos empezar a ganar. Hemos tenido matches difíciles, pero no nos conformamos con el casi ganamos. Ahora literalmente estamos como en el ultimátum, queremos en serio empezar a ganar, sobre todo para agarrar momentum dentro del torneo. Y nada, la verdad es que el estilo de Furia siento que es muy... Empieza estructurado, la verdad. Empezamos con un def, escuchamos siempre al Artisan y después de eso, en base a reacciones, se encarga mucho más el com o el art, y el resto intentamos dar nuestra mejor información individualmente e intentar adaptarnos dentro del juego, porque al fin y al cabo Valorant es un juego muy caótico, muchas habilidades, y uno se tiene que adaptar todo el rato mientras lo que va pasando.
And there you hear what it takes for these players and the chaos that sometimes can exist in those comms. But there seems to be, at the very least, when you have Artson and comm on your squad, there can at the very least be some lines of communication that you can rely on here. It does feel like Furia, you know, I think this is a team that's very aware of their issues. That's what it feels like, at least hearing Shy talk about that. What do you think, Dan?
They definitely look aware of it, especially because they know that they can win these games. That has been the story for them. Envy, I think the games have been very one-sided, but for Furia, it's been really close, and it's been against very tough opponents. So they know that a few of those details that can be fixed, a few of those hero moments like we just saw from Basic, really make a big difference.
But does the performance from Envy here give you some kind of concern a little bit for Furia?
I think so. I think Furia as a team were, in the beginning of that map, I think they were struggling with the pace of play that Envy were throwing at them.
Yeah.
It's classic Envy that we wanted to see from them with his full tempo.
Yeah. Guns
out. Really just, lean into that gunplay. You know that you are mechanically better than them. And when Fury are in this stage where they're trying to play this perfect Valorant, where they're not trying to make mistakes, that invites hesitation. That invites elements, areas where Envy were able to capitalize. We saw this, I think, from the first half of the series, and I was kind of shocked, actually, after we got to the attack side pistol, that we didn't see Envy, I think, lean into it more. They ended up playing a ton, and I mean a ton of slow rounds on their attack when the side swapped around, when it was evident to me, I think it was abundantly clear, they were out shooting Furia. Completely in this regard. When they were flood defending, when they were getting these straight up brawls, Furia were all over the place. They were not ready for any level of aggression that was being thrown at them. And for some reason, Envy just took their foot off the gas. They tried to play a more calculated style of Valorant where they're slow walking, working the map. They're not that team. You are not those people. You are not him. You need to run them down and shoot them in the head. Like, that is what you're good at as a team. And I was flabbergasted because I felt like they had so many opportunities to win.
Brent, you said you were going to be a little positive, though.
It's hard. I'm being.
He's trying.
I'm really trying.
You're doing really good. I'm very proud of you, Brent.
I'm really trying. There is so much to talk about with this team, and listen, I'll leave it as that. I'll leave it at that.
By the way, folks, in case you haven't been able to tell quite yet, a little bit of a delay here. But as we see these plays start to kind of... Yeah, this one blew my mind.
They are running them down. It's a flood defense of Furia, but it is completely disjointed. And the fight on the backside, it's also good. And after that point, we don't really see any fast hits whatsoever from Envy. They just kind of give up on the concept and just start to slowly work the map, slowly play them more. Frustrating. I mean, it's just frustrating to watch because you could. Bro, it genuinely brings me speechless sometimes.
Yeah, I get it.
The issues, one VOD review, man, 30 minutes, no police interference. I'm fixing this team. I'm actually fixing this team, bro.
We got to get you back on the.
Yeah, he's gonna do it again.
In the interrogation room, man.
Maybe not right now.
You know, maybe not right now. Maybe the streets aren't ready for it.
Yeah.
Streets aren't ready for it. Of course, folks, in case you haven't been able to tell, a little bit of a delay on stage, so we're gonna go ahead and get that sorted out, all that good stuff. But we do want to make sure that everything's all good, so we'll go ahead and stick with this for the time being here. So you're rolling with us, and we're just going to keep yapping about the game that we just saw, and of course setting up what's going to be coming up next, because as we'd mentioned, we have Sunset. This is the one map that Furia managed to pick up against Leviatán, which of all the teams. So if you are a Furia fan, if you're coming into this hoping that this team's going to pick up this win today, you have to feel very good right now given the circumstances.
I know, but I also want to look at the other side. I know it's a 13-1. I know that we look at this as, wow, they look incredible on this map. This is going to be scary. But hearing from the left players, they just recognized that they were a little bit cold going into the map, that they were not really playing like themselves. And they said that, you know, those scores that are so one-sided don't really tell the story of how good a team is. And I feel like that is something that Furia needs to know as well. That score, I don't think is going to happen again.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think when you have these compositions that you throw out almost one-and-dones, it's not quite a one-and-done. I imagine they're probably going to run it again as they're trying to stare me down and intimidate me. I won't be intimidated.
You will not be intimidated.
They're listening to you.
I refuse to submit. But listen, it's a grand opportunity, I think, for Furia to be able to close it out and get that first win on the board in this stage. It is critical. They need these champs points. There's no team really that needs them more than Furia with the current state of affairs that they're in.
Oh, 100%. Given how the season started for them and where they are right now, these champs points are going to be so pivotal. But folks, as you can tell, and I mentioned earlier, we have some technical issues that we're sorting out on this stage. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at that. But why don't you go ahead and take a look at these top 5 plays of week 2. Enjoy. Call Hearts there. Damn. And I lost.
Vai fazer aquele defensivo!
Quiere más, ya le vio la patita. ¡Vamos a estar linda la de Martina!
É, 2 tempos aqui, hein? Eles vão usar o primeiro ultimate do Redux. Beleza! TKzinho pega aqui, mas era o jogador ultado. Vou passar pro Bomb, Davi eliminado. TKzinho! Ainda de Operator vai aparecer na tela dele! Que bala sensacional! Clica na Spike TKzinho, na ultimate ele tenta levar mais um. Clica de novo, vai tentar metade. TKzinho!
Vê todos, vai fazer aquele defensivo! Passa a faca neles, é o chefe Linguini!
Luke Show nas costas! no susto, hein? Tem toda a informação que precisa, Sentinels, pra poder avançar. E poder, quem sabe, clicar nesse spike.
Meu
Luke
Deus,
Show.
Napi.
Luke Show não abre. Agora sim, busca informação, se esconde. É jogar na experiência, Luke Show.
Okay, you're committed to this. Look, Slow Orbs behind you now. Vic wants to come forward. Great opener.
Guys. No, Vic is up top there, brother. C9 putting together a competent half. They can just close this out at 5, and that is sick from Vic.
Tener a Roberto Rivas buscando el 3 en contra de 1 sería una maldita locura. Buena manera de cegarlo para adelante, se lleva una. Quiere más, ya le vio la patita. ¡Va a avanzar Rita la de Martina!
¡Dios santo, Dios mío!
Drop. I run it. Ice cold. Cold. Ice cold. I run it. Cold. Ice cold. Cold. Ice cold. I run it. Drop. Ice cold. Cold. Ice cold. I run it. Ice cold. Cold. Ice cold. I run it.
Keep on coming at Koalanu, but you will regret it. Ross is going to have to ace now to keep them in the game. Rossi completes the ace. Welcome back to VCT Americas. We are shortly about to get in-game. You can already see Agent Select underway on the player monitors right there. We did have a bit of an extended delay between games while our league officials were addressing a comms problem. We are ready now to get this underway and head into Sunset, which is quite the fun map for Viria.
Yeah, it certainly is. If you're just joining in, this was a 17-15 map 1, and you bring up the fun, that has to go back to this double Senti deadlock comp. They've rinsed Leviatán, the Masters London champion, an undefeated squad in week 1 with this comp. But on the other side, Envy rocking something new. They started the stage pretty normal, running a Neon Sage look on this map, but they have completely swapped that up here with a Yoru Waylay double duelist.
This is interesting, and Knights was a guy that was dominating for Envy back on Haven.
He was the guy on Phoenix.
Absolutely. Now he's on the Yoru, and I'm just curious how you think that's gonna function here for Envy. They will be starting on the defense and trying to
play against this double Senti with kind of a off-the-wall idea.
Yeah, it's a bit of a switch, because I think in this composition, Knights will likely end up becoming a bit more sacrificial, being the one that's teleporting in to these sites, and Kesnet being the one instead who's put in positions where he can kind of follow on. You can, of course, swap those roles when he's just dashing in to refract out and get information, but I think it's a bit harder to have that same level of individual agency on new Yoru, especially since you now only have that one flash. But there's still a lot of playmaking potential. There's still an ultimate that you can constantly farm up. So I'm excited to see what they have prepped. I think especially playing against a comp that is very disruptive, that has a ton of Sentinel utility, which is just brutal to fight through. Having two of the best agents at completely going past that, having a clone to help bait out things like the Sonic sensor. I think part of this does have to be some specific prep, that this will be a good comp into this double Senti look from Furia.
And Envy should have the prep, right? They got to see Furia play a whole game versus Leviatán. Granted, they saw 12 rounds of this comp on the attack. Didn't see so much on the defense.
No, I think
an absolute blowout 13-1 for Furia. And Envy desperately needs something here after they allowed Haven to slip away.
And I like the approach already. Instead of trying to hard anchor the A site, they're playing for a flank with 3 players behind. They will have a trip to contend with, and that might trigger Fury to flip the map.
Bren was asking to see more of this aggression from Envy. And already we're getting it on the pistol. They're 2 for 2 on the pistols already. And that might just extend as Knights continues to extend his own dominant performances. 2 kills to kick off this pistol. And now the defensive utility from Furia has been dealt with. Jump into the site. That's nice from Kesnet. Well, it claims a couple, and now Basic has a chance, and Basic picks up right where he left off.
It was an ace into a 2K from Basic to win map 1 in overtime, and it's a 3K Red Bull clutch from Basic to bring Furia a pistol round win on map 2. He was sitting on the sidelines of this roster for so long. A lot of people were wondering, what are we waiting for? Is this guy worth it? Worth the big roster changes? But despite the team's struggles, I think that Basic has been a great addition to this squad. He's had some stellar individual performances. And that's a hell of a start to this map.
Yeah, already this series with plenty of 2Ks, a 3K now, the 5K. Only needs that 4 to shoot for the cycle in the series. And Furia, by having him clutch up there and win a pistol for themselves finally, well, they have that buffer. It was a hard-fought map, too, to even bring it back to tie after losing both of those.
Certainly was. Now, watching this map, I think my biggest focus is going to be the kind of little game between the Sentinel util and the post plants and where Envy chooses to get aggressive. Because there's different approaches. You could think, hey, we want to try and hard anchor more and not look to play into the Flood retakes. It is so rough against this comp. Or be more similar to the pistol, go for a lot of flank ideas as Artson.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite know how many players are close to him here. He's calling the team back into the stack.
And Artson's a big believer of going for these aggro lurks on the anti-ecos when you just have the ghost in hand. But they're standing straight into the stack. This drone will see a couple of players. Not sure if it's spotted Glyph around the corner, but I'm not sure if it's even gonna matter. Yeah, okay, Glyph gets his one and a dink on the way out. That is a crispy round 2 win for Furia.
Really nice trading there. Artson picks up a bit of an awkward double towards elbow as the rest of the team scales well through main. And keeps that round well in control of Furia. Trading looked real nice here. Koala, we've talked a lot about him being the AWP player for this team, that being the win condition. This is another map where we're less likely to see a lot of AWPing from him. So you've got to see rounds like that where he's getting big value out of the rifle as his sole duelist.
You'll see a lot of the value from his rifling and also his utility on the attack side here. One of the things that was devastating, the combo from Furia, was the GravNet combo back B site alongside Koala's paint shells.
Oh yeah.
Right now using the shocks to try and clear away some Cypher util, but these are some of the ideas, those util combinations that Envy will be very prepared for. Already seeing this map played.
They have a good read here. 4 players ready to try and fight back towards this B site.
They've always got the stacks ready to go. Knights continues with a strong opener. Now without your double satchel into the site, Furia are stalled.
I like that Envy are fast flanking. Instead of trying to overreact into B, they take space elsewhere in mid. That means if Furia cancel, they might just be in trouble. They have no info on the right side of the map.
And this is very clear anti-ideas from Envy, just taking full map control against this comp. Furia love to run just stronger execs. I think the Deadlock gets a bad rap for being weaker on the attack side until the post plant. But with the GravNet being rechargeable, with the ultimate being unlocked and being an entry idea, it can be so powerful. So Envy wanting to just seize map control, not even worry about those hits.
She's one of those characters that kind of breaks the game, transcends any one role. As Rossi, this is a devious position. Does Artsin clear it well?
Well, he was going to, had Rossi not just swung out right into his face. And pulls a GravNet out of Basic, who's still worried about that guy in the corner. And there's not much time, Mimi.
No.
By not much time, I mean 10 seconds. So it'll just be rifles saved, I believe, for Furia. And one away from the ult on Basic now.
I think eventually this half will have to see Furia figuring out how to put presence in mid-control in some of their rounds. Because it's been clear that Envy's read is that, like you're mentioning, they're never there. They can walk down that space and play for fast flanks on their retakes.
Honestly, I think there's a world where Furia's sight hits are so strong that they can ignore that for as long as they're dealing with the flank.
You just always flip the map, fight into the weaker side of these retakes?
Yeah, because one of the brilliant things about the Deadlock wall is part of your execs. Like, you'll just see Deadlock throw the wall up into shop from over that angle, and then, well, there's no fast rotates from Envy. That's one of the reasons why they want to go for the flanks instead, is you might not always have someone there that's ready to break that wall down. So that means you only have to fight over one lane. It's much easier to fight forward.
I still think the bigger issue, though, of trying to always play that style is that you're giving up a ton of the information game by not having mid-control. You're allowing Envy to call into these stacks that even this great exec comp with the net, with the nade, when there's 4 players there, you might just get fully locked into the choke. They can play front sight instead of back sight when they have a stack.
Well, Envy got a little bit aggressive behind the one-way in A main. That's going to discourage Artsin from playing by himself, so he calls in support while Knights is stepping out in mid. This is the freedom of aggression that we were excited to see from Envy.
Some of the slow rounds, though, from Furia got very scary in the last map.
Oh, hello. We were looking at the Omen on the right side, but they forgot about Kesnet on the left.
That's your smoke's gone with 50 seconds to play. And this is a great read. Look at Envy. 4 players, or rather 3 with that clone over towards the B site. And they're standing just far enough back that this net won't hit them, and they can immediately fight back in off of that presence.
Good ante already from Envy. Koala does have the rocket, though. But by just shifting into the site, he might not even get a chance to use that one. Less than 30 seconds now. The combo wasn't even together. It was to hit both angles and allow Furia to break out of the gap. But now Koala goes down. Ultimate offline as Basic pulls out one himself, but that goes wide. Now Furia with 15 seconds left. Kesnet has ideas to try and jump in here and stop the plant, but he's a little bit too slow. Doesn't matter though with Rossi on the corner. 7 health and a shorty. And a miracle. What a round from Rossi.
Got a little sketch when that hinder miss from Kesnet. Looked like he was gonna just be that sacrificial player yet again instead. Rossi there with the spray down in the trades. You look earlier in this round, there was very few options for Furia. They got shut down in A main. There was a re-clear in mid that locked them out of there. They had no choice but to hit into a stacked B site. And the positioning from Envy was great. They played far enough back where the util did not cause them any problem and just re-fought together to win the round.
Well, a tough choice made by Furia now, choosing to buy into this. 3 guns, banking on Koala's ult.
Yeah, it has to be the Raze Rocket. If you can get a nice combination with a net from Basic, he gets a connection. That's your win condition.
And so you just run your execs.
Look at this angle.
Was that grab net to shy the player away from the line, but Kesnet sees over the top of that cage. Because Koala went up for it, Kesnet dashes back to the site as the wall comes online.
The positioning there is again showing me great awareness from Envy. That's the util that they need to be ready for. You had a player up on the boosted angle here looking over the smoke to not get hit. You had another player peeking ahead with that refract ready to go. Both players that are basically unkillable with the rocket because they can either refract or just step down.
Yeah, we're going to have to work on your circle drawing, Mimi.
Yeah, it wasn't beautiful.
See, that's how you do it. You see that top mid? Beautiful work from Artsin. Drops down the cover to get the cross. A bit disappointed that Koala's had this rocket for 2 rounds in a row, and he's just been prey. Instead, Fury have not set him up to use it.
I mean, they tried to this round.
Yeah, he's just out in the open. Now, though, they have found Rossi alone on the B side, but they have ideas to come back now into Shy. Pulling Calm over to that side to try and show some more presence and setting up for a little pinch play. 2 working in through top mid. Glyph, you're ready for it. Doesn't even stop for a spraying. 2 simple kills from him. While Demon 1 holds this down with that spike up in mid. Shy's just gonna have to try and save again. And don't forget, this was a round that Furia bought into, thinking they had a Raise Rocket, thinking they could win this, even on a half buy. But they were sorely mistaken.
To me, this feels like the first time in this stage where I'm watching an Envy game, and I feel like they're winning not because of any like individual miraculous moments, and I don't feel like they're losing rounds because of mess in the late round. It is good ante from them, specifically how to play against this composition, and legitimately pretty solid execution in terms of how they're fighting off each other. And yeah, sure, you're still getting individual moments with these spray downs, but this is an Envy that is stepping up, that is tired of losing after 3 in a row.
Another couple of rifles from Furia. Interesting purchases from them. They will have enough money to have that into the next, but I think, again, just trying to bank on the fact that they have some critical ultimates. For the damage this could cause if it is yet another failure. Could be brutal.
Envy's so proactive. They already re-cleared towards A, got a forward posting, and now they lean 4 to the left side of the map.
And Knights is just in front of the combo play. Only a 1-for-1 as now Rossi just wants that fight. Kesnet was dropped in mid, so it's a bit sloppy, but now Demon 1 tracing these players with the neural theft. TP's past the trip. And now, anticipating awareness. Induces paranoia.
They found the gap, though. Furia walk towards top mid. If they call back towards A, it's only Demon 1 here.
But
they know he's isolated main, and now they have all the info in the world.
Yeah, that helps a lot, just having that info. Because even if it's just one guy, he can still come at you from 2 different angles. He can still stay alive for so long. So Artson hunting him down here is critical. You must deal with him on the flank. And as a Hunter's Fury supports the fight by Glyph, it is Demon 1 on the other side of the smoke, steps into it, and is dealt with. So now we look forward to where Shy has found himself very deep behind enemy lines. And a chance to pinch down on Shop. Envy have an Urk. They have an inkling, some kind of an idea. And Rossi spotted Shy. Shy needs to get out of there, but he's too slow. Putting so much pressure now on Artson, but time is still of the issue. Ticking down now, Artson out in the open.
This is no problem.
The pressure for Rossi needs to get it to half, tries to pull away. Artson falls, but there is no time for Rossi to stick around. We'll be tied at 3 apiece.
It's a messy round from Fury at the end there. It's technically a Red Bull clutch from Artson as he wins off time in the 1v2. A lot of moments where that could have gone wrong. The fight into the smoke A main, even earlier in how this play happened towards mid. It looked like it was all Envy all day with their approach to this round.
And as much as we want to say, like, Envy get aggressive, this is also an anti-eco.
Yep.
Right, there were 2 rifles from Furia. They win the round. They didn't even have to use the big ults.
And where I was just bigging up Envy for looking a lot cleaner in this game, that was more of some of the old issues cropping up with the team fighting looking imperfect. Now this
Quick
is
over to B. Yep, double ults committed. Nobody playing on the site. Oh, nice. Nearly a victim there. But now with the high line and a little gap too, Koala just runs out in the open there. Drifting in, Artson in the thick of it now. With a paranoia to retreat. Knights is now in enemy B main. Knocked out by Shy. Envy have been routed here. Still trying to work back in. Still without much success, finally found with a double face. With that wall blocking off on the right side, I don't know if they can hop that. It looks like Demon 1 got around. 1-on-2 for Calm, but the double swing is there, and Glyph will take it for Envy.
Cleans it up on the retake.
And that was a great example of team fighting.
Yes.
Glyph and his teammate there really swinging nicely together.
In main though, Knights on that ultimate, ends up getting caught out in a rough position, dies for it. But what I like from Envy is that when they see him go and see him die there, they take this pause. That's what you're bringing up, right? They freeze for a moment here. And then take a much better approach into the backside fight as Rossi comes around from Market. There's that jump you mentioned from Demon 1. He's in a great position to line up with Glyph.
Nice plan making, Glyph. Let's go, bro.
And Furia, they've been putting their pennies together to force in round after round. Finally, it's broken here.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of light armor with a couple of rifles to do something. Ironic that it's the big ult round where nothing is found.
I love this though, recognizing that mid is weak, they really quickly walk into this space.
Intelligent drone from Glyph, but it just tells him the inevitable. Tells him that there's players here and allows the rest of Envy to respond in turn. So 2 down already. Qual has really struggled at the start of a lot of these rounds. Of course, here you give him the slack with a pistol in hand, but it's been a tough start to this map too for him.
Spike planted.
Just pistols now in this post plant.
One enemy remaining.
Nicely done. On both fronts, Envy winning out. I mean, that looked so controlled in contrast to the previous anti-eco. Envy fully dialed and reacting to the mid-fight instead of over-pushing it.
I think Hezin especially had a really good approach to that one. He knows his teammates' TP is there, and instead of over-swinging, over-fighting, he waits for the approach from the other side, puts down a hinder, and protects Knights as he TPs back. You can see that sequence there.
Yeah, nice.
Perfect hinder. Very nicely done. I want to see that Kesnit, the man who can take aggression when it makes sense, be reserved when it doesn't, play off his teammates well. That's a lot of hot hands for Coach Shaw.
If the hands are flowing, the mind is too, I suppose. And he's got to keep those hands ready to press that big red button.
Of course.
Right? You don't want to be slow on the draw there. Miss your opportunity. So it will be a Furia timeout, trailing by 2 for the time being. And Basic has his ultimate coming into this on the deadlock. I don't know. I'm still such a believer. Maybe I'm a bit biased because...
Do you want them to just go back to side hits?
Just hit sites, honestly. Yeah. Like, it was so effective versus Leviatán. I think the utility is so strong as well. And you're not really dealing with, I don't think, the same level of threat that Envy were exuding in terms of early fights with Demon 1 on the chamber in the previous map. I think they're actually afforded a lot more space into mains.
I do agree with you. However, I think that Envy are making a great decision in this timeout to buy Knights an Operator. I think that's a really good choice. Because, as you're saying, they want to be saving this utility for their site hits, have the net nade combo for backside. But you look at the rest of their comp, and they do have tools, a drone or a paranoia to clear up into main. But they want to be as greedy as they can to hold on to that. And if you don't read into this Operator, and do just go for a site hit, that could suddenly turn deadly.
We'll see the adjustments from Furia. There will be a more deep focus on mid control as the shock dart doesn't quite have the distance to catch the trip. Almost caught Knights, as a matter of fact, who's repositioned here with the Operator. There is an attack cage ready to go.
But he's walking back. It's a very deep trip. Lets him walk out into this space, catches them late.
Here we go. Basic. Ready to capture an opponent here. Ultimate at the ready. No one found just yet, and he spots him. No TP. Picks up the Cypher. Not even bothering trying to free Rossi. It's just going to mean his death anyways. Basic for 2. And now the paint shells as well separate Envy for a moment. It's a triple util combo while Artson was walking through mid. It is those type of layers which enabled Furia to dismantle the best team in the world. They've come up to a big success now, though. Envy just ignore the wall on backside. 2 on 3 now. Furia right around the corner. Waiting for this as Kesnit steps forward. And quick on the retreat. Now the camera seeing both. Furia's utility is just so annoying. It's so disturbing this deep into the round to see a Cypher cam reveal you all. Still see smokes to box you off on site. To play around, still you have to get through the sensor. The stuns are nasty. Demon 1, does he have the time? I believe he does. Demon 1, what a moment.
They had literally everything, but it was not enough to stop Demon 1. The Red Bull clutch at the 11th hour. And Envy keep the pace rolling.
What was that, a 2-on-4 for the
It
retake?
was. And this round was so good to start. The util combo, the split towards Boba. But Demon 1 just does it to him in a 2-on-1.
It's me and you, bro. It's me and you, brother. It's me and you, bro. Bro.
So right back into it. Again, Furia discombobulated on the buy. A couple of Guardians. But again, it's because they're one of these light armor teams, they can always kind of force something up and still be able to buy in the next. Hasn't quite mattered in a game like this as Nights Off will find its mark.
Remember, it was this half, the attack, where Furia got 11 rounds versus the Masters London champs.
Yeah, Leviatán got 1 round.
Yep.
So look, you've been praising Envy at the start of this map. Are they 6 times better than Lev? I mean, the numbers don't lie.
No, numbers would never lie.
Except this time in
Except
particular.
for when they play Lev.
Let's see if Envy can close. Like, that's really the question we're going to be asking now. Envy, commit that Waylay ult here on the anti-eco. That's a double ult on the anti-eco. And look at them carve. Good lord. Glyph with a pair. Comes like, they really wanted all that for us. Okay, Demon 1 again. And that is a round where Envy only take damage on a pair of players. 7 on the board now for Envy.
They just got incinerated in main. Really great stuff from Envy, showing that, hey, you've been showing us util combo upon YouTube combo. YouTube combo? Yeah.
I mean, it'll probably end up there.
Yeah. This is great work from them. It was a little expensive for an anti-eco. But a round's a round. You're up 7-3. Knights has another op in his hands. They are feeling confident. And Furia might give you your wish. They have 4 players towards A main. A net early to get control of main.
Yeah, that net guarantees the one-way can't be stepped past. Knights would be crazy if he went for that. Just considering maybe using the distraction of the walk down mid. And we have the stack, and Knights just waits for the one-way to dissipate. Instant connection. And another round that Kuala-Noob doesn't get to play.
They're really taking their time in this mid-round. They slow down, and that gives a chance for Envy to get aggressive. Their success on both maps, I think you can tie it back to putting this pressure on, the mid-round aggression, giving you that next thing to worry about. And Furia have an in-bed with Artson. He calls his team back towards him, but Envy have not moved a muscle.
This is literally round 2 from Furia. Remember when Artson was here with the Ghost? Rest of his team went heavy around the left side. That allowed Artson to secure a 2K. Gonna need some kind of similar magic if they want to pull this round back. Knights doesn't have an angle for now. And it looks like Envy are playing this one diligently. Knowing they have the numbers, they can play back there. Choose to bust down that wall. Broken almost instantly. But now the question will be the retake. Even on a 5-on-4, that is not so easy as Deadlock puts down the deep sensor. Artson could support massively.
Breaks that down. There's no util left. They've done a great job being diligent with this.
The dash in as well. I mean, the duelists for Envy truly doing so much work. It is only Basic to hold on, pulls out the ult, picks up a player. And now Demon 1 needs somehow to deal with Basic. Glyph will fall victim as Calm comes around the corner. Rossi for another clutch. The sensor stuns him up, but forced to reload. Allows Rossi forward around the corner. It is Rossi again.
This is no problem.
Surely not again. Surely not once more as Calm comes out and claims the round for Furia.
It's a sick round from Basic. Dancing around that slanted box. Getting everything done for his team. The ultimate is well connecting.
Yeah, he only unlocked that because of the kills he got.
And this was a round that looked good for Envy. Knights got that opening shot. They have a 5-on-4 with the right read with all of the utility broken. But Basic didn't need any of those tools. Just needed an ult, his gun, and he brings the 4th home for Furia.
So even though it's a Furia round win, you see the power of the Yoru pick. That wild card. Envy chose to put Knights on. Now the clone can disrupt the double duelist, but this double duelist going active now. 1 kill already for Kesnet. These A main fights have been devastating for Envy.
They've had a lot of variance in how they refight this space. It's looked good almost every time. They're still going, though. Look at Knights walking up under this one-way.
Just waiting for the smoke to fall. Just last round he abused that, but this time, choosing not to overextend, nearly gets the flick. Will survive on 20 health.
Yeah, he's lucky to get out of here. Elsewhere, Furia have taken mid-control. They might want to call back towards Arsene yet again. But he's more passive. He doesn't know how many could be behind that operator.
Yeah, the trouble is Art doesn't have a smoke refresh. You can't smoke off either the right or left side of mid and really create some chaos on the map.
Although towards B, Kong doesn't have great information either.
Yeah, Envy have seeded a lot of the mid space. So it'll be a scouting ult up on the box. Artson instantly set back, and he didn't really see anything. So Calm, just off that dart now, trying to find the Cypher, and Rossi just gets out of it. Now the pinch into the site with only 20 seconds left. There is no control for Furia until this hat comes down. Reveals the anchors on the site, but with 12 seconds left, Rossi is still there.
10 seconds left.
Putting the pain down on Furia. And with 20 health left, coming out from the dimensional drift, Artson will shut him down, but no time left. He needs the kill. Has to find the player, and Demon One challenges him, of all things, confident to take the duel and to claim an 8th round for Envy.
It's a really good half out of Envy. I think they came in with an interesting composition and with good specific ante. In the early rounds, playing heavy for mid and fast flanking behind this brutal post-fight utility. Later on, showing us numerous aggressive re-clear looks in the mains. The execution here was good. It was a nice individual map from guys like Kesnet, Knight, and towards the end in some of these big rounds, Rossi as well. 8-4. That's a massive lead. Is it enough for their first map win?
Wait till 4 seconds, bro. What are you doing?
I'm not so sure. Let's go ahead and find out after we come back from the break.
All right, Koala, let's check in on the Furia rebuild, if you will. What are you happiest about with this rebuild?
I'm happiest that I feel like I have a little bit more support for me as an individual now with Duelist, so it's nice. It boosts my confidence, and you know, there's a lot more like calm, I guess, if that makes sense. Like we're a lot more calm as a team.
What would you love to see the boys work on moving forward? It's only week 3, but you know.
I mean, I think it's just confidence and just like trusting each other. We're obviously like having a rough start, so you know, I feel like just like getting that win, like we know what we could do. We scrim and we do really good. Like we just need to show it in the server, like in a real match. And you know, I feel like once we get that first win, it'll be like a sigh of relief for me. I'm not like, I've been on the Furia roster with Art for like the beginning, and we're on like right now like a 7 or 8 loss streak. Like, oh my god, please just give us a win. Please.
Best of luck today.
Koala there begging for a win and in a good position after map 1. Unfortunately for him and the rest of Furia, they trail by 4 this time around instead of the 2 that they found themselves in back on Haven. What's going to be the turnaround now? They have to show off this comp on the defense.
Yeah, they barely had to last time they played. Won 13-1 against Leviatán in the first week of play. And they only had to play 2 rounds on attack, thanks to their dominance, or rather on defense, thanks to their dominance on that attack side. Now gonna get tested here against an Envy. So it's solid this map.
I mean, solid. They're just completely outgunning Furia right now. Furia's half of their wins were the pistol and the bonus. Then they won in Eco. So one honest rifle round has been won by Furia. And in this pistol, a tough story as Knights knocks down 2. Now sets up for a very forward post plant.
I love the way that they approach that. The fast split into market absolutely cooks both these anchors.
Oh my word.
Okay.
He just knows. I suppose, okay. He's throwing us off the set. Like, not making it too obvious. Finding him through the walls. Fight getting prepared now from Fury as they step back in. That's a good shot from Koala Noob, and all of a sudden Rossi has to be a hero once again. A Kalat 2K. And now he's looking at a wall down on the ground. Calm has a chance. And this reload, forced to go for it. Knights, from the start to the finish, the hero of the round.
I don't know what was happening at the end there with Rossi dancing around in main, but Knights has his back. And this was...
I really hope we get the replay of Rossi.
Yeah. I want to see first the way that they opened this round, though, and show that again. I think Knights actually Yoru TP'd up through mid to get that super quick timing where he split in. Yeah, here it is. TP's in as soon as that Waylay's diving. That's so nice.
So
Artson
sick.
has to look at 2 different angles. And then as they scale back sight together, it's great yet again. And we just see the good parts from Rossi, which were quite nice.
I mean, this whole game has been a good part of Rossi. 14 kills to 7 deaths.
Another advantage of this Yoru, you can disrespect that net combo.
Yeah, I mean, even there, I mean, obviously he's able to teleport away after the fact, but he got fully in front of that combination. And that's just a great timing to know you have.
Take flight.
Right, that's something you can abuse in future rounds. Just full on sprinting past it. Early kill from Kesnet. That was so deep.
Yeah, I didn't even see where that, I think just diving in and then refracting out. Gets a weird angle onto that player back Boba.
Now Furia kind of scratching their heads like, wait, I thought their whole team was here. Where'd they go? It's quiet. Okay, calm, go back A. Figure out what's happening. Maybe they're up through our walls. Maybe they're up in mid. They could be anywhere. So by going full quiet, Envy have broken Furia's ankles in their entirety.
They don't know it yet, but this B site is completely free. Rossi's going to slowly figure out the picture as he contacts through market, and the dart sees nothing back sight.
30
So I'm not a big fan of the gamble rotates after a noise cut like this because, well, if you gambled right and they are going A, you're getting there probably still a little bit late compared to Envy. And, well, if you guess wrong, then it's just a free site and you give up the chance for the stack.
Okay, Rossi. Well, yeah, it's just a ghost. That's all right.
And they have to work through the door too, so a lot of time wasted from Furia. And all things considered, probably just looking to die to the spike again, and that's why this forward fight was being held for a moment.
Yep, you just wait.
The tick comes in quickly.
Knights needs to get out with this outlaw. We'll have a couple players in a position to test. They don't want to.
Nice.
They go towards the spike, but he catches one more on the way out. As it's a very clean anti-eco here. Envy up 10-4 now. 4 weapons saved through. They're on the precipice of their first map win this stage.
And again, Furia have been getting out-aimed in the rifle rounds. So by winning this pistol, Envy have kind of put the issue to bed. Just need a few clean looks out of them, and they can get that map in the win column.
So Furia need to get a win on the board here. They struggled on the pistol round versus the fast dive from the duelist. The combination. And there might be another play cooked up. You see those pings coming towards mid. Maybe consideration to split there, crunch the market players yet again.
But that's where these sensors are going to come in a big way. If Furia are in positions to play off of them.
You can just walk past them.
Well, yeah, right now, Calm isn't in a position to swing or take that fight. He just steps into it anyways. Dinked into the head, 10 HP, and the Classic is good enough for the kill. Now Koala Noob finally activates into a round. Nice to see him show up there. Trade out his teammate.
I liked that read from Envy, but Furia this time had a good reaction. Get that pick onto the player top box, and Artson,
wow,
he's just been going for a walk. This should be 2 free kills.
I mean, Furia have completely swarmed the map. Stepping 2 players through A main. Koala spots the first and sends him straight into Art. Furia will deal with Envy on their bonus round, but now they have to keep this moving.
And I think that Envy are going to have more to show us with these creative double dive plays. They were setting up for one here as they contacted top mid. Calm, honestly, should have died there. If that wasn't an outlaw or the headshot connected, he would have been gone. You're looking at a round where suddenly it's a solo B-Anchor getting pinched. But instead, Furia keep control. And they get another round here with their guns.
Gun rounds have looked good for Envy. Now they need to work past the double Senti setup, but they're going straight into the aggro side of the map. As Calm will take down Knights, this complicates things. Down a player, but with control over mid. This is a tough round to try and navigate from Envy. We're gonna have a chance to listen to see exactly how they get it done.
Yeah, they're
Wait,
getting
it's a bad
our
drone.
way.
It's a bad drone. It's all nothing.
Can we back to A?
We walk A, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got there.
Okay.
I can bait it, guys.
Let's break the wall. 3, 2, 1.
I can bait it, guys.
I'm gonna smoke the right side again. Yeah, passive camp for B.
Bro, I think we got B.
It's weak B. It's weak B, guys.
Close, break the door and we take B.
Close the door? Close the door?
No, break the door.
Yeah.
Break the door and shock there. You have shock there?
I already shocked this one close. I'll shock
We
B.
made noise towards B. They know we're
I'm gonna go default. I'm gonna go
Okay,
default.
I'm gonna
camp here.
God, I think we contact out, bro.
They're playing retake with bullets, boys. 3, 2, 1.
I'm gonna smoke deep spawn then. I'm smoking deep spawn. I'm
Yeah.
gonna burn your
Go,
market
go.
now. 3, 2, 1. One in deep.
I'll backside.
Backside.
Two there.
I'm slowing down, please. I'm slowing backside. You can go
I'm going.
Get it outside.
Left, swinging left.
Spike down B.
Hey, 117. It's okay. They wasted ults, guys. It's fine. Bro, that should.
We
Guys.
can buy again, no?
No.
Was that a they wasted ult Calm?
Yes.
We got 3 kills.
And one flawlessly?
That's wild.
That's my idea.
You know what? I respect it. I respect it from Envy. I mean, look, truth be told, very tough round. They lose their Yoru from the start. And then they just never saw a player, I suppose. The utility, the dart connecting on 3 players. Envy never figured out how to shoot that.
But they did break the door.
It took them a while.
Yep.
Next time they'll work on the dart break and it's just full steam ahead from there. And that puts Envy into a tough spot. That's just a Guardian for Kesnet.
Ooh, that sonic sensor is gross. So hard to clear that away
well,
unless you have a Yoru clump.
Yoru moment. This is like back on Ascent when the double Senti was getting played.
It's a great pick to counter this deadlock.
Everyone was picking up the Yoru to take it back then. Yoru was also just completely busted back then.
Yeah, he's a little less good now.
Stylistically, the matchup has always been fantastic for him. Breaking both the Cypher and the Deadlock util.
This is quite a walk to go on. 5v4 in an anti-eco.
That was also the single rifle that Kesnet had.
Oh.
That fell down. So chances looking a little bit dire now for Envy.
Yeah, take a look at what they're walking into. Tripwire, sonic sensor. They break one of them. Here comes the second.
Let's see. No more clone to work with, and this one way is even more frustrating. Shot dart. And that's an easy kill for Calm. That is now 4 util kills in the last 2 rounds. Calm putting on a clinic here.
So back-to-back rounds without a Furia player dying. And their lead is now cut down to 3 when you're looking at Envy.
And building up a buffer for Fury. Even if they do lose a round here or there, they're saving so much cash by not losing any players.
There's that kill onto the hero rifle.
That's a tough way to go.
Yeah, a bit hopeless there for Rossi to get out of that one. Envy will call a bit of a timeout here after losing these rounds on the trot. And I think good news for them, first of all, is they have some of their key ultimates online. I honestly liked a lot of these faster early rounds. We talked in the first half about them just going for execs with the deadlock. I think you kind of want to see that again for Envy. But the stakes are high here. You look at this chart of winless teams. Americas right now with 4.
Yeah,
0-3 on all of those squads.
We've got 2 of them going on right now. And if you want to see Crew and Cloud9 face off, they're playing first tomorrow as well. But I think what Fury have found in these last 2 maps is they've found themselves in a deficit. They had to fight all the way back on Haven. Now they have the winning recipe, and by building up 3 rifle round wins in a row, they can cast off the doubts of that first half and bank on the strengths of their comp.
And more so than getting evaporated by Leviatán or ran over in any of these other games. If Envy get 2-0'd here, this is the most heartbreaking loss. Because you looked like a team, you had good prep. You were a round away, you had 3 chances to close out map 1.
And you go from being the best team in the Challenger and Ascension system back in Americas in 2025. And all of a sudden, all those teams that didn't get that crack at you last year are going to be looking at you as the easy mark come that play-in tournament.
You don't want to get embarrassed like that. You don't want to go into that tournament winless.
Fury in the same spot. Still need to work back here. They're working against triple ults on the other side. And the Yora ult plus Sova ult, a brilliant combination. Everybody knows about it now. Sensor broken as Knights works in, but he finds no one, so it doesn't set up the follow-through out of Glyph.
They didn't even really scale off it, though. Fury is already absorbed back into the site.
They're slow, and there's a wall blocking off the late mid-lurk. Out of Rossi. Now Kesnet lights up the site. Art trying to teleport out to the left-hand side, and Koala throws a rocket straight down the gut. 1 kill already for Fury as the spike is starting to debate whether or not it should stick around on A. And the drone seeing the omen tells Furia everything they need to know.
And we have blown most of the tank here.
But the wall broke in mid, so Rossi can come in.
It's getting watched. He would need to win that fight.
Furia know all their angles. Now it's just about hitting the shots. They both step away at the wrong moments, and Rossi pounces. Can the rest of Envy do the same? Look at Rossi. A couple of huge rounds, but with so little time. Envy have found a way into the site. Koala, the only one to possibly play spoiler, as he's distracted by the camera. Rossi hits a third. He has put his team on his back in this round. A round where things could have slipped completely away. Now he's pushed back. Shy advancing. 2 players stacked on the right-hand side. What can he do? Absolutely nothing. Envy steady themselves and take round 11.
It's a huge round from Rossi because this looked so grim. You watch back the start of this round and see the investment in Yora ult full clears the A site. They put a Waylay ult in behind it, but no one scales off it. The second that Raze ult is ripped, their shoot away, they're out of tools, and they needed a hero.
It's another round where Envy hit the brakes, right? Work a brilliant mid-round. Gonna need to see more of that. Oh, this time, it's a bit of pace. Over towards A. Quick dash up and over. Art alone on elbow. His teammates were walking down mid, so he takes the timing through the smoke, and Rossi still gets the better of him. Rossi is unbeatable right now. It makes Envy look the same.
They found my wire.
Claw on a flank, but stuck behind. Envy fighting up.
Here's the Hunter's Fury. Coming out from elbow. Glyph taking his time on the shots. Doesn't even fire the third. Living rent-free in Furia's minds as they slowly consider their options.
Right here.
Can they actually step forward? Can Koala do anything on the flank? I'm not so sure. The util is down. So the chances of Furia, they have been fully pushed back. They're calling it. They have no chance. They are ceding round 12 to Envy now.
Applause for Envy as they find themselves on another match point with another opportunity to win their first map of the stage.
They had plenty of them in OT on Haven.
They did.
But now a buffer of 5 rounds.
But what they didn't have was Rossi playing this well. Back-to-back rounds. The 3K previous here, just a beautiful shot on the lure. They're already up a man, but he beats Artsin here.
Man.
He has no business beating Artsin. He does it anyway. Oh, and Artsin is pissed.
Yeah, I mean, you know that's bad. Only 3 bullets connecting on that. Either 1 more for the kill. Wasn't to be had. So a last-ditch timeout for Furia. Some ideas to jostle around here. And we're going into an honest round of Valorant. Nobody's got ultimates heading in. This is just basic stuff, and I think for Furia, yeah, that round they just get blown up on the exec. But I think these slow mid-rounds where Envy start activating lurks, start making it quiet, have made Furia very uncomfortable in a couple of these rounds.
And it's impressive because Envy have conditioned being able to do it both ways. These last 2 rounds were slow mid-rounds off the lurk. You look back at the pistol, it was incredible paced. pace at fast diving, and they were turning people into pace with how good these exits looked between those two duelist players. And at any time, with 5 rounds left to play, they can return to that style, do another fast dive towards B, and threaten that as well.
I will say, if Furia are tracking the tendencies, Envy have, I believe, always on the freezes re-hit the site that they opened. Furia need to be aware of that. Need to play into the tendency, and Envy might need to think about the same.
I also think they have to put more of an emphasis into trying to flush out these lurk players. Koala has the op here. I like this passive angle he's holding towards elbow.
Doesn't get touched by the dart, but man, Artson, 2 rounds where he beefs it. Furia should have had the advantage. And you know how emotional he looked after the missed shots before. That's got to be something he needs to overcome now. Stepping forward. Oh man, Rossi just owns Furia on this map.
But this time they don't look to re-hit. The rotate's already coming back towards A as they set their sights elsewhere.
And it's really early deadlock wall on top mid too. I think the response from basic to early dive plays has been throw down the wall, stop the lurk, but because of this pause, Envy eat up one of the best util pieces Furia have.
And now they play with the clock. They'll look to fake towards B,
It is a
TP the
re-hit,
Yoru
baby.
back,
Come
and head
on.
into A.
Of course it is.
So this is the round for Artson to redeem himself.
He's over in the corner, sees Rossi stepping forward, gets the kill, and there should be a teleport back over. He still has no support on this side.
He still thinks it's B because he only saw the Cypher here on A. He's rotating away from the spike.
Artson has the ultimate to scout if he wants. 25 seconds left. More is what is required of Art on this side of the map. They don't have Koala Noob to jump into the site anymore. They need a strong anchor right here with 12 seconds left. Can he be that man? Pressure on the site and around the corner. That's 1 for Artson. Good enough to even the score. The post plant now, 3-on-3 as Kesnet steps forward, steps straight into 3. An opportunity afforded now to Furia.
But it's a 2 from map 1 that were incredible. Knights and Demon 1 to close this out.
Demon 1 on high. Patrolling both angles. As Knights see the first come in. Don't come in, Knights, unless you can win, and Furia can. Common Basic team up to take the round and keep us going.
He slammed his desk in the last round. He whiffed in back-to-back moments. But this time Artson delivers.
2 kills to equalize for Furia.
Exactly what he needed. It looked like it was going to be Rossi again. To Koala out of the round. Denied that operator. But Furia stay alive. 4
Good work
more.
from Basic at the end there too.
Yeah.
The clutch moments from him have been so necessary for Furia's map win. And so it is time, I believe, for
a tech
a
pause.
Pausa Technica. Yeah.
Yeah.
Leviatán and NRG fans in shambles at the moment. But at least it's entertaining, right? Come on.
The tech pause?
No, the game.
Oh.
Once we get back into it, there's nothing entertaining. Yeah, we got a player. Don't know what that means. We're pausing for the player.
We'll get more info when we can.
We have 5 people on the stage? No.
No.
We have 2 players missing right now, as a matter of fact. 1 from each team. Where could they go? Where are they hiding? Let's find out.
Well, they should be back soon, and we'll be able to get back into the action. But this is a big one for Envy. Reminder: they have yet to win a map in this stage. It has been such a disappointing season for them, but for Furia as well. You see Artson feeling that pressure.
Wow.
Head in the desk during this pause.
Well, Shy has rejoined the stage. Just waiting on Envy now. But it's really surprising. And, well, and we're watching Koala Noob leave now, too. They're dropping like flies out there. Where are they going? Arjun just wants to play the game. But he's forced to sit here, dwell, and prime himself to walk back in. He needs to step up more for the team.
He does. A lot to dwell on this year for Furia. After winning in kickoff, going 0-3 now. One of the biggest changes, though, was the roster switch-ups. Earlier, we spoke to Shy about his addition to this Furia roster and what it's been like stepping in mid-season.
O sea, siento que el hecho de yo entrar al equipo, los chiquillos me dieron mi espacio inmediatamente. Chao y Artisin me dieron mi espacio dentro del equipo, literalmente como que me dejaron jugar, como implementar mi juego y ellos como que me dejaron ser prácticamente y en base a eso empezamos también como a construir una nueva identidad del equipo. La verdad es que estoy muy feliz en ese sentido porque el hecho de llegar a un equipo, uno piensa que uno se tiene que adaptar. Pero pasó todo lo contrario, los chiquillos como me dejaron ser y el hecho de implementar mi juego me ha dejado más cómodo a mí personalmente a la hora de jugar y nada, estoy muy feliz con eso y con el 3 Basic también siento que va a ser a medida que va pasando más el tiempo vamos a ir agarrando más experiencia en ese sentido por parte de Basic, vamos a ir agarrando más momentos dentro del equipo, así que eso.
You look at Shy as one of the biggest players for Crew when he was sporting that jersey in the past. Had to make a big change here, sure, reuniting onto a new roster with very different players, and in this match, even with Kesnet on that other side, a man that he shared a stage with on the same squad for a large portion of his career. And I feel like in some ways we're still waiting to see Shy at his peak form, being that lurker that takes over every game. It's a meta that's kind of moved away from it. Most people playing double duelists, less emphasis on that role.
It still has some freedom to do it when they're playing the double senti here, and he doesn't always have to be stuck with the rest of the team. I can let you all know at home that all 5 players for each team have rejoined up on the stage, so hopefully we'll be getting things going soon. But I'll also let you know that Artson has still been in that same position. Finally now lifts his head, wakes up. I am excited to see if the beast has awoken.
Is that all it took? 15 minutes, lock in, your head down, and ready yourself for this comeback.
Let's get going. Let's play the game. How about it? Envy on map point. Chance to win their first map of the stage. But Furia now within 4. An operator unlocked for Koala. See if he can wake up too.
Envy have shown a variety of rounds. They've been good in these slow moments, getting Rossi activated into late lurks. Earlier on, it was the fast plays, the double dive, getting picks. Here it starts metered. They show very little to begin, just a walk towards mid.
Choosing to leave Knights over in B main.
Almost every round, Envy has ended towards A. That's the site that is pretty much always been lighter on Sentinel utility.
Interesting that Envy give Kesnet the spike. Maybe an idea to dash into the site, try and plant it and snap back. But it's just a walk on through. Shy will spot that. Cage is ignored for the time being. Knight's getting past it completely invalidates that piece of utility. And another one broken. As the dash comes online, that'll be the plant for Kesnet. Maybe looking to play heavy off-site here.
Basic has his ultimate. That could be a free kill on this retake.
This is such a passive hold from Envy. This is completely different to anything we've seen. They usually play so far forward. And now, with Rossi stuck on site, if he is caught here, that is brutal. He has been the guy for Envy throughout this map. And now he will not be here. 5 on 4, the number. Operator trying to post here as a Paranoia pushes all 4 members of Envy on the left-hand side. The one-way as well. I mean, the utility is just flawless here. There's nothing better than watching Furia retake with every piece in their arsenal. You cannot play the game.
They're saving.
You can't play the game. There's a one-way smoke. There's a deadlock wall even if you break it.
Which is exactly why you should not play off-site against this composition.
Gross.
You cannot give them space, be it defense or attack. As soon as you let them have a site, they will lock it down.
And Envy learned that the hard way.
This ult was so nice as well. You saw he was lining up there on the bricks to make sure he covered all of that default plant position, ensure a kill. And honestly, at this point, it is just easy. You spam one corner, you win the round.
Well, just a few rounds ago, Calm used his Hunter's Fury for 3 kills. Already has that back online.
Rossi said, they wasted all.
Well, let's see if Calm can get 4. Change Rossi's mind. Envy just ready for the B-pop. And why not? When you have the dimensional drift, it's oh so simple. And with this, they should be able to get that deep side control. Spotting out now the anchor of Shy. Placing out another cage, trying to stay alive here and stop control coming in on backside. Calls in the paint shells too. Qual and Shy are such a difficult duo to push away, and it won't happen. Shy is there. Basic as well steps in to support. As NB try to blow up the map, they're not even going B, they're working up into mid. What a shot out of Knights. The A site open.
A completely free rotation. That is excellent work to fight towards Calm CT. And now the man we've been waiting for to see if he can step up, Artson, has to answer for a Cypher in his spawn.
Rossi is ratting it out in the corner, and he shuts him down. So Basic, the hero of Haven, in a 1-on-2. Glyph is just 40 health to his name. Envy choose to double up off-site.
He aced to keep his team alive there. Would need 4 this time.
He's got some time to work with.
Refresh on the net.
Taps it to pull a player away. But there's still a dart. And now the pressure might be a little bit too much. There's the net, steps forward, it's a 1-on-1. But he's got to pull it out. Glyph and Knights, the 2 men of the first map. It is Knights to win the first map of stage 2 for Envy.
Incredible work for them. They come in with excellent preparation of how to beat this Furia composition. And it looked sketchy towards the end. Furia was building something. But these slow mid-rounds, the fantastic Rossi lurks, and they're on the board. A map win here, now a series win on their minds.
Wow, our 2 teams besting their opponents on the enemy map pick. And Envy to do it on a map where Furia 13-1 Leviatán just a couple weeks ago. Absolute madness. And we are heading into a 3rd map. It's going the distance, our teams are hungry. We'll see you once and more after this.
All right, everyone, we are here at the caster booth. If you don't watch the vertical stream, you don't really know what it looks like or what our casters are doing while the game is going on. Let's go check it out.
It's really beautiful stuff. It's Shy put in another one of these brutal late competitions to try and clutch things up for Furia.
Ball around the corner, Envy running at him, giving up numbers. Couple strong pistols at V1.
And you say that with the question in nation, but that's what I want to see from Envy. That's what I feel like he's been lacking for the most.
keep on coming. Keep on coming at Koala Noob, and you will regret it. Ross is going to have to ace now to keep them in the game. Rossi completes the ace.
Welcome back, everyone, as Envy managed to pick up their first map win, and we're going to map 3. And of course, for Furia, this is a situation that they certainly did not think they'd find themselves in after the success they had on Sunset against Leviatán, but instead, it's Envy who will rise to the occasion, force that map 3. I mean, honestly, you couldn't have asked for, Envy to wake up at a better time here, because at this point, it was do or die, right? And they needed something big to bring them back into this.
Yeah, it definitely looked much better for them. And this is, again, like you were saying, the first map that they win this whole stage. And it came down to something that we were not really expecting too much, and it was countering what Furia was doing when they were playing against Leviatán. I think this is something that the team needed. This is something that Kesney was talking about, how once they get some momentum going, they can carry it on.
Yeah, I had agree. I mean, listen, I was under the impression that I think this is like trying to run before you learn to walk a little bit when you're just focusing on outing your opponents, but I can't deny the results. I would just be a hater to be otherwise. They got the job done, honestly. The rounds that they ended up winning on that defense half, with all the footage that they had, the trap plays that they were cooking up inherently as well, were phenomenal. I think they had fantastic ideas coming into it, and that definitely paved the way for this squad to be able to pick up this map win, take it all the way now to Ascent. Yeah, no, let's actually talk about what we were seeing there, right? Because Envy had a lot of answers for what Furia was going to give to them, and as a result, this plays out in the scoreline. But Dan, it was exactly what Envy would have needed here, because we talked about them knowing what this Furia team wanted to do, and well, they were able to figure it out based on those VODs from Leviatán.
There was a clear game plan, and it relied a little bit on how aggressive they were willing to get on the defense. You know that the deadlock is on the other side. You know how difficult things can get if you don't have that space to work on, especially because Furia, as we've seen these matches, they're known for playing very slow. So for the side of Envy, they had a lot of set plays to get that space towards mid, to walk with that waylay as well, and on the other side to have really strong anchors to begin with. So it was really well planned, and also something that we haven't seen from them before.
No, I think this is an extra element from Envy that we're finally seeing. Okay, they've got some pieces here where, I mean, if they can do this for other teams, I think it will be fantastic for them, to be honest, as well, outside of all the other issues that we're really pointing out with this team that they need to solve ahead of time. But this is phenomenal for them. I mean, they've bought themselves this lifeline. We're talking about how important this entire game was, but these ideas inherently as well were fantastic. I mean, the ultimates to pull out, trap plays off of the Euros contact. They had Knights really posted up constantly and pressuring a lot with the operator when, like you said, Dan, they knew that they were going to be playing a lot of contact styles, slower with the double sentinel. It's incredibly punishing then when you have an operator in play where you can punish the contact plays, but they're trying to disrespect and take map control that way.
Yeah, it was the operator towards mid, it was the operator on that B side as well, and then like we were mentioning before, it was, for example, Kesney walking out with Bliff, or walking out with Demon 1, creating that space, and also disrupting that rotation that Furia was making late on. So again, this looks really good for them. I want to see more of those set plays though for other maps, and especially if they want to close out this series.
Yeah, well, without a doubt. But while they'll look to refine those set plays, one thing, as you saw in that MVP breakdown, that was standing out was Knights. This kid is nasty. Big fan of what I've been seeing out of him throughout this entire series. Even in that loss on Haven, he was so clutch, instrumental, Brent, round after round of securing those wins in OT.
I can't sing his praises more, I think, as well, because of the position he's been put in. I mean, there are missteps here and there, sure, but just focusing in terms of this guy individually, his mechanics are phenomenal, his shooting is incredible, and a lot was being demanded of him, I think, in this competition. He's the linchpin for a lot of their success playing the Euro. It's unconventional, and he did rise to it, I think, as well. He's being thrusted into the position where he's having to play a multitude of agents, but he has dominated as well. Really enabled, I think, the entire idea that MB had to work for them, genuinely. It all really relied on Knights, I think, his ability to be able to get those kills with the scoped weapons, with the operator, finding that value.
It really makes me happy to see Knights finding this kind of success. We go all the way back to Rankers, and he was playing pretty much Clove only. Then he was playing a lot of controllers, and now you find him playing a little bit more of that duelist and how good he is with the operator. I mean, we're looking at a team that has Kesney and Demon 1, and yet we're talking about
Knights on the operator.
Yeah, it just goes to show you, right? Like that new blood brings so much new energy, new ideas to the team. And that is the result leading us to map 3, folks. It's going to be Ascent. Will be the battleground to decide it all. Which team is going to score their first match win of the stage? Stick around. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you on the other side.
Well, today's opening act has gone on a little bit longer than expected, maybe, after a long overtime first map, and Envy coming back here on Sunset. Artson has still been staring at the camera the entire
Whole time, yeah.
Totally locked in.
He's really trying to show up the headliners.
Yeah, I miss it when he was smiling, you know? There's a bit of joy.
Maybe he'll smile.
Behind those eyes. Maybe he'll smile after a solid win on map 3 Ascent.
He should be smiling, frankly.
Let's first see what Fury are going to be playing. Haven't gotten a look at this. And Envy, who played the default comp back in week 1.
Hallelujah.
Are not doing
Hallelujah.
that.
I was so mad watching them play default comp and play the most passive I think I've ever seen anyone play, especially who is named Envy on it.
Right.
It was grim. They got stumped by EG, guys.
So quick question then. How do we feel about Furia basically playing the default comp?
It's fine. It's better for their style.
Okay.
Like,
well, fair
legitimately, like, just play normal. Let Koala op it up on the defensive side with that Jet. It fits them. It did not fit Envy.
Fair enough.
This comp certainly fits Envy. Kesnet Knights together as that double duelist duo, and Demon 1 didn't get the op in his hands very much on that second map, but on Haven, if you remember, he was a... Well, I almost said he was a demon. That is true, generally.
Come on,
yeah, he was very good, though.
The opening
with
kills,
the
I think, in particular. You had the strong pistol rounds, then the op on those openers. It was pretty much always there for Envy, but it ultimately was not enough to take the victory on Haven. Of course, if Envy had a clean close on that, they're just done. 2-0 series. It would have been great, but that's not the world we live in.
And if they can't win this map 3, then you start to get a little bit scared for them. You start to think about the what if. So, defensive side start. Demon 1 with an operator, Kesnet, and Knights, both of whom had pretty solid map 2s on very comfortable agents. And a chance for their first series win of the stage to avoid that moniker of winless.
You can't lose here. Can't lose here. Qualanoob, little thumbs up, ready to get into game. Get after it on this one. I think one of the big things that'll have to be upset here by Furia is just the gunplay up against Envy. It was something that Bren was talking about even back on Haven, a map which Furia won. He was saying Envy were out shooting them in a lot of those rounds, which is true. And back on Sunset, it looked even more grim, especially early on in that game. And now we're coming into a map where you've got 2 duelists and a chamber, so much individual agency to just go and fight. Furia must have a solution.
Envy should be the team that outskills you. And this is a composition to do just that. Map 3 of this series, one of these teams looking for their first win of the stage. As we hop into Ascent, Furia on attack.
The area of contest will be mid. Battle lines drawn. Rossi holding a very deep paranoia from Pizza. A little flash on a flash idea to set up Kesnet. There's the first and the second, a stun as well. It is craziness from Envy, but they haven't been able to make it out, still trying to charge in, if not for the good work of Basic. His shots have continued to be wonderful. Round after round, he's only gonna die to the molly on the floor. Furia have their pistol.
It was a nice drop play setup, but when you play those kind of aggressive ideas, one of the biggest things you have to know is when to stop, when your time has expired, your moment is past. And the moment very much passed here for Envy. You see this initial engagement was so good, but then Kesnet with no further util, sliding in, greeting for the kills. It's the same thing with the players down mid. Basic and Shy just gobble up All of these easy picks onto NV players.
Yeah, you know, they hit
As
the
a result.
jackpot at the beginning of the round and then just kept pulling the slots.
Yep.
Kept going for it. And that's where a guy that's steady like Basic is going to get you.
I think that's where a team like Leviatán really shines, because they go for a lot of similar trap plays, but you'll see them have the discipline to not overcommit off of them.
Interesting buy from Furia. And not even an FPX buy, because usually the 3 guns are Phantoms or a Guardian. It's kind of the weakest you can possibly get. And that leaves them vulnerable, especially because there's a chamber on the other side. 7 bullets to the Headhunter.
That is scary. And he's confident. Walking up mid.
I believe he was spotted. So a double face from Shy and Basic, stepping back into him. Demon 1 peppered down to 19 health, and now this lurk from Art, again, just loves to get active.
The round is so strange, though.
On the pistol.
Demon 1 is now behind in attack spawn.
Demon 1 trying to join Furia, it looks like. Let me on the team, guys. But that means that Furia have to make the decision. Do they actually come back and deal with him? I guess they're going to allow Art to seek out the duel. Regrettably, as a matter of fact, but this B side is open.
Yeah, for his death. They will get a spike plant. They will get a post plant.
How do they set it up, though?
I think their biggest tool is Koala with that Marshall. Get him on a deep line. There's no smokes left on the other side. He should be able to farm against these armorless players.
Yeah, kind of ran to get up here, get that forward line, just like you were talking about.
Fires out.
That's a good connection out of Shy in mid, too. Envy, realizing they're down in numbers, down in guns, too. Don't have much of a shot here. So what could have been a risky round 2 purchase ends up getting steadied, I think. The lurk from Arts, and even though he eventually did drop to Demon 1, just getting that first kill, confirming that open sight here. Simplified things in a way for Furia. And they can get even more simple here. With the triple walk back into deep spawn. They're really trying to hunt down for the kills now. 2 seen in market. They've just missed their window of opportunity to claim those.
Get out there, Basic. He will. And the last 2 players succeeded their goal of just dying to the spike. Now, Envy did not put very much money into that at all, but they still invested too much to allow Demon 1 to have a round 3 operator. I think if I would watch that again, I would have loved to see someone being more intentional about the buy in the pistol round to put him in a position where they guaranteed an op getting online sooner. I think that's such a key win condition for Envy, especially against a Furia who today has been playing a lot of very slow rounds, has been contacting around the map. I think that is one of the easiest solutions to make your defense way simpler.
Yeah, as long as you can post up an op and then play to stall out the util on the plants. How many times has Knights with his Phoenix Molly or Wall just killed Calm trying to plant the spike? It's a bit silly the way it's looked. But now with that spam, Koala fully traced through the cover of darkness. Shuts down any idea to split in.
And now Furia back away from the space in mid, a drone. Reclearing B as well. And we are in a very comfortable position here. They have information on both extremities.
Yeah, Rossi's just been refreshing the A main one-way smoke, holding on to that, and also just being in a position to be able to swing on off of his teammate if the fight went tree.
Furia just praying that they'll get some kind of opening here, that someone will give him a pick.
I think there might have been a gun on Koala's body. Trying to ping and maybe pick up.
I think he got traded out for just that Spectre.
Yeah, but Artson had a classic, so he'll take that upgrade. That's not too bad from him.
Hasn't missed the timing on this cross, but they'll have to break the door.
Yeah, and they're very well aware. They might have hurt the teleport. Going back onto site. 2 players. Arm in arm with one another. Glyph and Demon 1 just holding for the time being. This good flash denies any chance to fight out on this site. It's a big moment from Furia. Artson. Beast is woken up here. That's 3 with that Spectre he picked up off his teammate. Make it 4. He is here to play.
Turns out that that was the biggest reward of the round. The Spectre dropped in mid. Wins a 4-on-5 for Furia. That is not a round that Envy can afford to lose. And look at how he does it. Diving into the site off his own paranoia. Clean kill on the second. And then running and gunning his way back around the corner.
And it was that pop flash from Basic that set everything up.
So good.
If that doesn't come in, easy kill for Demon 1 to pick up.
And Envy are dead broke. 1 Bandit on Rossi, 1 on Kesnet.
Demon One trying to get in front of the dart there. No dice this time around.
They were quite aware on Haven when they were playing these slower rounds of how to deal with Demon One's operator. They're taking time, droning him out, and maybe you could critique in some of those rounds that it got too slow, that they ended up not giving themselves enough options in the late rounds.
And the danger is always, for Furia, going to be when they delay, and then a refight comes in, a reposition like that. Demon One, easy kill, but if they run away from Demon One, then you're stepping into all that fighting utility of the double duelist. So that's why they go straight towards him. Paranoia, and he's running on out of there, crouched down. So he can't get penned through that. Will another be found? Demon One! What can't you do? Brilliant way to open this up. And now with that flame wall, Kesnet's going through it. It's 3 for Demon One. Envy out of nowhere. Steal this round from Furia.
There's Envy. They gave us the heartbreaking game 1 against EG. They played this same map. They ran a default comp. They looked dead. But here they changed their composition, and this is who they're supposed to be. The team that outskills you.
Look at that shot.
Demon One. He doesn't miss those. Too damn clean with the headhunter.
And so just like that, Envy into it. Now Basic has an ultimate, and Envy are running a play against it. Paranoia goes up. Kesnet trying to slide into the mix of it all. As Rossi finds the first, and Knights is not far behind it. Look at that. Envy get active. Artson is somehow behind the world. He pulled the ultimate for that. But his spike is back in his own spawn. He has so much left to do.
You can see the awareness. Kesnet heard that ultimate. He's holding back up towards mid. His Basic.
Whoa,
that's
nice.
a freebie.
Just out in the open. Glyph should have the swing, and he does.
Down mid.
So there did seem like there was a gap for a moment. And we have a major numbers advantage. They have the spike covered in mid. That's about keeping it clean and not teleporting up on top of Ticket. It's a bit sloppy from Envy, but it's a win regardless in the end.
The brainworms came in for a second there. Teleport up top, teleport up top. Rossi listened.
I mean, he convinced Artson to want to do the same.
Yeah, almost mind controlled him. Either way, that was another great round. I like the aggression on defense. My biggest critique of the last time they played this map was how passive they were, how they sat back here. Look at how good those flashes are. Perfect connection onto 2 players. The timing with Kesnet coming through mid. It's all stunning stuff.
I don't know. I feel like there was a real window where Furia win that. If Basic wasn't caught jumping up there when Glyph swings, I think Furia has.
Well, here they go again.
They want to run the fast rounds. They're working. Why not? Duelists go flying in. Easy kills, easy pickings.
And a free spike.
That is a half buy from Furia.
But as with the last map, they still tried to kind of tipple their way into this round with a few rifles, hope they could get something more.
Good shock onto Knights. Where the angle, but that's just credit spent, it feels like. I'm trying to throw those in. As, yep. Bye-bye, Koala. Better luck next time.
I'm out of here.
Slide on forward. Good work from Calm. But again, it's just another 1v4.
Knights look so sharp, though. All 3 maps in this series, it's been his day. And he was good in the previous games. The summit that they played last week when he was on Omen especially, I felt like he was the shining light in what was really a grim day for Envy. But here his team has arrived to back him up. They've had the right comps, the right theory behind him.
30 seconds left.
All right, Mimi. I'm calling it.
What?
Furia, it's a timeout. It's got to be.
You'd think so.
I'll walk away if they don't call a timeout right here after
You'll
getting
walk away.
run down and gunned down 2 rounds in a row. I'll take that set off. I'll do it.
You will?
I will. I promise.
All right, let's see.
They're going to call a timeout.
But what if in all this time they've been talking about how to not get ran down and Shaw's like, they got it.
Nah.
This is like longer than a timeout that we've been waiting.
You got to believe me. Shaw's calling the timeout.
All right.
I mean, they've got to work through a lot of things right now. The micro on how to respond to these dive plays is just something you have to be dialed in on. Envy have clawed it back after winning the eco round into 2 just heavy blitz plays to mow you down.
if they did call a timeout, or even if not, I'm Envy here. I'm sitting back. I'm getting an operator in Demon 1's hands, and I'm playing retake with my ult.
Oh, they're not calling a timeout.
Get your headset off, buddy.
They're not calling a
Go
timeout.
for
I
a
got
walk.
till 0 seconds.
We're sending you to a farm upstate.
Don't send me to a farm upstate. Take anyone else, not me. Take Envy, take Furia. Okay.
Get out of here. I'll cast the rounds. Yep. Headset's gone. Christy's going out in the crowd. Later. So 3-3 here between Envy and Furia, as they have had their moment to talk things through. An ult for common basic. And another very slow approach. This is where I'd normally toss, but I'm still alone. Ender's talking to the people in the crowd. I suppose a deal's a deal. All 5 members of Furia group towards B main. Contact forward, Glyph. So make some noise running back as it's Demon 1 behind, waiting on this chamber. The passive round. Can he find his mark? Smoke up, and he's stuck away. So Furia will get a spike down, will get into this site. And a 5-on-5 retake to be played. But a run it back for Knights. And a slow one still, finally. The plant comes down, run it back is in. Knights committed forward, that's one for him. The flick nearly picked up a second, but it's Demon 1! Onto Koala. Calm trying to ring out with the Hunter's Fury. You see Envy still stuck behind the lines of scrimmage, fighting forward. Kesnet waiting for his moment. Now they go, Paranoia in. Calm still stuck in main, only 2 on this site. Kesnet lines up both of them. Calm, he's out of this round. 4v1, it's Envy with the win. They pull ahead. You missed a good one.
I know, I was out there. I was out there with the people, okay? They told me they want to see an Envy win, and that's exactly what they got right there. Now, me personally, I want to see a Furia timeout, and I think we're going to get it this time.
They will call one. Just 1 round too late. This round was so nice from Envy, though.
Look at Kesnet go, man. Yeah. Honestly, I think your read of the players in comms being like, we have time, let's talk it through, we don't need a timeout, saying that. If I'm like in Shaw's head, I think he wanted to call the timeout last round. His player said no, and now he's
keep
like,
coping, buddy.
Absolutely not, it's my turn. Let's see what the turnaround's going to be for him.
Well, they don't have money anymore. They've lost 4 in a row at this point. And I think now they have a couple different things to deal with. Envy could go back to showing these aggressive plays, which what you brought up before is absolutely right. They did not have good reactions in how they fought back into that. They looked flustered. But in these slower rounds, I think they also have to find answers to deal with Demon 1 in these deep opping angles and just the pure retake potential of the Phoenix, the Neon together. They have so many tools to win these big team fights.
How do you deal with that in a post fight? Do you need to get like up and close next to a wall, preempt the fight? Do you need late lurks? Because it seems like if they're just sitting back, they're getting beaten.
Either way, it's difficult. I think that trying to get a player ahead who can disrupt that retake is massive, but you do look at some of these earlier games from them, and Shy, it was his lurks that I was looking at as a key. We haven't seen that at all. I think both things you bring up are options.
Hard to lurk, though, when there's a Demon 1 off on the other side.
Any space that you're taking without utility is inherently a risk.
Even just going over here to B. Koala, the only guy with a gun for Furia. Quick smoke to get out of the choke, and he dashes into the site. First shot goes wide for Demon 1. That allows the door to be closed, and Artson will be the player to play up and close. As I say that, he actually falls back and leaves that duty to Koala.
So a 5-on-5 retake. And again, they're fully back on site, fully tucked together. It might just need to be a heroic Koala round.
There's so much utility. Paranoia, double curveballs, still a dart from Glyph. Good luck making it through this, especially when Kesnet is just running circles around you. Come on! You just can't do anything about him. And the rest of Envy on the approach. Calm backed in against the wall. And there is absolutely no chance he can do anything about it. Kesnet up and out of his chair again as Envy hit 5.
Furia looked like they were just waiting for the inevitable. They hunker down on the site, and Envy runs circles around them. They need something else in these post plants. They need forward space. They need a second angle. They need a fight for something. But here they don't. And Kesnet runs a rough shot over them with the overdrive.
He just looks uninspired right now.
It feels so good to watch Kesnet like this. After what a bad stage he's had, to be topping the charts for his team.
B main fight. Get ready for it. Flash up through the window, and here goes Kesnet. Already quick on the slide, but no one shows themselves. Furia not wanting to take any chances, but the early ante pays off this time. They don't get run down.
You see that, and you want to quickly react elsewhere, but the Demon One's off. It's a challenge.
This is interesting, though, because Envy looked like they wanted to pivot mid, but they're back to B main, letting Demon One be the guy to step up here instead. As his angle is covered, he'll retreat, and to re-clear in B main from Envy spots no one. They're going to preempt that a bit and start shifting A.
But do they stay mid when they hear that trip get broken? 3 players now posted there, and a great setup here. Look at the paranoia off of the contact of Demon One's off in tree.
Envy are so mobile right now, but maybe getting lost in the sauce a bit, expecting a re-hit on the B side.
But Chrissy, if they hold tree, their retake is so good.
Ooh, that legged him. Shy on 30. But he'll whisk away. That still means some threat in mid, especially as Envy have fully given up. There's no one hanging out in mid right now, so alert could be on the cards. They have no way of knowing. Demon One up in heaven, and Rossi blinded up. Demon One needs to keep his omen alive, and he buys just enough time for Rossi to stay in it. Can they make it 6 rounds in a row? I think they can. Shy was taken down low to Demon One's op. He lived to tell the tale, but there is no way he wants to go back in.
This guy's in peak form right now.
10 seconds left.
He's not missing with that op. And he's completely locked Furia out of the A site. I just love how proactive Envy looked in this round. Sure, maybe that leads to some gap. Sure, maybe they lose a sight off that. But because their retake is so good, I would much rather see them playing this style where they're constantly looking for a fight, looking for the next piece of information, than sitting back and letting the game happen to them.
And it's fine because the gaps are always intentional, right? It's a cost that Envy is willing to make sure they have a stronger fighting force where they are expecting Fury to actually be.
We talk about these issues. I think you also have to call up some of the Furia micro.
Another one?
Yeah. The way that they're scaling into these sites has not been it. They haven't been able to get successful trades onto Demon One. They haven't been able to hold strong when they're in the post plants. They look out of sorts. Koala's 1-7 on the Jet.
No matter where he's going, he's getting shut down. And that was kind of a big issue on Sunset as well. Like, there were so many rounds that he wasn't even able to play the game. He's getting shot in the back of the head or, you know, getting pinged up by some kind of sentinel utility. That was a really frustrating map for him, and I think it's continuing in some problems here on Ascent. And I think maybe in a world where Furia start on defense, he's builds a little bit more confidence, he can have a lot more fun, but it's hard when things aren't going well and you're the duelist on attack.
But they have a buffer. They want a pistol and a bonus. If they get 1 or 2 more rounds this half, they're in a good position. They get Koala on defense with the operator. There's still a world to stay in this game.
I mean, every single map so far, Furia have trailed at the half. Haven that they won, it was 7-5. But we'll see if they can actually get within that spitting distance again. 2 timeouts already burned. It's so desperate from Furia.
You want to play? Let's play.
Demon One, tour de force and a rifle to back it up.
But it's such an interesting read. Envy have 4 players on the B side. They threw this one way in A main and have usually played behind it. But this round there's nothing. But Furia have to still respect it.
And even if they figure out this site is free, get the hit, then it's the old demon rearing its head.
Well, that's where they're going to have to make some changes, make some adjustments. Is in the post plant. See if Koala can activate. Right now he's just up on top of Jenny. And Envy don't have ultimates to come back into the site. This should be more challenging for them. They have to get through a door. They have to get through trips now. The Shy's able to set up.
But again, Furia is fully clumped on the site. Only Calm with his second angle.
1 flash for basic. And we're putting a spotlight on Koala. He's got the knives. He needs to make some plays. Has control of Heaven for now. Considering getting back into the angle, and Demon One says absolutely not. Now numbers, as Furia find themselves pinched
into tight corners on site. Flashed up, everyone is blinded, and everyone is dead too. Shy is gone. Envy cannot be stopped.
Even when Furia have a sight, they just sit there and Envy take control. Another beautiful retake. Koala knew that he was the man to make a difference. He wanted to make this play off the back of his teammate's flash. Demon 1's better.
Yeah, Demon 1 gave Koala one knife. If it's not a headshot, I win.
And in what Envy game this stage have you seen Kesnet at the top of the scoreboard? Demon 1 with a 5.0 KD.
They've only killed him twice in 10 rounds. That's 7 in a row now for Envy. Again with a 4 stack. Rossi's the only guy on A, and he's still killing people outside B.
It's illegal.
And now a flash up into main, maybe a little bit ambitious. And yet Glyph will still be there to shut it down. Rankers is back. We're just running at people now. Envy mowing him down. Come on, get after it. Have some fun, get off the leash. Or maybe not. Demon 1's on 17 HP now. This is why we don't listen to him. This is why we stop listening. Do not give Basic an inch. You cannot let this slip. Don't let it happen. This would be a disaster of the most extreme level. And Rossi will come back in to guarantee the round.
Not even close.
Well,
8-3 though. They keep this streak going. 8 rounds won in a row. And it's again the team fighting, but here it is literally just spam.
What?
Rossi holds left click. They pile up on top of one another, and he's rewarded with 2 kills.
What if all smokes became Harbor Coves?
Stop
Thoughts?
that.
Pitch? Let's just cut that out right now.
I don't think Fury can rely on that though.
Good. I mean, we're just gonna run him down. Fury on a half buy, or it's a force, but it's Guardians and it's light armor, and Envy are just putting the fear of God in them. They didn't even commit to the fight.
You want to react it, you want to go, but look who's here.
Demon 1. He's flashed. At least the utility was there. Transitions into the rifle, and it's Furia up numbers for the first time, maybe ever. Kesnet now in. Takes Art's head off, but it costs him his own life. Rossi is getting spam kills. Furia look all out of sorts, just swinging back in one by one. Calm trying to assist from afar. But they're blocked up by a smoke in main. Calm has so far to go. Couple of shocks to fire away, but it's Rossi through the smoke again.
That's 4 kills through smokes in the last 2 rounds of this half. And that's Envy after losing the first 3, going on an undefeated streak to close out the half.
9 in a row. Brutality. Koala thought that he won the round, but then a head is seen just there. Rossi holds because Furia full abandoned the site. They've been getting bullied so much on the site. They tried to leave.
Come on!
And even that was impossible. So Envy have truly stunned here to open up our final map of this series. Let's see if they can close after the break.
Thank you. Remember, my favorite. Hey, appreciate that, brother. Let's go. Mucha suerte. Y recuérdate, eres mi favorito.
Gracias, César.
Good luck, man.
Thank you so much, bro.
Remember, you're my favorite.
Thank you.
Good luck, Tom. And remember, you're my favorite.
You mean it? You said that to me. You mean it? Wait, said that to me. Wait, so he's lying to me? Yeah, he's lying to me. You wouldn't do that to me, right?
Good luck out there, Basic. Remember, you're my favorite.
He's lying again. Yeah, he's lying. Okay, why? Multiple times just in front of me is right. Yeah.
We come out of this halftime with a major lead for Envy. 9-3 the scoreline, but that doesn't tell you everything, because within those 9 rounds, you have to understand that that is the last 9 rounds in a row that Envy have won, Mimi.
Yeah. Ever since that bonus round win, and Envy echoing them back, they've not dropped a round. Both these teams came into this series winless. 0-3 records. Envy came in without a map in this stage. They should have won 2-0. They had 3 chances to close out on Haven, but they fought back. They win Sunset, and now just 4 away from a series win, from sending the kickoff champs down to a 0-4 record.
This year has turned out so differently than anyone on the Furia roster would have anticipated after that kickoff year. They're trying to put the pieces back together, made that change to bring Calm into the team. But now, if they lose this pistol, risk losing the map, the hope of the start of this year could just dissipate in an instant. And it does as Koala drops. It's not been his game.
He had no chance. Executed by Demon One.
Flash into tree. Calm with a good shock dart. But Demon One has kept marching up through mid. Shy in the corner, and Rossi will charge him down. Good luck, Basic. Demon One, he is still in your walls. 3 for Demon One, another pistol secured.
He is 14-4. He's just a consistent demon.
10 in a row for Envy. And this is the defense side from Furia. You can't even bank on, oh, we got the extra money off of a spike plant. You can't even force after a round like this.
Well, this
So it's classics.
Shaw already burned through both his timeouts. Has to take his hands off the wheel. See if Furia can craft up some way to stop the bleeding. Good dart from Calm, but the guns just aren't there to back it up. And this guy's just sprinting through mid. Back-to-back rounds. Doesn't it? Or the Koala tries to dash back in him, but instantly he escapes back into main. What do you do?
Die to the spike. It's about all you can do this round.
I guess it's better than dying to Envy. Got you. God knows Fury have been doing enough of that today. So they'll go out without as much as a whimper in round 14.
Knights
It's getting ugly. It's getting so ugly, and Knights will have it. Yeah, give it to him. Why not? They can't even kill him. They can't even survive. They can't even die to the spike if they wanted to. Knights has 4. Wrap this thing up.
And sure, he'll lose another gun there. But he's 1 off the Phoenix ult. They're 2 off the win. What do you do? Demon One's walking mid. No one can stop him. You try and hold the site. The exec looks too good between Knights and Kesnet.
I mean, the absolute...
Oh my god!
That's crazy. Well, Furia want to take the fight to Envy. I'll tell you that. Envy taking a true bonus here. Molly locks down the lane as Kesnet just runs straight through the utility.
Great
4
night.
players spotted over here. So it will be a quad stack from Furia as Knights unlocks the run it back.
Envy loved going for these early round pressure plays into late rehits on map 2. Here they send the spike elsewhere as a drone works Demon One into mid.
Calm got shot there. 70 health now.
So much of his career he got to have this man alongside him now. His worst nightmare in the server.
It's like, ah, yeah, that's what it feels like to play against him. Not fun. And now, Furia, who gambled on the B side, have abandoned Shy here, and he's playing on site. There's a rifle in his hand, and there's a Phoenix ult being committed. This is not easy. Shy needs multiple kills here, or it is bad news for Furia. He'll have 1, but now pressure on the other front. Calm comes in to support, and that might be good enough.
Still, though, the threat of that rifle and the threat of Demon One on the lurk. How perfect is he? He is just that good. Still, Envy down numbers. As Knights jumped up into heaven. Knights! Are you kidding? Koala to have some chance of coming back in this map. You can't let him have that! Envy are just one away.
Unbelievable what I'm seeing from Knights in heaven that round. He walks at them. So does Demon One. This is a team that had lost their identity, lost their way. They didn't know who they were. Playing the default comp on Ascent, barely looking for a fight. Got humiliated by evil geniuses. But this is Envy. Taking every fight, every risk, and winning it all.
Total heartbreak and total collapse. Artson won't get to play the round. Koala finally knocks out Demon One, has his number. But it's still relentless from Envy. The pressure down as walls are going all sorts of which way. There's a fast lane put down to split into market. And I think Envy just want to bully Koala. They know he's on this side of the map. And for now, support far off.
Just a bulldog. Try and keep his team alive.
Basic doesn't even have any flashes. He might just be stuck in the smoke. No easy way to get through it. And now there's a walk up through mid. Knights needs to work past Calm. It's a close exchange, and now Koala finally is able to activate. Koala tries to reclaim the spike, but he's knocked out of there. Furia finally accomplished something. Stop the bleeding.
They had lost 12 rounds in a row.
Oh my God.
That would have been 13. Had he not pulled this one through.
Not to be. And it was with a bit of a just run at them idea. Turned into a stronghold.
Well done to Furia, but this is a steep cliff.
Yeah. The difference for me that round was how quick Calm was able to shift over to support that fight. Furia need to be in all the right places at all the right times. That round they were. This round, Calm also in the right place. Spike on the A side.
Knights won off his second ult of the half. He'll have that for this A hit.
Good shock out of Glyph. Only one more trip to work past, but the teleport straight into it. Shy doesn't pull the trigger. He's letting them hit the trip so he can take this timing around the corner. That little ping pong play with Calm, real nice. And Demon One realizes his whole team's out.
Good lockdown there. Shy and Calm. And 2 rounds in a row now where you really feel the impact from the Sova. He's low HP though. And not particularly tradable in this position. It would take a bit of a deeper swing from Basic.
I have the spike.
Well, he knows where Calm is. I'll tell you that. Just wanted his. Calm still up there, lapping it off. Still down 7. And I think what we've seen from Furia now is they've dealt with these hits pretty nicely, couple rounds in a row. Shy choosing to value timing over just spamming off the kill or off the trip where he might be more easily traded.
Nice. Killed you. Let's go. That's always me.
Nothing you can do but laugh in that position. There's no guns to speak of for Envy here. They're going to try and run it down together on B. The ultimate, the only threat.
I mean, Kesnet's ult last time ripped him up. Shy's just ratting it out inside of the cage as a teleport to his opposite side. He's in exactly the right position. Kesnet's on the site, and a good turn of the flash allows Shy just click some heads as the smoke comes down, but Demon One committed the ultimate in there. Bit ambitious from him, but now in a 2-on-3.
It's awkward though. He has this spike, needs to ford this river, and that's Kesnet escaping with a gun.
Wow, they get everything they could possibly want. A fake tap. Demon One still hunting for the fight. That is so bold. Even a 1-for-1 isn't good enough here. Needs to get in, get out, and he does! Another fake out. He is toying with them, playing with his food. But convinced they're gonna come down lane. Another fake out.
This time going all the way. Furia have the lead. They're high load, but it doesn't even matter! Basic and Demon 1. Another Deke.
30 seconds left.
He's got his classic out and still ready to fight. One bullet. TP set, and there is Basic. Furia still alive.
How many resources did it take to finally kill Demon 1?
Stress levels through the roof.
The cortisol spiking. I'm just in awe watching him play right now. It's been so long since we've seen this level of Demon 1.
Again, a 4v2, I believe, with no guns for Envy.
Odin market. Odin market.
Oh, still making it close.
So Envy now, the team who has to call a timeout, is Basic. Breathes a sigh of relief.
Shaw can finally get back in there. You know he didn't think he was going to have another chance to talk to his team. And that puts him in an interesting position, because now things have been going well. And now contemplating what to do.
I think the biggest difference, the biggest missing piece has been the Koala op.
For sure.
They get that online now for this round.
And I think that'll be important, because the one thing that Envy haven't done in a while is just let Demon 1 off the leash on the lure.
Yep.
He's playing well on the sites with the team, but if we go back to what he was doing on the pistol in the early rounds, mid is going to be a problem, and Koala will have to deal with that with an op.
And it's a tough duel to win. Koala 6 and 16, Demon 1 20 and 8. But you know, at their respective peaks, both these players are so tightly matched in their skill with the scoped weapons.
A few more seconds before what could be the end. And during the timeout, there was a flurry of pings from Envy, targeting both market, you can see right now, but also in tree. Mid is going to be an area they want to blow up.
Going up.
Very early wall.
Yeah, it gets you out. Cross towards catwalk. This is quick from Knights.
Yeah, threatening it up here with the run it back. Team staying a good distance behind him, and Knights just lays out shy. So with that kill, Envy decide to pursue into the site and calm his glass with this Odin. Absolutely no armor. He's a sitting duck here if Envy get the jump on him. The whole time, Demon 1 patrolling mid. Waiting to find his mark. And Furia choose to come all through heaven. And that's impossible when Glyph has the ultimate. So they're stalled out. Glyph was out of range of the null command. And contact on Artson. Spam down. Koala trying to stay alive. Needs to win this fight on Hell. 3 bullets in the chamber. Koala still in it. To stay in the map. Furia can't miss a beat. 2 players in main. Demon 1 lurking up through tree. Demon 1 breaks the wall, and he's charging it for Basic. He finds him. Art has no health, and Demon 1 delivers. Envy have won their first series of stage 2, and it's off the back of Demon 1.
Demon 1 has arrived. 22 and 8 on this final map. A frankly unbelievable closing round from him. And a win on the board.
Unbelievable. And sure, they take down a team that was sitting 0-3 in the standings just with them, but you know that basically everyone thought this was a Furia win, guaranteed. With how well Furia have done through the year, no one thought Envy could do it.
And neither of these teams will get the bye to playoffs. But if you're one of those tier 2 squads getting ready for play-ins, you cannot look at this Envy team as a pushover anymore. They are a legitimate threat. They're ramping up. Sure, it's late, but at the right time.
For me, what I saw today, I saw on an individual level, obviously Demon 1 completely dialed on the final map. I think Knights playing phenomenally throughout the series. And Rossi in a couple of very critical clutch rounds was able to save the day. But on top of that too, I think Envy's approach on the defense side in particular to their mid-round refights was very good across the board, across all 3 maps.
Yeah, I really liked it from them. The attack sides too, they called some slower rounds that I think got sketchy at times, but when they had the pace, especially on this last map, the team fighting looked good. And I didn't think the ideas were horrible in past weeks. I just think they failed on the micro level at executing.
You're also just playing different comps, right?
Yeah.
A little bit uninspired. Previously, they played the default comp here on Ascent, but these agents suit their style wonderfully.
Exactly. They found who they are, rediscovered that, and now they have the micro, the team play, and the raw individualism. Look at this one more time. It's a no-scope to close out the map. Team in one, the man of the match, as NV get their first win.
Wow. Just wow, honestly. I predicted Envy to win this. I still didn't think it would look quite like that. They won 12 rounds in a row on Ascent.
This felt like a 3-0. Remember, they had 3 chances to win on map 1. We could have been over an hour ago, but they took us the distance, showed us another incredible map here.
And to have that little sign of life as well, leading into the Plains tournament, like you were alluding to, is a great sign for them. I'm excited to see what more Envy can show us, but in the meantime, we're going to have to wait, send it down to Elizabeth, who's on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Ender and Mimi. And yes, I have one of the men of the hour. It is Knights from Envy. Guys, give it up for Knights. What an incredible performance on the Yoru and the Phoenix. I mean, I was just talking to you. You know, I was like, oh man, you're making me want to play Phoenix. And you said, what about the Yoru? To be very, very clear. But I want to back up a little bit. I mean, you came up to me and you said, finally. You know, you have this win.
Finally.
I mean, it's such a basic question and my least favorite question to ask, but I have to. How does it feel to have that first win on the board, especially for you in your rookie season?
I mean, it's great. I mean, like, I feel like we always had that power. We just needed, like, to convert it from, like, the practice. But, yeah, it just feels great finally get that first win after I got here, 100%.
I mean, let's talk about the overtime in map 1, right? That was a slog of a match. It barely falls out of your hands. I mean, talk to me about what the conversation was out there in the back when you guys had to realize you were going to Sunset.
I mean, like, as soon as we got to overtime, like, we started off the game on Haven, like, amazing, but we just lost, like, to ourselves, like we're doing our poor plays. So like we just, after we regrouped, they were like, just lock in, remember what we do in practice and get back and like compose and keep the energy up no matter we lost and stuff.
I think it's, you know, I'm looking at chat and Twitch chat, whatever it may be. I think a lot of people are so just excited by you and the way you play because you are so dang good. Does it feel good to finally show the, like, just the VCT community, like, why you're here?
I mean, yeah, it feels amazing. Like, I always knew I had it in me, just always waiting for the time to show it. Finally showed it out today. It feels amazing, get that stress off.
Hey, what do you guys think? Do you think you did well? I think you did well as well. But obviously, Envy's job is not done. You still have to get through the group stage, whatever comes after that. Where does Envy go from here? How do you keep on getting better and better and better?
I mean, it's a fresh team. All we need is time. So we're just going to keep putting the hours, practice, and we're going to be ready for whatever comes up next.
Well, guys, give it up for Knights one more time. An incredible debut on this Verizon post-match interview. But stay right there. We're going to head to a break, but it's the battle of the undefeated NRG versus Leviatán.
Okay, what gun are we doing first?
Go knife.
Knife first, okay. fast.
Oh.
Next.
Odin.
Oh my god. You know Brock hit me. You're fucked. I told you, Brock hit me.
Yeah.
Next.
Stinger.
Stinger.
Who teach you?
No, it's so hard.
Oh!
NRG are a very strong team. We already played against them. We were able to beat them on London.
Everybody waiting for the re-swing. Again, playing above their age as they take them down.
For me, I'm keeping my eyes on Kiko. Last time we lost against NRG, he was playing really well.
Has the support of his teammates, so chooses to play together, but the flash is perfect. No one can see a thing. No one can see anything except for Kiko.
Right now, I think one of our biggest strengths as a team is probably how well we can connect with each other, especially on a meta that's so fast with double duelists. Me and Spike have been together for a long time. I feel like we have a clear advantage. We've beaten them once, and I feel like we can beat them again.
All right, so we just saw the battle of two squads hungry for their first win of Stage 2, but now let's focus on two squads who have been undefeated juggernauts this stage. Welcome back to VCT Americas. We got our second match on the docket here. It's Leviatán going up against NRG, and of course, Golden Boy here alongside Dryad and Brent as we look to break it all down. And this is going to be exciting because these are the guys, right?
Yep.
This is the Alpha Group top dogs, the alphas of Alpha, some might say. Ooh. So clever. But seriously, refocusing real fast. So last time these two teams met was in London. We heard Sato talk about it before, but this time around, how are you feeling about the matchup, Dan?
It is going to be a different story. I think it should be a really close series, a back and forth between the two. And like the players have been saying, last time it was London, it was a different story. Ever since then, Leviatán were lifting a trophy. NRG were also fighting in Paris. And now they're back both here in Americas, ready to prove some of the learning lessons since last. It feels like it was a perfect time that needed to pass before we saw this match.
Feels like it was ages ago when we saw them play last, but it was just the other day, it feels like.
It really does. I mean, this is, I think, one of my most anticipated matchups as well. You've got the reigning champions of champs of last year going up against the current Masters winner, and you're almost finding NRG, I think, slotting in and defaulting back to the things, the compositions that were working for them when they ended up lifting that trophy. So now we get to see this clash of two styles. Leviatán, who are on an absolute heater of a streak currently, and there's significant questions, I think, with Leviatán as well in terms of have they really been tested yet? The answer, I think, goes without saying that they really haven't. I mean, their matches in Stage 2, talking about that in a vacuum, they've really only played against really the bottom of their group, and now their last two matches, they get to play against, in reality, the top dogs. You get to play against NRG. MIBR now is their last game too, but this is the big one. This is the huge test, I think, to define and prove that they are consistently, I think, improving. There is no slipping whatsoever for this team.
It's going to be the biggest test that they've had since they were playing that close series in that grand final against PaperX. So that's why it's going to be so good. The matches that they've had so far have been good, have been really competitive. But again, against NRG, this is the kind of team that will push them. And that's also something that, even if you're winning, you always need.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, look, when you're at the top of the mountain, it's the most difficult thing to keep yourself at the top if you are Leviatán. But for more on this matchup, for more on this team, let's hear from Spike. We had Elizabeth catch up with him earlier on.
All right, Spike, today you face NRG. How big of a threat do you see NRG to your undefeated streak?
Acho que pra gente não deve ser um problema tão grande, porque a gente já vem ganhando deles em Londres, então acho que qualquer oponente que vier contra a gente tem uma chance bem alta de ganhar, só dar os nossos macros, nossa energia máxima, então a gente tem grande chance contra ele.
Yeah, I don't see that as a big problem. We've been winning over them since London, so we're not really worried about that. I know we have a different way to play for every team, so we're just waiting for this game today to be good.
Obrigado and boa.
Interesting, a different way to play for every team. Well, let's see how that pans out against NRG. But of course, talking about Spike, he's been having a great season. But there's also the guy at the other end of the roster here, right there. That guy, Sato. He's been having a hell of a time, Bren. He's been on the Phoenix a lot lately. And for a guy like Sato, who is so self-sufficient, this is the perfect agent for him, and he has been using it to great effect.
I mean, it goes without saying, I think this is a LEV team that are really defining how to play this double duelist. This is what has got them so many more wins. The individuality is off the charts of this team. I think Sato is so smart in terms of the way that he uses flashes to set up his teammates, the way he plays and piggybacks off of the pressure that his teammates are making for him, and he's also capable of standing up to the challenge, the tasks as well that are laid out in front of him. He is always happy to put on an absolute show and a performance in, out of the server. It doesn't really matter. He is just him.
And he never feels any pressure. That is something that he's proven when he was playing the grand final, when he has been playing these matches. He's always so confident.
Small little anecdote that I want to flip in here because listen, I don't think anybody knows about this. The grand finals, I watched Sato walk out, stand on that stage, and just smile, looking at every single member of the crowd slowly.
Yeah.
And that's when I knew they were winning that grand final. That's when I knew they were winning London.
Yeah.
Because you are never seeing any young player that young at the age of Sato do that. Not feeling the pressure whatsoever, embracing the pressure.
Yes.
He is a special breed of competitor, genuinely. You are not going to find players like him at all.
I mean, I could also say the same thing for Neon, if I'm being honest with you. You could probably say the same thing for Neon too. Yeah, you could say it for the whole team, to be completely frank. But yeah, it is scary just how deep the talent goes for this team, right? And what they're able to do. But of course, as we take a look at the map pool for these squads, and this is going to be an interesting one here, right? Because there is going to be this divide as far as, and I know this is going to be a little bit of a confusing graphic, folks. So, Bren, why don't we go ahead and run through it? Help me out because I didn't pass math in school.
Are the colors biggest on one side? That means they're good on that map. If they're bad, if they're not on that one side, that means they're bad on the map. And this is, I think, a fantastic way to showcase that there is a discrepancy in terms of the map pool, but there's also where's the places where it aligns. I mean, the Summit, if we see that one, both of these teams I think currently in Americas are potentially laying claim to having the best read on that map. We might end up seeing it too, and you might be able to see it's just a tiny little blip, but both teams aligned.
Yeah. And it's really interesting too, because when I was talking to Kiko, I was asking him what is the difference when they last played each other in London and lost to Leviatán to now, and he's saying that what NRG has now that they didn't have then is a really strong map pool and much better than it was before. And still, I feel like we need to test it a little bit more, but this is a good example of what was going on before.
And apparently Leviatán have compositions and ideas for every other team, so we'll see what happens. But for more on NRG's map pool, let's send it over to Liz. Once again, talking with Kiko.
All right, Kiko, now you said your map pool is better now than it was in London. So how is your map pool now going to be better suited for facing Leviatán for today's match?
Just better overall. We figured out some roles from the last tournament, so we're just, getting better each day, and yeah.
Very simple. Best of luck.
Well, continuing that conversation as far as talking about those roles and what those compositions are, it's clear that this NRG team is doing a great job of making it work their own way, Bren. Yeah. But they have been doing double initiator. We've been seeing them operate with the double duelist as well. Ethan played Neon. There were a couple things happening here.
They're mixing a match, and thankfully for us, they're moving away from the Ethan duelist experiment. I think they realize that's wrong, to be honest. But you are starting to see, it's got to that point in stage 2 where these teams are defined by the kind of compositions that they want to play. Some teams are opting into trying to counter the double duelist. For NRG, I think that they are finding a lot of their success by going back to what was working for them at Champs, the double duelist. They have the initiators being buffed, I think, were significant help.
You mean the double initiators?
Yeah, with the initiators just having that extra 10 seconds added back onto the cooldowns, because NRG was so reliant, I think, on mid-round information from their initiators in terms of just their signature abilities. And now they get to lean back onto that. The stalling, I think, they use to fruition completely. I think they have an argument to be made, honestly, that they have potentially probably the best read on Summit in Americas right now. Yeah. And I'm really hoping that gets tested, to be honest, in this game.
They're cooking, and like you're saying, the compositions that they're playing right now, it really fits them, and it also fits Ethan's calling, which is why they have been looking so strong. I think it's really fun to see them not only find that comfort that we saw a little bit earlier into the year, but also add those things like the Brimstone that we haven't seen before from any other team on Summit, and other changes like, giving it a try on Neon, seeing if that was going to work, and if not, just go back to the KO.
And you also have players on the team too who are willing willing to like kind of put themselves out there, try new things out, especially Mata, who we were talking about earlier, the man who wants to main Harbor, but you know, clearly also can contribute so much to this team and can play so many different things as well.
He is a player that, even though we were always talking about the amount of aces that he was getting, how good he was in the duelist, he was always so willing to play anything that the team needed.
Yeah.
Constantly, and I remember even all the way back in Santiago when they were still yet to play a double duelist composition, he was saying that finally when they did it on a map of Breeze, that is something that he was pitching for and telling Bonkar for quite some time. So he's always coming up with different ideas, and they turn out into wins for NRG.
Yeah, they do. I think you've got players that are incredibly bought into ideas as well, but I think that they are skilled enough as well to pull it off.
Yep.
On a multitude of maps. I mean, they ask a lot of Mata, I think, as well, individually.
He delivers.
He does deliver every
More
single
often
time.
than not, he's
Even when
delivering.
they are playing like double initiator comps, or if they're putting him on these little pocket picks of Harbor, he is always the one to deliver these results consistently at that as well. You need players like that if you're going to be having that world champion difference.
I immediately think about Paperex and Forsaken and how he had been such an important part of the team to just allow them to do whatever the hell they want. Now we're not obviously saying.
Played the other day.
Yeah, not for everything.
I think he checked off every agent actually. So
Yep.
shout out to Forsaken, buddy. Congratulations. But no, like I do think about that, and it's like I could see a guy like Mata who is so ambitious, wanting to try and fill a role like that, as well as being an incredible duelist for this team too.
Yeah, and on top of, because you're talking about the roles, but you're also talking about the confidence that he has. We've seen, maybe not so much recently, but in the past, games where they were starting so slow, where Mata was finding nothing and going into the second half, full reset. Maps where it feels like it's unwinnable, 10-2 halves where they're down against MIBR that we saw recently, and they switch it. And that is part of the job of everybody. They were talking about early on about the energy that they were missing, funnily enough, and then they turn it around. You see Mata screaming, you see Scuba screaming, you see Ethan making crazy noises. They have everything.
Yeah, and they need to, right? I mean, you got to, because this is a grueling run. These guys were talking a lot about the burnout. So
yeah, this is why I'm excited as well for this match, is because you have two proven champions. You have two proven trophy lifters. They both know what it takes. They both know that even if you finish a half of Valorant 10-2 down, it's not over.
It's a different flavor from the 100 Thieves Sentinels game, where we went into that one and we were like, hey, young talent, we don't know what these guys are capable of, but they're going to put on a show. Whereas this one, Bren, you're so right. This is proven commodities at this point. So if anything, this should be class.
Yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to it, genuinely as well. And I think that, the map pool graphic that we pulled up earlier as well, showing the discrepancies, I think there are obvious bans for both teams and also obvious middle grounds where we're probably going to see them get tested and get our questions answered, genuinely. This is like, I feel like a Victorian boy on the docks in the 1800s.
What?
And a sailor has handed me a chocolate bar for the first time after the match that we just watched. After last week's games, we are finally, I've been given a roast dinner for the first time. Wait a minute, my malnutrition is gone. There's meat on my bones.
And you should, and you know what, and not a lot of fiber. Yeah, make sure you take all the fiber. Okay, get your fiber in there, kids. Just throwing it out there. All right, let's go ahead and talk about the predictions. What are we expecting for this one? Now, the only one on this desk that diverted from the Leviatán, the VCT Americas guarantee, also shout out to Ender, but you can't lord it over us, okay? Relax. Bren, you went for NRG. It makes sense, it really wasn't take your pick, really.
I think this is a significant chance for NRG to take it. I think it's pretty obvious that LEV should be the favorites, but...
Are we questioning LEV if NRG?
I just think they haven't been tested.
That's crazy.
I'm just asking you a question. I'm a host now, that's what I do.
I'm just saying.
I'm not going to question them if NRG ended up taking this game. I'm not going to question LEV. Because NRG are just that level. I think they're at that caliber currently. But I think LEV haven't been tested in terms of the opponents that they played against currently. NRG are raring to go. They're a team that have been quite hungry, I think, to prove themselves recently, because they've had such a stint of losses where they haven't had that opportunity to go on an absolute tear at any international events and follow up off of that champs performance. So they're in the right headspace for it, I think, to be able to go toe-to-toe with LEV.
I also feel like a lot of this series could end up going to how these, the map selection and how the bans play out too, because they both have very deep pools here of maps that they can choose. And actually, speaking of, here we are. We got Summit to kick things off, then Sunset, and then Haven. So a little bit of cold, a little bit of hot. All right, let's see how this goes, Dan.
this summit is going to be interesting. The first time that we saw, we were kind of questioning what energy we're cooking here with that Brimstone, but the more that we saw, we really saw the vision and some of the way that they can play around the utility. And then going forward with Sunset, maps that we have seen for these two squads, where they are going for different approaches. You see an NRG that is switching it up depending on the map that they're going into and going for some specific plays. But on the other side for LEV, it's pretty much the same composition that they decided to implement in a new map like this one.
Bizarre, Bren, that Leviatán chose Summit.
No, I don't think they did. I actually think the graphics wrong because there's no way LEV abandoned split. Yeah. And there's no way NRG
Yeah, I was about to say like that.
They want to get more practice.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might,
wait,
be wrong. But listen, I'm glad Summit makes sense as a middle ground map.
Summit being there,
NRG have played it twice right now, and I mean, LEV playing it once as well. This is where we're going to see. I think
this idea
which team
of
has
NRG.
the correct read on it. I really like NRG's focus on the map. I think with the double duelist and the Brimstone, the delay that they can run on that map, I think is phenomenal. And then as it gets deeper into the map pool, it's understandable too. We end up into more middle ground maps of Sunset, Haven as well as the follow-up too. It should be a banger series. It has all the makings for it. I just pray that it does live up to our expectations.
Yeah, I know. Well, with Summit starting things off here, it's certainly going to add a little bit of spice to this one, considering that, you know, new map thrown into the pool. We've been praising NRG's view on it, but then we take our, I didn't get to see, what was that last map? Last map was Haven, right? So, I mean, if it gets down to map 3, we're basically into the slobber knocker at this point. But let's go ahead and talk about what we're seeing here for the Aegis Select, Dan.
This is different. Blows was not playing that Sky before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, LEV may be having a different read on things. I think it's very difficult to get around NRG. Luckily for Leviatán, they're starting on their defense first. They're not going to have to find out too hard until the second half itself.
I wonder why they want to switch with this as well. Neon was playing a lot of that chamber. You pretty much see him on chamber every single map. But for this one as well on the jet, playing this double duelist with Spike, it feels like they want to change the pace a little bit in the way that they're starting it here.
Yeah, that is certainly the vibe that I'm getting as well, right? Pace change, let those flash guide you to victory, however that may come to fruition. How does NRG look to try and maybe shut this one down here, Brent?
I mean, it definitely feels like a brawly composition. NRG, they do have, I mean, they're going to have significant answers for it, to be honest. The KO provides you that, being able to go pound to pound as well. If you want to just, again, refight some spaces once Leviatán flash refighting, things like that. I don't really know how this is going to be playing out, to be honest, but honestly, questions on LEV in terms of how they're going to be dealing, but that's more questions towards the second half of Summit. I'm just excited to get into it.
Yeah, I know. We're going to be waiting for this one. I don't know if you guys saw there, a little bit of a reset real fast, but we're going to jump into the action as soon as we are ready to do so. And to revisit once again, if you're just joining us here, welcome. Of course, you're here for a good one. It's NRG facing off against Leviatán, and these are two undefeated teams in the Alpha group. Winner here establishes dominance at the top of the mountain here at Alpha. Question is, will it be Leviatán, your London winners, or will it be your World Championship winning team in NRG? Who is the squad that will find themselves with a loss at the end of this one? That is also just awesome, Dan, that it got to this point for both LEV and NRG so they could really test each other in this kind of situation.
They both got the chance to play a few extra matches in different contexts, try different things, and now go back to what they feel like is going to be the strongest against such an opponent like this one. I mean, the last few Americas champs that we've had internationally are these two they're looking at on stage. And like you're saying, it's nice that we have it here because they both got the chance to practice, to reset, and now to finally be tested in the way that we want to see.
Feels like we're getting a refined version of both teams here coming into the match, Brent, or at least that's what we would hope.
And also just different ideas as well. I mean, I'm very intrigued to see what Sadov's going to be able to do because he's moving up to Phoenix. He's basically been just hammering that role for them consistently in every single comp they have. It's going to put a lot of pressure onto Spike and Neon. No, I mean, they're no strangers to it, to be honest. But yeah, Neon off the chamber 2 is going to be playing the jet. That gives him opping capability still, but it does allow him to increase the pace, play in tandem with Spike on the Neon, be able to increase it whenever the hell they want to as well. I think this is going to be a great match, genuinely.
All right, Riot Games Arena, the time for yapping is done. Let's jump into the action. We got two Titans of Americas ready to brawl, and we got two excellent casters for the action. Here's Riv and Vansili on the mic.
And it's fitting, we're starting at the summit with these two undefeated teams going head-to-head. It's going to be an amazing matchup, and we're getting into it right now.
Undefeated teams at the summit, so it's time to play King of the Hill.
There
to
you
see
go.
who's going to be that #1 team potentially in the Americas, but also who maybe for Leviatán, are they going to get that 10-win streak into the last 10 games that they played from London into now. But as both teams kind of preface going into the series, it is their biggest test going into the stage 2. So this indeed, everybody's been hyping this up from coaches to players to the fans that this is going to be a banger of a series. And also to kick things off on Summit is quite nice. Liz was just talking about it earlier on with one of the players here that they have ways to deal with different compositions of different teams. And now they're coming out with something new. Dendryan mentioned that it was a Sky coming out, but also playing double dive with the Neon and the Jet. So maybe that's a way to counter on the speed and information that NRG is going to try to take around the map of their double initiator composition. We're not in yet.
Just kidding, tech pause. Tech guy Mata going deep in the PC to get it fixed and replugging again. But
this man can do everything. He could have 8 aces. He could own as a duelist at entry, and he could also fix PCs.
He's like, don't worry, I've got this. Seems like he needs a little bit more length. We'll see what's going on in a second. But you're looking at the composition for NRG, the Brimstone, people keeping an eye on a lot of. We don't see too much Brim these days. A lot of what FPS revolves around is timings, and a lot of those have kind of just been like, all right, we're going to get dashed on. It's a lot of the duelist meta right now. Everybody else just runs and has fun. But having that stim, being able to get across the map, kind of mixing those timings up a little bit, I still think is an area to be explored, and that NRG's starting to really get into and mess with teams and be in places where they're not expecting, and that is one way to really just take control of a game.
Yeah, the Brimstone for the team here of NRG was something that Mata himself spoke about with Entree in terms of his interviews that he had with him, saying that when he first saw this map, he's like, oh yeah, this is fairly similar to what we could maybe do towards like looking at the aspect of Corrode, maybe a little bit of Fracture too, because you're looking at a very open map in terms of lineups and stuff that you can utilize, which they haven't been needed to really do for NRG yet. Most of their starts have always been on defense and have been dominating on the defensive sides in their matchups. But we are hopping into the game. Let's go. Thank you so much for your patience, and let's get ready into the pistol round. Leviatán on the defense, NRG on the attack. And speaking of lineups, here's Kiko getting ready here for the first molly to maybe go for a fast hit into this B site.
Had to line up Larry to start it. So that falls right next to the pocket. Stops that engage from going quickly back in. So you can see it falling down as they start to enter. Door closes, but Blows still starts off Lev with that first blood. Even with that action, things are still quiet here as teams set up the perfect protocol just to get this pistol round.
And look at the buys. Lots of shares and ghosts across the board for all of the players too, so a lot of pop shots happen. But this was all a tap. They were expecting here, because of Lev's composition, that they might want to try to flood. Instead, NRG wants to fight back towards that spawn. They trade things off though, but it's still a health advantage for Leviatán with the spike down.
Super smart to take their numbers before they're even getting the plan, however. Neon gonna get an answer back as they slowly also get King back in the mix here, just on the outside of the fight. He's gonna be the last one to act once Spawn starts to head in. There, Neon, Sato making a little bit of noise, but Brock actually has a 6th sense on it, and he still reads King. Amazing play already from NRG, knowing the wherewithal of what could be going on around the map. Trying to jump in, Kiko gets Neon, just trying to be the sentry. And now it's up to Sato. He's been in this position many times, but usually a bandit. Now he goes with that ghost. Kiko gets the first sight. Then a smoke for him. Kiko gets 3 on the round. The Sheriff rings out, and NRG grab pistol.
Nice play in the end for the last 2 players of NRG here. One of them having to go for the hero play, which is Brock isolating his fight and making things a little bit more easier for him and Kiko to play the crossfire in the end. All of them find their own timings. Good calls from Ethan as well, not to just go for the plant and play within sight. Don't give a chance here for Leviatán to really set up to do the Sky Flash dive back into this B site to fight. So I like this look. And I'm not too afraid if I'm looking at the point of view here of NRG, seeing that Leviatán's coming out with this new composition of this double dive. We'll talk about it in a sec, though, because Leviatán are looking to fight right in front of this B main side, but NRG still has the power numbers. Finally, he got dangerous for a bit, Riv.
Little family photo there. Everybody stands up, and they get the kills on mostly the side of NRG. King waltzing around, just the classic. Shouldn't be able to do too much. Armor there, guns. They're going to play this one together, and they should be able to get through, right? King is in a position to make that right-click sting, though.
Oh! Yeah, that's going to mix the audio, so they'll know about this. Should be an easy plant and just set up on the post plant after. The weapons are too far away here for King to even pick up, so good on him to step back, and I would like it even if he doesn't even go into the drop. If you're looking at the state of this round, Kiko's already 2 pips away of getting his ult, so King probably will just want to stay around here, in my opinion. That said, though, it'll get back to the conversation I was trying to bring up in the comp for Leviatán. Because if you're looking at NRG versus LEV in the past, they have already played against this type of style when it was on Lotus, right? One time, Leviatán played a triple Senti against NRG during a qualifier match, but then playing into London, they actually did play the Sky double dive. And it was on Lotus, that is. And it was easy here for NRG to stop that because they kind of knew how to play against it. They won that 13-5. And in this scenario, they understand, too, that Leviatán's not playing any hard Sentis. So they might have to start playing those trap aggressive plays, those flash, and just count on their weapons for the side of Leviatán. So it also gives a chance here for NRG to play things a little bit more slowly.
We come to the bonus round. This is where LEV can start to attack back. Looks like they're getting a bit of control. Just trying to fake noise over towards the right side, but it's 3 straight rounds of B for NRG, and it does not look like they have any trouble getting in. LEV tries to react right away. Still, oh my god, Mata just waiting with open arms, trying to get towards drop, but they do give up the space a little bit to set up that defense for post plant.
Heard the flash as well, so 2 players are identified for Leviatán in the drops that are just pinned there. So hopefully this flash from Sato could help for the players to swing out from there, but nope, it's going to be easy for NRG to set up this post plant.
Still searching. They're having a really hard time getting out. NRG playing the elevation game, high lows almost everywhere, and they can drop out of it to help each other. The angles they can cover at this distance is pretty incredible. And they should have this. The swing from blows is going to have to be a really quick correction. And Scuba gets that one off the flash. 3 for NRG. They collect the bonus, and they move on.
And at the same time, too, for NRG, you could do the exact opposite of what I was mentioned before, trying to slow down some rounds, because also, once they realize that, it seems like they've realized it for the past couple of rounds, because you also are not playing a hard Senti, and your Viper is already setting up the wall on the other side of the map.
What a rush!
Then what's going to slow them down towards that main side, right? There's no snake bite on that side. There's maybe a paranoia or some flashes from blows that could get stopped by a knife, and right away you could add so much pressure from NRG, who are trying this pressure on the A side, just to try to see the setup as well from Leviatán here on the Summit map. Knife spawning 2 on the top of middle as well. That's going to allow here Ethan to call how they want to work that map. They know it's weak on the extremities, that Leviatán are probably playing like a 1-3-1. So they want to prod into the A side, and it's a beautiful opener from Mata onto King.
Right in the funny bone. It takes him down, and LEV are not going to like that. NRG is having a pretty clean entry on each site, so they're not really having to show too much protocol or how they might have to break LEV's defense. And this one should be another round where they're able to collect and move forward. Brock, having that Odin, and last time they played Summit, locks down one angle so much, and I think that becomes so much chaos, is that these sites have quite a few ways that teams can come back, especially once you break, well, I guess, what's that first barrier of, right, out of cave? Then you can split both sides of a site and come around that defense. But having Brock lock one down, the team could just be so confident to set up high lows and easy trades for the other entrances.
Just look at the max value that all these KO9s are getting here for Ethan. So spotting 2 at the beginning of the round, now into the post plant. He spots 4, allows Mata to move forward and isolate 1 kill. Getting closer to the pips of the overdrive, and also getting a flawless round for NRG going into round number 5.
Jeez.
This time, I sense that owner should be calling out a timeout. This is enough economy this time around too to get the operator out for Neon and trying to see how NRG are currently setting up on their attack side. They're putting a lot of focus on the extremities. Do they just want to talk things through to see where they could position this up? Looks like it's not going to be the timeout after all. They're confident of their game plan still at the beginning of these rounds. Another 1-3-1 setup. And Ethan's looking, he's trying to sell a fake here towards his B lane. Might throw a knife. That knife is huge. Cancels out any other flashes, gets information of where the players are at again, but Neon gets a nice little opener at middle.
Huge. Stepping through the smoke to make it work. They really haven't shown too much middle, only that low buy last round. So to be effective on it is big. A good trade from Sato there as they're trying to hold down what could be happening today. And this is really just NRG kind of sourcing the map. They got to be careful of how much further they go without the protocol online. Brock making the 1v1 work, though.
That's actually quite nice, too. They didn't even break the third Seeker as well, so that Leviatán can kind of follow around and see maybe where the third Seeker is at, and it allows here for Brock to tie up the scenario. And now, because the other two Seekers got broken out so early towards middle, you just cut noise here, and you're still trying to play like the fake rotates. But I like over here that we have this push out on towards A main, right from Spike. They know here that mid's clear, or that mid is pressured, that B side might be the take here for NRG at the end of this round.
And Ethan is doing his damnedest to draw everyone over. You saw a second thought. Blows decided to go back towards B, so they're still holding this 2-1. But they do not know Ethan has made it around the defensive side.
And that's the reason why he's pushing up towards middle to sell a fake, but because of Spike's position, they're like, nah, this is a fake no matter what. We could be ready towards this B side. It just comes down to the backstab from Ethan right onto Blows right now.
15 seconds. This is going to have to work. Almost gets the timing reset, but they don't know about Neon.
10 seconds left.
If the Spike gets shot, it pretty much saves the round. He's got to get the target acquisition, but Mata finds the angle as they look for that kill that came from mid. What a king lurk coming out of Ethan for that round here. Spike, some finishing touches. Brock will go down. That's a pretty expensive kill for what it's worth. And Mata still finds the shot there. A nice round by NRG to just take it slow and figure out what that way was into B site.
Yeah, it is going to be very hard here for Leviatán to play their defense so far. Because, again, I'm talking about a lot of the gaps so far in terms of not holding a hard Senti, trying to play aggro. I think you're really dying to the play style of trying to have Neon on this off and getting the best value out of it. But when it comes down to like mid-round information, to get hard scans from an information for the team, they don't have that. They're playing solo initiator with the Sky as well. Seekers help because it was one in a blue moon, you'll have it. But then after that, once you get rid of the dog, there's really nothing that's going to help you find where the positioning of players are going to be at, which is why you're seeing Leviatán being a little bit proactive around the map to close some gaps and plug some holes. But at the same time, as they do that, they leave other gaps open, and you just saw that backstab that happened from Ethan that just got there onto Blows. So
this is also for Lev kind of not, I wouldn't say out of a comfort zone, but out of the usual wheelhouse. What is it? 90% of the maps have that Phoenix composition that they run. So this has kind of flipped that on the head in the way they're playing it. Something they could easily do.
Yeah.
But as refined as it is as those Phoenix comps, I think NRG is able to kind of take advantage of that now that it's not.
It is an interesting aspect and outlook for Leviatán as well, because yes, if you go back to their identity of playing the Phoenix and also a Neon or a Jet, and then also playing a lot of Chamber, that's what they utilized the last time they played this map against Envy, and it was very dominant on their end. It was 13-8 on storyline. It was just them on Neon from Neon, just dominating every aspect that Envy was trying to do.
Yeah. And Sato always says, you know, it's easier when we play teams that don't really know us. So changing the composition kind of offers that as they approach NRG here in another Summit match.
Just the issue right now is that they can't really find themselves in the first couple of rounds here on their defense. And
exactly.
You're seeing how much time is being wasted too. Again, another knife from the KO around here. It forces player to really fall back and then come in to take that space right after. But that means the gaps are on the other side that now NRG can take advantage of.
Big pressure on Ben. Continuously backing. Neon plays his life, but NRG pursues one after the other. They smell blood in the water and do not let up. Instantly taking a site, the timeout gets nullified just like that.
Yep. So after the knife, when you're trying to avoid it, you're thinking for Leviatán, okay, well, maybe players are playing opping on a passive line back towards the B side that Neon likes to do on the Chamber. They decide to walk forward and flash onto Ethan, but because Ethan's there, is like, yeah, I got all the information. Just storm it through, guys. Let's just go back towards middle and split towards the A site, and it just overpowered the defense on Leviatán on this A site. So hard for them to hold out towards that garden, but man, for a team that barely practiced on this map, going into the stage, having 1 week of practice on Summit, feeling like, okay, we're playing defensive side. It seems kind of easy. They're running into our crosshairs. Again, their attack side, as I mentioned before, has never been really tested, but their attack side so far against one of the best teams that we currently have in the world in Leviatán is being dismantled by the IG letting of Ethan on this attack side of Summit.
Yeah, quick run straight towards the bend side there. You have to assume the stimmy was used, and they are just completely catching Lev off guard, being able to chase them down.
So the lineup, Larry's this time for Kiko is not going to be for this B site. They're going to try to explode and move fairly quickly towards A. So far, as we look at the positioning here from Neon, it's been towards middle. This time he's watching it. Like I mentioned before, like he likes to play on that chamber. But NRG are leaning towards an A site hit again. And let's see how they execute towards this A site.
I'm gonna hat.
Neon CT already close.
We're okay.
Yo, get ready to fight cave. I'm gonna ult on the next wave.
Okay, wait.
I'm ulting.
Push me.
Neon close.
With you, Ethan.
Reset.
Could be out link.
One cave, one link.
I'm gonna ping the link guy.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'll ping the link guy soon.
Jet no dash.
Cave, Jet is link.
Tagged, peeking you.
Comms.
On site.
Play for yourself, yep. I'm holding your left.
I'm good.
Player standing.
Got this, bro.
Nice try.
Did an insane shot on me.
A very nice try, too, for NRG as you tried to support the Hunter's Fury to fight towards that cave as you break that door. So you're really thinning down the avenues that Leviathan could take on the retake on the A site. If they wanted those fights towards cave, it would have been a lot easier there to just shut down Neon. But Leviathan did a great job on these trades. And there's not enough damage being done as you're called to reset from Ethan. They're also getting dropped, falling back, which gives a chance here for the Star Hopper of Neon to close around here for Leviathan and get their first one on the board.
Very big fan of the reset call. That's such a neat way to slow things down, but still can't stop a good shot from an operator.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't slow down a Neon. We'll see if they have a better chance here at A. No, King. Get on that scoreboard for himself. Oh, Neon with the collat. And now NRG has to really rethink this one. No, they're just going to press W. Have to finalize the play. And it is going to be tough for Neon. He decides to just go for the fights for now to see if he can get a few more numbers in his favor. Oh, he swarmed. He's stunned up. Then he's spiked down by Leviatán. A second round in their favor.
A little bit too quick to get into the garden for NRG. As the first one peeked into the site or into garden before the door even got broken, before the smoke even went down. And then you see that Neon is disrespecting the smoke as well. Walking out of the smoke left by Kiko. There's that first kill that we mentioned before, but then he comes in for the collat kill right after, right over here. Even finding the timing on that lineup from the molly from Kiko before it actually lands. So good here on Leviatán to find those openings, as all NRG kind of did for the last couple of rounds was slam, and now the timeout here for their coach here on the side of NRG. Coach Bonkar is probably going to say, okay, it's time to leverage our double initiator call here and slow things down a bit and try to find where the offer's at.
I mean, it worked. In the basic part of the game, they realized they were really shutting down King. He didn't have any frags until that last round, but it's the Lev talks, the Lev timeouts that also let them reposition. Now King much more assertive to those hits. And like you said, Bonkar is going to say, okay, we can't just run in anymore. This operator is wreaking havoc along with that defensive setup. So we switch it up as Lev gets a little bit more momentum here. 6-2 still for NRG. A very strong start that just kind of showed complete control over the map. But they have dominance from site to site here. We'll see if we get back to B. It's been A for quite a few rounds here where Lev was able to come back in the last two, and it looks like it's just going to be a fake B, but still a plant over towards Rocky.
Yeah. This seems to be the default here for that NRG comp to try to find that early info. And that's another thing as well. When they approached it in the conversation that NRG says, oh, it's kind of like a corrode for us, is because of those early knife, the KO knives that Ethan is able to do for the team. And then the pop flashes onto the bend to give the space here for Mata. Very similar style as how they're knifing up towards middle, the B main when they're playing Corrode, and trying to take control of Rooster back into the A site. So that's why the aspect is kind of similar in terms of play style for NRG, because they see it that way. But naturally, the aspect of this map is definitely not the same. But with this comp, you could definitely see it.
Getting control of B main now, allowing Spike to lean a little bit more over towards that A side. It really helps strengthen this pit for the side of Leviatán. It's going to be on King. They're going to test him again.
Thing is, they don't have no drone for it, though.
That's
right?
It's,
so you kind of have to like walk in and try to fight this.
You can throw the knife to confirm, but really, what's that going to get you? You want it for later.
You want to trade.
1, 2. Oh my God! Crown him with 3. King holds down the pit, and the rest of LEV now
30 seconds
ready
left.
to move forward for a little bit more. Oh, this is actually Neon playing safe. I love that call. He has no need to really just play up and B main if he takes a safer line here.
Yeah, even if the spike's down inside that pit. Keep your money up. Keep the rounds right. Don't allow here for any other ult cycles to start coming in for the side of NRG as well. So Mata and Scuba, the dynamic duo here for the side of NRG, will have to save their weapons into the next round. The attempt was nice, though, for NRG to try to walk in, right? Because if you actually did try to throw a knife and you kind of just let yourself know that you're trying to walk in to fight, if they actually did try to throw any other type of utility, probably a snake bite from King if he still had that around or something like that, just doesn't allow for them to get that element of surprise. And they were just hoping that they're able to trade out 3-1. But King does a great job here to spray everybody down before they even get spotted. Look at the angle that he takes out in the open, too. Nobody's paying attention to it. Kiko's trying to spray dearly with his Vandal, too, and through his radar pit.
That's the thing about Summit, too, is there are those little slants, turns, corners, having the pit in that area. There's a lot of corners for them to check, but also a very nice area of pit to stand in. So you're the one seeing the outline first. So King just spacing that so well.
Yeah, and that's why you have that battle of the discussion of what is the better initiator, too, in these type of moments. If the Prowler, for example, could turn into the corner, some duelists that are playing raises to use boombots as well to flush players out of these corners.
What if you had a Tejo?
Nah, let's not talk about Tejo. That said, though, it's back still to the tried and true for NRG. They still have money to work with within this round. Op is down, trying to launch towards the middle bend. Okay, well, actually, an early shot, from the Op is going to pivot NRG away from it and scale up a little bit more quickly towards the B side.
All the way up mid, Ethan just starts to back up a little bit here, actually giving up that ground. Usually something that NRG likes to keep to make sure they have their lurk, but he feels maybe they're too aware of it. Is it going to be this rush? Mata, the first one in, but they're kind of cordoned to that left side of the site here. They can't break out. Sato and Spike just able to make quick work. A grinder over there. 3v2 in favor of LEV right now. Slowly resetting. Everybody making sure they know what angles each other have as they look to make another hit on this site. Just toying with him.
At some point, he's going to have to stick it. So Leviathan staying very patient.
Seconds left.
This might be the call for the push out now.
Oh my gosh. They're in the heads of NRG on this round. A good trade out by Scuba still, but King comes back to give the round to LEV. 4-6 now as they start to bring this to a very possible even first half.
Yeah, very nice comeback since this timeout from Coach Owner on the side of Leviathan, converting forward these rounds since then. This orb that you actually add here on triple is very nice for the anchors around the side. It's the similar outlook of how Scuba kind of plays his double cages with trips that we've seen Fireball Ups do as well for Cloud9, is just to mask here the vision of your opponents and still try to catch them off guard, and they're able to play around that to perfection. Now a flash, but nothing following behind that for Leviathan, and I like this too. They're going to hear the double rotate out. Now you could just drone onto Sato and just ult it to the B site for the hit.
So now we'll get to see kind of a full LEV retake as well here, and how far NRG
feel
like they can push up. I don't think Mata was really expecting that angle on that either.
Careful.
Oh. Got a hit.
Yep.
Scuba very low off of that. They're dogging into the site to clear a little bit more space through drop, so you know you're going to get some members through there. King still on the lurk. It looks like Ethan's going to be the one that has to stay in sight here.
This is nice too, though. King just instantly broke that trap from the behind, so he's going to have to add that little bit of paranoia for the two players towards main. So they decide to push into the B site to play 4 players to crossfire for NRG.
1, 2, 3 on the U2. Looks like NRG wasn't even affected by it as they stand out in the open to return fire on Leviathan coming out of the utility themselves. And there it is. King finds 1, 8 bullets left. He's got to make these count as he comes around the corner, and it's going to be an elevation shot for 1. Everybody's out in the mag, and King is the one that benefits from it. quickly getting the defuse down. Brock sees it's red. That means you got to shoot him dead, and he does secure the round for NRG.
Misses recon, but it's okay. At least the spike was planted a little bit out in the open where he could finally spot the leg here of King trying to go for the defuse. But I love that. In terms of their reactions and how you want to pivot these rounds right into the chaos. As I've mentioned, when that trip got broken, both the players inside B main decide to flood back into the B side to support the players inside because they don't want to get pincered from different angles. If you have those two players trying to rush back against King, then those two players inside the B side would have been totally annihilated, so they made sure they played numbers. Numbers it is once again. A fast hit towards this B site, and Sato is just trying to stay alive.
That's how they've kept it collected here. Maybe Ethan mid, but now it's going to be Scuba this time as the site is hit. Ethan gets a fragment. Mata looking for the very close op shot there as he tries to get himself, or sorry, Neon to safety. And Scuba picks up that mid shot. Ultimate from Cypher coming in, and they can just source out the rest of members of LEV here. It does not seem like they're ever comfortable in the position they're standing in. NRG keeps them running around and keeps gunning them down. 8-4 for NRG in the first half.
Big triple kill as well from the MVP of 2026, Brock himself. But then looking back at it, it was a little bit tough there looking back here for Leviatán, or should I say NRG for the past couple of rounds. But that execution towards this B side, look at this. You could not play that map for the side of Sato trying to TP out from hell.
No.
Molly on the ground, orbital strike, and now NRG stands strong going to the second half.
Very clean. An 8-4 first half for NRG. Let's see what LEV has on the attack side when we come back.
Scuba, we were pretty deep into your second year at VCT Americas here. If you could go back in time and give your past rookie self any advice, what would you say to him?
I would tell my old self just to trust in the process. I think a lot of times when things went wrong, I was really down on myself, but I think everything ended up working out. So I would say just trust in the process.
I think words we can all live by. Best of luck.
Back into Summit we go with Leviatán and NRG. Lev coming out a little slow in that first half, but at the owner's timeout really started to show light at the end of the tunnel. However, NRG, they still found their control, and it was pretty much their control the first half that allowed them to get all of those 8 rounds.
Indeed, and now they comp for Leviatán, as I mentioned, was going to be very difficult for player defense, so to be able to muster up 4 rounds in the first half, quite decent. I think I'm expecting for them to be able to have a stronger attack side now as they're trying to push towards the A side. And by the way, I met Brock 2025 MVP.
Oh,
speaking from the future, NRG's winning Champs Shanghai, right? But it'll just be a simple hit here when the wall comes down. It'll be a bloodbath coming up very soon.
Everybody stayed hidden. It's so hard to clear these angles.
What a recon.
Brock gets free shots as soon as they move up. Scuba there to help over the shoulder. And Mata is just cleaning up Neon here. The rest of the LEV members are skirting back and forth, trying to strafe out to find anything as they get pinched in here by NRG, who looks like they're very close to grabbing another pistol round.
Ethan Doe might get caught. Yeah, that gives a chance right now for Leviatán to pull back a bit and to cut noise. Now it's for them to instill a little bit of fear on NRG on where they want to reposition themselves, and that might give a chance here for King and Sato open things up, because King has a sheriff to work with.
How many times has it been King and Sato, right? A story of that clutch. Tough here in the double up.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, they've just
30
split
seconds
with
left.
each other, looking on either side of the box there. NRG punishes. And Sato moving in again. Classic. Oh. Nice little duck there, but Kiko cleans it up. And NRG continue to stay the leaders of the pistol round here in this match.
Nice try by Sato, too, to see how he played that 1 versus 2 inside that A site. The idea, as well as you saw from the execution from Leviatán into Garden, just trying to flash as soon as the timing of the Viper wall is going down. You're hoping that the duelists are going to be able to get some picks on some blinded enemies, but like I said, Brock threw a perfect recon, pinged 3 players, and yeah, there was no way Leviatán was going to be able to get into the A site because of that. So they're going to be into another eco for Leviatán. Both pistols won by NRG so far in this series. And they're doing their own 4-1. Neon's all the way back on the B line while the rest of them are trying to make noise towards A and maybe try to pick up the orb as well for the A line. Okay, we'll take that kill.
There's some shooting through the smoke. A nice ping down, actually. Other side of the map is somewhat cleared by Neon here, so they have some free movement at least to get to the lobby on B side. Other than that, still might need some utility. And a free site plant would be some really nice money to get Lev started in the right direction.
Thing is even if Ethan goes to explore and he's going to be the one flanking, it'll be still difficult for NRG to play the retake into the B site because those flashes are going to be kind of not there to support the retake.
Oh, one in. Says, good luck, guys. You got to get past Brock. And no flashes to make it happen. Another shot from Brock. B was always locked down. It's in his name. B for Brock.
30 seconds left.
Wow, the Doratine for King lops his head off. And NRG get a 10.
Crowd doesn't like that. They wanted the Brock ace. Well, he's going to be 2 pits away from the Hunter's Fury on the defense now, and a little bit of a pain point as well for these 2 teams entering towards this B site. Not really breaking the door, but at the same time, this is an eco for Leviatán, so
30 seconds left.
boop. Just allow here Brock to play the firing range. All right. Bonus round now out for NRG, and they want to be a little bit more proactive around the map. 3 players controlling a little bit here behind the drone of Brock to take that space.
Oh God, so predicted too. That was so close. Looks like NRG very pushed up towards that bend, towards mid, ready to take the fight and split the map right back towards Lev here. We might actually get this fight. Dashing towards
Look at
it.
that flash.
Whoa! Audacious move here by Spike. They go in. NRG's able to answer with blows. Brings back 2. Way to get the collat here. Only goes for a 3rd. I say only. That was close. I don't think they heard Sato just... Oh, that last stomp. That last stomp. Stubbed his toe on the grass. But King comes around. Try to... Oh, Paranoia just out of range. Doesn't even worry about it on the peak. A good reset by Ethan to make sure he is getting that right acquisition, but King moves forward. Getting scrappy here, but Lev seems to thrive in it.
Yeah, it was a nice try. You see here for NRG, after that drone spawning the first player towards that bottom mid, they decide to just, all of them, group up and waited for the timing so that Ethan could pop flash over middle all the way from the A-Link, and they fled out for the fight. They did some excellent damage. But the also thing that saved Leviatán was a cyber cage that Scuba also threw for them to try to pop through that cage and fight. So at the end of the day, it's the weapons from Leviatán that saves them. As the last 2 from NRG, you don't get Spectres to work with, but still allows here for Leviatán to have a decent buy going into this round. A Guardian for King, but rifles across the board, and a quick push by Spike towards the A-Link as Kiko's already falling down.
Jeez. Honestly, you have to love the aggression because he just did that move towards Bend last round. It kind of cost him a bit of space and took a pretty tight round to grab it back in their favor, but it doesn't stop him from doing it again because he knows that's how Lev proceeds forward to gain control of the round, and they have done just that here in round 16, now making NRG wonder where the spike might be as they just wait it out in mid and cut noise.
The good news right now is this trip being placed by Scuba. So he's playing it on 2 parts around the map, one to anchor up, one to get information. So right now, NRG could play in a sense that they could give that up, stack towards the B site, and just spray with Brock's Odin on the B should Leviatán decide to move towards that spot. But they always kind of had an inkling here for the side of Leviatán, so they decide to walk back towards the side. So it's a good call by King this time around to get into the spot where there's nobody to hold the defense. Even Neon on the top of Quad gets the kill on Tamada. They should go in for a plant, and that might instantly force a save for NRG on B.
Very quick here.
Trying to get the orb.
From Lev is getting before it gets planted.
Got it.
When they get to the site. But slow before that. It seems like slowing the game down is just at least giving them the position or the chance to choose the right site with lower numbers here as NRG keeps leaning towards one side.
Yeah. So good news at least that Brock was able to run out towards that B main and grab the orb. They'll have the Hunter's Fury going to the next round. And again, they really haven't had any big opportunities to go for big trap plays with the Hunter's Fury in the past. They've tried it towards that B main line, but I think when they tried to do that, Ethan kind of missed the flash for them to recon flash to get info towards that B main. I don't know through the tape here if Owner knows that type of trap play, so the next opening here for Leviatán might be different, might be focusing back more towards middle again, because they found some excellent value in openings from Spike, sliding in towards the A-Link to punish Kiko. But we're starting to have, slowly but surely, a game in our hands as Leviatán's finding value out of this flash double duelist.
They've been able to keep it varied between both sites. Little to the left towards B, little to the right. It seems like they slow it down enough with those mid rounds and then have gone towards A. So the setup there still with Scuba's utility. And this time, Brock.
Toxin screen down.
They're just kind of playing spread across the map as well. Kiko is playing a shotgun too, so they don't have the best of buys for NRG. So his responsibility is just to hold that drop. While Scuba, once again, could potentially just run around the map with some cages being placed up in the cam. It's a walk contact for the side of Leviatán.
Quick hit. Scuba trying to find safety and really didn't have a target. Kiko seemed to be readying himself there as Neon was running straight through. Neon dodges that as well as Brock comes up short with the Hunter's Fury.
It's unfortunate because it almost feels like now the Hunter's Fury is wasted. Nice little entry from the side of Leviatán. We've seen a lot of these types of pops. One of the ways too that you're dropping a Brimstone Smoke Arm Barn, you're sky flashing through it and just trying to take control of the B site. So they do a very similar look for Leviatán for this map, for this entry, and even wrap back towards the behind hut as he catches Scuba off guard. Should have been an easy judge kill there going in for Kiko.
Yeah.
But Neon just bolted straight line, got the kill. Didn't even need to move around or AD anywhere.
Almost like a Euro clone coming through with just how straight he was aiming.
Except he could shoot.
Except he could shoot. Yeah, definitely caught Kiko asleep at the wheel for that exact moment. And another round here, flawless, coming in for Lev as they bring it 7-10 now. Make a very good case for this attack side now as they have 3 in a row.
Yeah, Eco's economy's broken as well, so you're saving the 3 rifles that you had from the previous round, but do the last 2 want to buy around this or not? Even if Kiko dies, he's able to bring the orbital strike into this round too, so maybe they want to go for a Hail Mary play with the current weapons that they've saved going into this round with it too. But Bunkar doesn't want to call anything for the team for NRG now. It's an early KO knife this time from Ethan. Not a cross knife to get early information on the other side, but it's for him to solo hold this B main line. Does a good job. Now he could just jiggle peek so that the rest of the team could focus now on covering middle and also towards the A site.
Mid door broken as well, so they kind of deny that lane. Give it to Mata here with the Outlaw to watch through arches, and he actually gets hit hard. 28 HP there.
He did some on the blows, though.
Not wrong. Ethan going to come up big onto King, so that low damage still sits on Lev, making it harder for them to really get a good decision and who's going to get into the site first without going down in a spray to smoke. As I say that, Kiko now low.
Interesting ult coming out from Kiko. There's nothing really slowing them down as well. Now Seekers, not going to give too much information, but they are trying to exit towards the A site here for Leviatán.
Brock holding that second doorway, still open towards the B or A site rather. And this is, they're going to have to uproot every member of NRG that's still inside site, which is tough. They think people might just be around the area, but they're wrong. Saving grace is Kiko's a little low, but Scuba is here with a stinger, and this is going to hurt for blows. Oh, the timing, the util, the pressure, the timing is so good from Lev. And they easily core out the site from NRG members.
And it makes it harder now for NRG to retake the site, because meanwhile, Mata and Ethan were getting popped down to low HP on this B side. Only one flash available for Ethan. He's going to try to throw it maybe over the door, but that's why Neon's trying to find that timing.
There it is. Just a quick peek out for Brock. And Neon is reading the play fully. Ethan still just has to look forward. He can't really do much else, knowing somebody's behind him here. And this leaves Mata 28 HP, waiting for somebody to exit for a kill here. What a reset, and kind of just how to figure out that round from Lev with such low HP to still walk it into sight there with Spike.
You were just mentioning blows at low HP, and he still stays alive at the end of this round, getting value out of his flashes so that the team could really run in and fight towards the A site. Yeah, that's a nice little reset there for Leviatán, and when you feel like you had the round in your pocket and you let that slip, that might be the call now finally for NRG to try to reset things and give a chance now for Bonkar to step in to talk and help out a little bit on the setups that they have on a defense.
One enemy remaining.
3. My ult's ready.
Even NRG have their own gaps. Despite them playing double initiator with a Cypher, look at how the pushes coming in from the attack side from Leviatán are still getting backstabs onto NRG. It's very nice what we're seeing so far here for Leviatán's heroic plays, individual plays, and using their own individual game sense to figure out these timings.
Spike playing pretty selfless here on the dive-ins, making sure that space is being gained, and I think Lev following up on it very, very well now. Neon sits at the top 15 and 10. Brock on the other side of 14 and 10 here as we're 10 and 8 with NRG's timeout being called. And I think this match for Lev does show that they can bring out a different comp, even if they're having trouble in that game. Find the solution, adapt in-game, and still make the map count for themselves here. That's exactly what they're trying to do, and it's what you would expect from the London winners.
So a full rifle round for NRG with half shields. For Leviatán, 5 players starting things off over on the A side. Snakebite looking to get lined up here, potentially on that A link. So that give a chance here for the full exit to take guarding control one more time. But the camera this time from Scuba should be able to see this hit coming through.
Spam coming through. Scuba takes one down. Playing their lives now. NRG looks for the full reset, but Spike, oh my god!
He's playing COD 2.
That was crazy.
It's Modern Warfare.
Brock answers back though. Slows things down a bit with Ethan calling the shots on the other side and hitting him as well.
You're hoping under drone sees King inside the pit, but mainly it's now being utilized to try to clear towards quad. Rose finds a little bit of a cover, but then gets backstabbed there by Mata, and it's up to King alone inside his pit.
I don't know if he's got this one. He got 3 on the last one. Can he plus 1? 1, 2. Oh, Kiko's got the trade there, Phantom Gaming or not. But nice job as the defuse goes through.
Ends up still being very costly for NRG here on a 4 versus 1, losing 2 there. But again, all thanks to Scuba's setup into the garden. Gets a trap kill that's with a slight buff that we've gone on to the trips here for the Cypher the past 2 patches. It still gives a chance for yourself to get the reaction and the TTK for capitalizing the player advantage here for NRG. I got to talk about that slide tackle from Spike. That was kind of nice. Broke Scuba's ankles and took him down, but thankfully there was still members of NRG to support on that defense to trade. Now 2 rounds away of closing their map pick, but definitely Leviatán are making them work for it by starting with the aggressive push. Look at that. The dog's going to clear towards that side. Going to take that space for Neon too.
Patience pays off here. Taking down Mata is huge. He's been a big proponent of being the one that's on that timing lurk. We saw him take down Blows last round in that pivotal moment to sort the site on A. So this is big. Lev has also started the round 1 up, and NRG's found a way to convert, so they have to play this careful.
Still a small error, though, for Mata to walk down towards that lane, because they were already droning down towards the A line to insert Scuba while knifing towards B main. So when you realize that there's nothing going through and you heard the dog on middle, it's like, okay, you got to be careful here.
It's a good read from Lev. Brock breaks the door. Mata wanted that with the Outlaw before, and they said, you're going to want it again? Punished. But they're going to take it towards A. Scuba still waiting. Oh, Spike gets the best of him one more time. Leaves him with the same HP as their last encounter. And this time he gets healed up in the instance.
It'll be a plant in. I'm pretty sure a save now for NRG.
Yeah.
Solo hold onto the A site, and this time not having really cages to support him inside the site for Scuba, nor the trips. And on that 1v1 duel, it's tough for him to win this one against Spike so far. But even then, even if he takes him down, there's just too many bodies to fully anchor up the A site when 5 players are pushing up against you. And yeah, I respect what you're mentioning here, Riv, in terms of Mata walking down with the operator. He's gotten away with a couple of those walkdowns in previous matches as well for Summit. Getting a pick, really bolting, getting away, because you have that opportunity to do so, as is Neon.
Being
but
sneaky.
Yeah. The dog peek, though, with the combination from Blows and Neon was just good enough to punish that type of walkdown.
One clean up there, but Lev creep ever closer to NRG's 11, and more importantly, keep them off map point here for Summit. Oh, he's got your number. We all know what it feels like to be lasered. All right. Where do they go next, and how do they do it? Splitting the map a little bit. A 3-2 for Lev. As we'll get a little push down mid from NRG too this time.
They're not avoiding the knife radius here that I was going to say from Ethan, so that's going to spot all 3 of them. So Leviatán, double duelist, or should I say just the Jet, King, and also Blows were spotted, decide to fall back. Maybe intentional as well, because 2 more players were already lurking towards the A sign. But you're seeing the setup from Scuba. He's really trying to cancel out the Neon slide or the spacing from, or the scaling, should I say, from Spike towards that backside.
They have, that used to be attached to the boxes, right? Now it's attached to the wall to make sure they can't get through that first line without being detected. But no, Neon up and over as per usual. Oh, ducking, dodging. A nice little hide there from Scuba as he's limping out of this one. And that smoke's going to clear soon, so he's got to be very careful. Neon just checking the other way. Brock going to help his teammate out here. Scuba still alive, able to work up his utility as he is just hunkered down in the site. And going to be another kill for him as Brock gets the 3rd. A full house for those 2 to take the A site. We're going around the world.
Like I said, when you leave him a cage and a trip, then finally Scuba could maybe get something done. But I like the idea of spraying through the smoke. Kiko drops one right at that spot when his camera gets broken, when the exec's coming in on the garden. But Neon spamming down to 8 HP. He even saw it from his POV that Scuba kind of stressed out and pulled his cage up, so they kind of already should have suspected that Scuba was inside that smoke. But it's a brimstone smoke, man. It's hazy in there.
And it lasts forever.
Yep. So Scuba is able to get the kill and the ult as well to confirm the round and put NRG at map point in this series against Leviatán on Summit. Nice spots, 4 players. And Leviatán still wants to keep disrespecting it. They'll just pop right into the B site here.
Bit of a death ball. Sato maybe making some noise or seeing for a clear on the other side. They're just going to go ahead, push right through this. Ethan stalls for the fragment. His line of sight is destroyed to the site here, but he's going to be given one by Spike because he knows there's going to be a push coming through. A great read by the IGL.
And he ults back too to prevent any other type of utility to come across here, but he's just grouping up with the rest of the team. So they'll let Leviathan plant.
Yeah.
And they just want to flood back here. Pop flash, trying to get the line here so that Mata can walk in with the op and try to surprise one.
Looks like they do want to move in, but they're going to wait just a moment. Scuba's a few steps away, and that's going to mean activation as the spike ticks down here. Paranoia to deny coming from Sato from B main. And whoever's in sight, Blows and Neon are going to have to do some work here. So that backside defense can do the rest of it. There's 1, 2. Lev doing a great job of thinning out NRG's numbers.
Clock's running down.
This smoke's going to be tough to get through. They really don't have any real post-plant utility other than the shots. There's not going to be any tracer. Diffuser killed there. It's not half just yet. King's going to be there, and it's going to be too much. Lev are going to keep this Summit match alive as they go 10-12 versus NRG.
There's got to be some practice being done here by Leviathan as well. When you talked about it, once again, was it on the side here of Leviathan, Blows, or Spike saying, look, we have ways to prepare against different teams.
Yep.
And the way that they're playing high-low at the bench to still be able to spray through a Brimstone Smoke and their own Viper Orb to get 2 kills from King right there. There's got to be some sort of layout that they're looking from the way that the map's designed, so they have their own lineups to spray onto the Spike. But that saves in the round. They only need 2 more rounds here to push this into overtime. We did mention that this was going to be a banger of a series to start between these two teams, and Leviathan are showing that their attack side is definitely something to be afraid of.
Yeah, absolutely. As we start off round 23, we'll see if there's any more of these tricks being used in the post-plant as the rounds, they're getting so tight towards the end, and you really can't tell who's going to be getting them. And this one starts off pretty long without getting a first blood here. And one of the first times we'll see a full take by Lev in mid.
And a good job on them to find that gap again. A 1-3-1 setup to start, and NRG's IGL did spot Leviathan's IGL at the beginning of this round in the front of that B site. So as he pulls back and gets spotted by the dog, then King says, okay, well, he kind of feels that they've given up that line. He's going to try to take that space. Now he realizes that it's almost clear. He still has to clear the left side of the bench if he needs to. But they could still work around the map here for Leviathan, selling a fake towards this A site to finish towards B.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did in their previous strategy. Ethan sees someone and instantly goes for the other fight, knowing he's not going to be pushed from behind. His ability to choose the right target is incredible in this situation. A headshot on Spike, and the team's still there at long range to back him up because they have the angles. These are the rounds that NRG pulls back into their favor, and Lev is still just trying to search for the kills. They find 2 to light up the kill feed, but 5 seconds left.
5 seconds
the
left.
spike's starting to go down right now. It's actually stopped. That's it. NRG are going to be able to grab the round. They cause too much chaos, and they take Summit in their favor for map 1.
And all thanks to the IGL and the experience of Ethan to delay to kill, to identify the splits, and just take down the dive of Neon. And they're able to stop the new comp attempted by Leviathan, as they're trying to topple the first map away of the series against NRG, but it's NRG still having the first point in this series.
Really good control there by NRG. The way that last round, I think, depicted really well of how you can't even see that they're covering each other. Brock was like 3 rooms away and had an angle for Ethan's back there across the map. Yeah, things like that. I think NRG just has a read on Summit that makes it so hard to get them off the map like you'd want. Crazy stuff coming in from NRG to start Summit. We expected it to be strong. We'll have to see if Lev can come back for that map too. Don't go anywhere. More VCT Americas after this.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Vê todos, vai fazer aquele defensivo!
Climbed and ready to line them up. 3 in the blink of an eye for Kiko.
Here with the coach of NRG, Bonkar. Now that got a little close there, but you do end up taking someone. I would love to hear what you said at the timeout that you took towards the end of that map. What was the adjustment that you had to make for your team?
I feel like we were overcooking a little bit. I haven't really played against a comp like theirs, to be honest. And then just go into our defaults, play with a little bit more confidence, playing on sides, don't fall into the last scenario all the time. Like, play up, it doesn't matter if you want HP, like, keep playing the game. That was basically it.
Best luck on map 2.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back. Honestly, it's funny that Bonkar's saying that they haven't played up against a comp like this before, because honestly, there were evidence, I think, signs from NRG that they had a pretty good handle on things. But we know how good NRG's defense is on Summit overall. Been singing their praises all day long. I want to take a look at their attack side rounds, because they were cooking up some insane execs using a double initiator to really just brute force some of these post plans and get into winning spots. Starts with Ethan. He's going to be bounding a flash straight off this wall as well. Immediately, no wasted time whatsoever. And not just that, you get to see a molly lineup from Kiko that has the intention of trying to cut off the rolling retreat from any would-be defenders. It completely cuts off this avenue right here, and there's going to be an abundance of Yuta that also flies overhead. They have thousands apiece, genuinely. They throw the kitchen sink at this hit coming into B. And then the levels after that, I also want to speak a little bit upon in terms of how NRG were handling, I think, some of the tricky elements of Leviatan's composition. You see Neon, he tries to take a fight, he gets overwhelmed, there's a knife being thrown, there's a molly at the back door too, everything's being shut out completely. Mata is instantly getting active, trying to take up residency into drop. He respects the dog and he respects the position that Spike's going to be in. And now we get rolled back into a bit of a defensive post-plan positions. Now, normally NRG, I think they would love to play this one a little bit differently, but LEV have an interesting element that they're allowed to do because of the Viper. I've seen this first from PaperX in week 1 of Pacific, but they throw this Viper orb that gets thrown up here. And this is a fantastic Viper orb when you're trying to play the retake for multiple reasons. It is a one-way that works in multiple elements right here, forces the issue issue for the fights. And not just that, it helps you get in from the link position on the far side too. But NRG are one step ahead of it as well. They play a high-low setup onto the site with the insert player of Matter playing ahead of the one-way and Scuba on this high ground box position. This has the added element of essentially completely cutting him out from this link position. He's playing behind the one-way. He's completely circumventing it. And NRG get one step ahead of this, playing hyper-aggressive. Kiko also activating at the right times, realizing we can't just sit back onto site here. I have to support these players who are anchoring onto the side, trying to stop this hit from coming through. He wins a critical 1v1 out. And they were really just hyper-active in terms of how they were playing into these post plans that I thought was spectacular from NRG. It shows, I think, that kind of trophy lifting difference, and especially the fact that they were able to do it against a team like Leviatán, who we know lifted that Masters trophy. They are more than capable. They were causing difficulties for NRG, but I think in the moment, that experience showcasing how to work around it and win out in the post plan.
Great breakdown, Brennan. Of course, as we talk about these post plans here as well for NRG, I mean, it really was just a matter of NRG with this game plan early on. So efficient.
You can tell the amount of server time that they've had on this map. It just looks so good. Like Brennan was talking about, some of the executes, some of the set ideas that they have early into their round, especially when they're going for those 5-man hits, but also how these post plans play out, where, yeah, sometimes it's going to be that utility too, but sometimes it's going to be taking advantage of the Hunter's Fury early on. It's going to be taking advantage of how they're going to take it later on with the nose command. And on top of that, a Mata that is always running it down, going all the way to the defense spawn. Doesn't matter if they're winning the round, doesn't matter if they have numbers advantage. They want to take as much space as possible.
Yeah, the extra element as well that I neglected to really point out on top of that was the fact that they were also kind of making their plan position a bit ajar on the B side. So they were using their own one-way against them. They weren't giving them the opportunity to use it to be able to, stick to the fuse in some of these spots. It was genuinely working against them in multiple scenarios. NRG are just that smart of a team, genuinely. From the way Bonkar was talking about, sounded like they hadn't had a lot of experience playing against a Viper on Summit, yet still they managed to circumvent it. They managed to find solutions.
Yeah, but I also do want to give a massive credit to Leviatán, though, because it was looking like it was in shambles for a couple of those rounds, Dan, for a couple of those, for I guess a good portion of that map. And then, little by little, they started to build up those wins, build up those confidence. Perhaps that bleeds into Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were struggling a little bit because it's a new composition, so it makes sense. We didn't really see too much of that value on that first half, but like you're mentioning, they really bring it back when you start to see some of the set plays that they have and how they want to play with the attack operator, how they want to play alongside blows, and some of the entries that we saw from Spike. So it looked better. I think they're going to need more reps in this map if they want to keep running this composition, but no matter what, I mean, we know it's left, so they should be good.
Yeah, I mean, you managed to get 13-10 against a team that is defining Summit right now. It's actually pretty damn good if you're Leviatán. That being said, though, we want to find out what's going on over at the LEV camp. We have Liv and Lev. Oh my God, words are hard. Elizabeth is standing by with Coach Owner. Good Lord, get me out of here.
It's been a long day.
Now, Owner, that was close. Absolutely could have been your map. It just got out of your hands. I want to talk about the comp change. I think that surprised a lot of people. I just talked to Bonkar. He was like, we haven't played against that comp. But why switch the comp? Why switch to the comp you played today instead of the one that you had won with?
It's a new map, right? We've been trying in the last 2 weeks a lot of compositions, maybe 4 or 3 different compositions. I literally made this composition yesterday. We only trained one time, so I think it was like fine. We lost both pistol, we lost bonus, of course. NRG play very well, but I think that we are like confident that in the near future, with more training, we are gonna play way better than.
Well, best of luck.
Considered. I think there's a good indication of how good and how scary Leviatán can be eventually. I really like their map pool though, and I really wanted to talk about Owner too, because he is a guy that at the beginning, day one of this stage, he was talking about how the team didn't really have as much time to prepare as everybody else, because after winning Masters, they prioritize giving that time to the players to make sure that burnout is not a concern going to stage 2. And so they knew that they were going to be behind in maps like Sunset, in maps like Summit, and now they're willing to play these
phase 2 for map 1 and map 2. I think he's exactly doing this, testing it and feeling like the team might be ready to start playing it.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Owner, we can't sing his praises enough, right? The guy's hoisted a trophy over his head for a reason because of the work ethic and that. It just what they do and what Leviatán have done here. But of course, for NRG, an opportunity here to shut this series down with a 2-0. Can the defending world champs do it? Or will the Masters London winners fight back for map 3? All this and more right after this.
We are back here with VCT Americas, and it is going to be map 2 on Sunset, but it may not mean the sun will set. We could be going to a third map. Who knows? That's Haven. But for now, we're going to see if Lev can get a win back here as we move on. It's going to be back to Phoenix. That's what we thought. So we may get a little bit more of that Lev power we're known for. And Owner saying one play on that composition they had last game. So to see Lev still play like that, I feel like they're holding back. We'll see.
My focus is more on NRG because they're stepping away of what they're trying in the past where they got dominated by MIBR in terms of how quick MIBR were to execute on sites and really overthrow the defense on the side of NRG. So stepping away from the double duelist, going back to keeping Ethan on a KO, an agent that he's really good on, and where he actually shined in the past on Sunset used to be Breach, but the KO is still quite a good agent in terms of supporting the Flood retakes. At the same time, though, you're also seeing the switch back of Scuba onto Cypher. He mentioned as well to Andre interview, saying that, usually he's played the Omen because he's played it 1,000 times with Coach Bonkar under the Oxygen Academy, the Oxygen roster back in Challengers, but this time around, he's playing the Cypher. Kiko's going to play the Omen. That's a role that Kiko's also familiar with when he was playing back in TL. But
absolutely.
Now that you have your reps in, your weeks through, the scrims comes across, looks like Kiko will find his footing here as this Omen player for Sunset. And now hopefully the comp that they change here for NRG is the right comp for them where they feel comfortable to be able to shut down Leviatán.
See what the util is, the guns, the bandit back in some hands here as we get ready to start off on Sunset. Both teams undefeated here, but somebody's going to be leaving with a loss today. It's towards the right side of the map. Lev get themselves started in a pretty distinct W hold with NRG very far back to retake.
You see Leviatán are playing a lot of util to try to go for the exit for a clean sight hit. And for NRG, they want to play far back a little bit. They have one Paranoia and a lot of strong pistols to work with for the fight and the stall.
That means they're going to do everything as a collective. Get that damage in all at once. And a lot of noise actually picked up here by Lev as they cut noise themselves. Oh, man. They are going to be head-to-head here in elbow. Only for one. They're kind of leading him into a trap. Who's going to be the one inside the trap is the question. Lev coming out on top for now to keep NRG moving around. But wait, the trade's still going back and forth. A 3v3 as the Paranoia strikes perfectly. Lev's still able to come out on top with one. Oh my gosh.
Spike down.
Cool. The trades are hot and heavy here. What a Paranoia from Kiko. King sidesteps, turns back out instantly, and takes Kiko down for a little Omen v Omen action on pistol.
Very nice for both of the teams. They cut noise because a lot of the players were hit by the KO knife at the very beginning. And then they decide, okay, well, let's just pick up the orb. We could let ourselves know that we're going to re-hit towards the A site. And they use the power of just the sheer firepower that Lev has. Coming in for the trades, coming in for the fights. And it was just one of those rounds and one of those games between two top teams here that we have in the Americas of who's going to be able to win your fights. The end of the day in this 1v1 ends up being king.
Oh, orb control. He's like, I don't care if I die. I'm going for the orb. Spike gets one of his own. And they are going quick here. What a challenge on the other side there. Neon goes for the rendezvous and Scuba instantly chased. And they keep going for the fights here. Brock actually challenged quicker than he was ready for, and on every front this seems to be happening. But NRG's not going to stop. Now back into the site through Scuba's gate here. Nobody's taking a breath to reset, and he gets within arm's reach with his classic.
That's some good damage classic onlys here for NRG.
There it is.
Use a bit of util for the kills, but you trade util for kills, you'll take it, because you're making it expensive for Leviatán as well, as you see them juggle weapons to carry as many of the rifles as he could into their bonus round. Still is going to be looking a little decent here. 2 Bulldogs and a Guardian into this one. But good here on the rest of NRG, putting that damage on the classic round to put Mana into a position, in a winnable position, because he could just need to buy the Outlaw instead of going for the full off. Didn't have money for the off as well. So the Outlaw being positioned on the top middle. Jump spotted now by King, but it's still an opening from Leviatán. Over on his B side, and the second time that you jump, he ain't gonna miss.
Oh, wait, you can't give him that shot. He'll be tempted again from tiles here, it looks like, as we see the fight from Market into sight. Brock eats that flash, and a few stinger bullets from Spike. Consistently picking up the alt orbs, but so is Mades. They go forward into Boba, shut down quickly, and NRG resets this one a little bit, or tries to, with Sato still holding W.
Somehow ends up being a 2 versus 2. I love that Leviatán went quickly to fight into Market, because they've already lost King and the Blaze Wall was already up. So they didn't have any other cycles to get more smokes in for the execute, so they said, let's find our timing, let's fight and hope for the best. And the best is working.
Bro, the 1 clicks right now from this Guardian. He's going to try to find Ethan.
Just saw him.
Yep. Has the heal, so they can easily ring around the Rosie. What are you going to do? Oh, just a shot. No disrespect on the knife. They want to end the round, and they want to keep the hype going. Everybody up and out of their seats here on Lev.
And it's Spike just brute forcing his way into the Market to just get his one. It was a nice recon dart from Brock to stall towards the B main, but they just couldn't capitalize on wall bang, spraying any kills. You have inserts on the Market side as Spike keeps people busy here towards the Market. Sato walks up and gets the angle into Boba. Just nice little shooting coming out here from Leviatán and breaking the econ once again from NRG. A bonus round converted that puts only a Bucky as the best weapon, and now make that even. The finger guns available for Mata as he picks up the orb on B main.
They push around the corner. 2 quick cleanups, as they know the orb is a priority here for the side of NRG. Neon, very knowledgeable with that info of Mata running away. I think Sato really wanted to play Phoenix. After that Omen game, he was so ready to get out of Phoenix. Oh, my word. And again.
There's a reason why you see this guy play the Phoenix too. I think when it comes down to the conversation that we currently have in the Americas, or even worldwide, a lot of people will put Asuna and Sato as the specialists in terms of the agent perfecting the Phoenix here. Just because you're so good at shooting. So snappy. You're still playing with 6 orbs on the ult. So you could definitely get like 3, 4 ults into a half and really snowball the rounds on the attack side. And you're definitely seeing it so far for Leviatán. A 4-0 scoreline, at least a knife spotting 2, but that's still good information. And the opening from Lev is still trying to move towards the A-line.
Oh, didn't destroy it right away. Keeps him there for a moment. And they dodge the paranoia as Kiko's backpedaling. So now NRG have to scramble. A few down. Sato just on the backside there of Ethan. Doesn't get the kill, but NRG are already 2 down. And they're going to be saving for this one.
Instantly, yeah. As they went for the smoke down towards shop, and then the Prowler spawning instantly. Kiko down towards the elbow. Or what if Sato starts pathing here? He ults and goes towards that left side, the short side of A. And they're able to just pincer from both elbow and also towards Dumpster to get that kill onto Kiko, and there's no way you can hold the defense. A little bit too passive on that side for NRG. At least they're doing the best that they can to save their weapons in the next round because they invested into the operator. And Mata lost earlier on. back towards the gate. Ethan was the one that ran towards it to pick it up. Man, Ethan.
Okay.
He's an opper too.
Machine on the machine. The LEV will take another round, and they have no real worry about this. All points are going to be coming up for everybody anyway, so giving those over, it's still worth the chance of taking away NRG's weapons, and they have so much money on LEV's side. They're going to be buying into a few rounds no matter what.
All right, as they were looking at the openings, the defaulting from NRG on the defensive side because they were trailing behind on losing pistols, losing eco.
Yeah.
Just try to get the ult up as soon as possible here for Mata by just controlling the orb over on that B line. But now that he has the operator, I don't think that type of opening is going to happen anymore. I think with this timeout from Coach Bonkar, you're going to have to start pitting Mata against Neon here. You need to at least eliminate one of those biggest threats that you currently have on the side of Leviatán, and also try to see how you could stall the opening here from Lev. Because as Ethan keeps knifing down towards the A line and he gets information on that spot, you're still unsure if you want to push forward for the fights or fall back and turtle up, which kind of keeps a couple of the players a little bit on an island where they can't really trade off each other. So you got to bring up those comms a little bit more here based on the information that you're getting. If not, it's just going to be Leviatán that's going to keep running it down against you.
Yep. Bonkar definitely having some things to say, pointing a few things out for the team that he is surely seeing. Hopefully they can get around those speed bumps that have prevented them from grabbing a round away from Lev here. 0 and 5. Lev's going to put all their eggs in one basket on the right side of the map. They've been finding Kiko and Elbow every time. I think that's just reassuring them of the setup they're going to see in sight too. It hasn't been too much different. So they're getting a little bit of confirmation here each time that happens. Let's see how they're going to play through this one. Back towards A. Lev comes.
Cleanei, 105, muito medo.
Um tiro, literal tiro.
Grave rampa, CT. Só plantei. Tá, grave rampa, o trefa CT. Tá, vou loubar CT.
Tem TP depois, bro.
Mano, pode fazer cage em cota também. Vou voltar meio em time, Bruno. Deitei o Ethan. Tá meu. Comeu. Fecha. Olha a direita. Você é muito bom, caralho!
Matou. Big round there from Blows. Almost felt like the Nightfall was wasted, but they want to capitalize and confirm the rounds on the 1v2. Spotting where Scuba is at. Ethan did his darnest to try to anchor up on this site. Look at that triple mowdown that he just did. But just too many bodies this time around. It continues with the same outlook, the same aspect, and the same opening from Leviatán. The scaling from the left side of Sato, pushing down towards the elbow, and players are getting caught off guard.
Was it 8 HP round on Summit, a 6 HP round from Blows now on Sunset. Doesn't even matter what the pressure is for him. A little bit more of a push here from NRG. They're going to take that full A side control, but no more just being in the elbow. There's the drone mid. They want a little bit more map control overall, it seems like, early in the round here.
Lev could just start cutting noise at the same time because they already made the Haunt Phoenix flash on the top middle in the first place. So the Owl drone from Brock that spawns here, the Phoenix moving in towards Market, could really get Mata ready for the first blood, and he does.
Ooh. Little tag there as they bumped into each other, but Mata's still alive for a shot on elbow. Heavy lean coming in from NRG, but there is a roam going on by Neon right now to see if he can split the map wide open for Lev to reset and maybe call the audible.
It look as nice as the opener from NRG. As you do the pop flash from shops from Ethan, it allows for them to get the line, but at the same time, if Leviatán starts scaling towards that left side. What? Yeah, at least that trip is up, but as I was talking, a nice little scale up from Neon on the top middle to take down Mata.
30 seconds left.
Scuba having some crucial Cypher ults here in this series, and this one could give them the movement and patience they need to really take down Lev as they try to get back into the A site. 14 seconds. Pressure cooker on now as King makes noise towards the back just to make it a little safer, but now Blows has the full force of NRG looking at him in sight, and looks like NRG will grab their first round here as they source out King maybe for a last kill, or King's kills? Question mark. There it is.
King's trying to give his life away as well, just to get the max as he could. Even though they've won so many rounds here on their attack side for Leviatán, you still want to maximize the economy on your end. You already have a... Yeah, that is a nice little shot there from Neon.
That was crazy. It looked like Mata had the angle the whole time.
And there you go, the value of the trip that you had too. So the trip that they placed over there is also to make sure that when Leviatán are trying to pincer on that left side into the elbow and they smoke towards the shop, then at least that smoke will help with the trip to spray through that and get the round.
Back to pace. Run it back goes down. The space on the actual pawn shop side is not gained here. And it's going to be a try for an elbow entry once again. 3 members of NRG just on the other side. It hasn't stopped Lev before, and that's a cooking Spike Zine. Going to be okay as it's just teammate damage. No plant though yet. Still seems a bit scattered, and that's going to be a little bit more chaos as Lev have to totally reset and figure out a way into elbow to grab that spike.
Thing is, King has that TP, right, from that couple of rounds ago. They could just escape if they want to, but it looks like they want to just re-clear on individual angles. And hoping that their gun's going to be good enough to win the round here for Leviatán. Still 48 seconds, or sorry, 40 seconds to work with in the round. Now the plant's confirmed towards the A site.
Decently healthy. I mean, Brock falls quick. They're in that 2v2. It depends on how these fights are actually angled. And they're not going to get the 1v1 towards pawn side here. So
darts up too.
Great entrance from Gate here from NRG to keep the team together. The operator hopefully not slowing them down. Brock with the lowest HP gets the first kill. But it's up to King now. Resetting for a little bit of height here just to try and get the crosshairs in his favor. But Scuba's on it. Locks down the kill. And gives NRG a second round here on Sunset.
King was almost going to be a master in a clutch again. There was a nifty little shot by Brock, though, at low HP to still get the first kill down, but then there was that overheat slide from Mata. Yeah, he's able to get the overdrive and try to maybe cut the crosshair placement, but his 2 teammates were a little bit too far behind to be able to instantly trade with him, so there was definitely a possible win for the IGLF Leviatán.
Giving each other a lot of respect in these situations. Making sure all their ducks in a row on both sides before even taking the fights or engages here.
This is a nice spot. Shadows traveling, can't go there.
A change for Leviatán that starts with a fast lane right on the top of middle, but utilizing Recon Dart and now also the knife confirms now that Leviatán really just sold a fake at the very beginning. I try to re-pump though on their side. Ethan has to jiggle peek into this one.
Oh. Nicely cleared.
Beautiful.
Really cool combo of utility there. Even if unintentional for Sato to really get triggered by the fragment as he walked into it.
Well, even then Ethan used a pop flash peek as if he was a Recon Dart.
Exactly. It's just really clean if they don't have it on the right side of the map still. Like you said, they had to re-clear it. And it's giving Lev trouble. They move towards the left side, already covered by Mata here. Doesn't get cleared right away by the Prowler, but it still causes them enough trouble. Brock holding his life there in Boba. This should be the plan. What a swing from King! Kiko answers though. Slows things down here towards mid. The spike gets dropped on site, and they're going to try to give it to King. The ultimate from the site to site here as they go coast to coast.
Cover going out.
10 seconds left. He'll get the plant. It's going to get slowed down a bit by a trip.
Yep.
There still will be enough time here to go for the plant into the site. But that gives enough time right now for the rotate for NRG to already be here to fight.
Oh, the reload. Walks it right into Scuba. And now it's out to Blows. These are the rounds that NRG's been able to squeak back in. All these clutches coming so close. Blows enters the smoke first. Now he can backpedal. And the shot from Blows. Scuba just on the outside of the smoke, and Blows uses that angle perfectly to stop the bleeding as NRG was starting to come back.
Nice little clutch there by Blows for sure. Steady with the hand, and look at that. He gets hit by the paranoia, but then closes that gap to really win that fight against Kiko running in. And the idea was already there. The jiggle came out from Scuba. He saw the push coming through, and then the paranoia was perfect for the lineup. But again, it's another one of those scenarios where every single one of these players for Leviatán, just great heads-up plays to isolate different fights. But now it's for them to push forward. Nice little trade-off from both sides.
Yeah.
You see here at the beginning of the rounds, NRG are consistently just trying to flash and contain this line over A. And I feel like Leviatán's done enough conditioning on that side as well that they could start selling these fakes and pump a little bit more here towards that mid-B side.
You get the call from Neon too now. He's been in B main quite a bit, or lobby at least, before they make it to main, saying nobody's really pushing this. They're not doing much. We have the space to gain. They're just going to meet a trip here, really. This is one of the first times we see them encroaching towards B without going through that market area.
Cage triggered.
Scuba, again, been deadly around his utility. He's just going to keep it quiet this time. Mata taking a double look on that one and did see King. One for Scuba. Pressure's out with a teammate. Really nice timing on the protocol here as they try to swarm back in onto Leviatán, but King quick with the shots. King, another one. Oh, at 33, he goes for the first swing. A 4K for King to pull the round in for Leviatán.
Ah, man, the util is just too good as well. Mata gets caught with his pens down on a rotate. And King throws the perfect paranoia as the dual first shot slows down the field and doesn't allow for really NRG to encroach into a trade in front of that B site, leaving it on a 1 versus 1. Look at Scuba, he had no chance to move around anywhere.
No.
And you already knew where the last player was at because of the pressure that the Neon had in the first place. Neon calls it, and King just confidently swings into it. Such a strong lead that Leviatán has built up in this first half. This is a little bit of a silver lining here. NRG into an eco, but shares across the board. We're hoping here that they're going to be able to land these instant headshots over on this B site.
Lev swapping the strategy. Neon over on the right side of the map now as they make a little bit of repeated noise at B. Make NRG think that Lev feels good about that success they just had. So it's going to be a fake hit and noise cut. Really neat like adaptations Lev always does throughout their games.
This matchup and this map picked here by NRG, like I said, they haven't had the best of results going into Sunset, but if you're looking at the nature of their map pool too, you kind of didn't want to play split against Leviatán's best map, right? So you had to ban one of those, and now you're just testing the limits of your new comp against Leviatán, and unfortunately it's not paying off, at least for now. We'll see if the double initiator could help out on their attack side when they're going to try to find the early info where Neon could be at and post it up with the operator. But for now, the best they could hope for is salvaging round number 12 with the null command, with their weapons, and make it a 9-3 half.
And this round, a really nice read by Lev. Oh. Rendezvous to the same place. Cleaning up a few more kills here.
Even wrap it all the way back towards spawn just to avoid any line of sights. Because if you're looking at it, Sato is 3 away from an ult. So he gets 2 kills, that's orb control, or whatever he does every single round for an opening first blood. He'll have the run it back in the next round. So you want to make sure here that they don't give any orbs, but also save the operator that Scuba picked up from Neon's body.
Another round here for Lev. King 15-5 there. A little bit longer than he may have wanted to wake up for Summit, but he's definitely here for Sunset. Okay, Kiko. A quick smoke moment there to get a few more guns out of the hands of Lev, and like you said, make that third round a little bit easier if they can grab it here in the first half.
Those 2 kills looked really huge, but at the end of the day, there's still enough money here for Leviatán to buy for each other and still have an op round in round number 12.
Save up, save up, save up, save up. Gold loot.
Ooh, streamer loot out there. Okay, Neon has one, and that goes right to Mata. Ops down mid. Ops down mid, and Spike falls on that one.
So crucial thing with the Spike being saved, or should I say the Ops, sorry, being saved in the previous round. Get all the value for it. Forcing also a re-heal from Sato. And so far, they're just going to keep playing the numbers here for NRG, so as they give up a little bit of space, they're still setting up the right crossfires for denying any other type of forward position that Leviatán will attempt here. But they are themselves spread across the map on the attack. They're trying to find little openings by leveraging both Blows and King to make some noise towards the A side. They're hoping to win some fights on the rotates.
I mean, somehow King has ult again. So they could do another King across the map if it really hold this mid and Sato can get a re-rotate. But that's a lot of pings on B. So I think it might end there with the Nightfall. Still, King's in a position to make this go the other way. Nah, he uses that, knowing the Nightfall didn't get any tags on the back, but they can source him, and yeah, Kiko knows the angle. They get a free cool there. He can't get out, doesn't know the timing. Levs takes into the site, and it was much faster than he expected. Oh, that's cooking. Nice push through. Sato actually eats the fragment, pushes through as Brock gets a kill in sight. The timing for Neon is on point as he finds Brock in market, and he's even feeling there's gonna be more. Mata took a hit through that as well.
He needs to run.
Oh. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. A third round there, Mata not flinching a bit. The low health fights from these guys are incredible for this first half 9-3.
That is also crazy. There's 7 seconds left. He has a high gear. He's playing Neon, for God's sake. He's like, yeah, let me just turn back and still kill him. That's aura right now for Mata on that 1v1 in the end. And NRG, they still managed to salvage that last round that they needed. The 9-3 scoreline as well for Leviatán's dominant first half.
They do find a bit of their aura, and we'll see if they can keep it and bring us to a third map as we take a quick break before our second half here of Sunset.
Whenever I use Zowie models, I would say I just feel my element. Demon 1 is good! Without Nyack. The biggest difference was the ghosting. It was a immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular!
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
Now, Sato, I think the entire community sees you as someone who just has a lot of energy, brings the vibes and the good energy for the team. Do you ever have a day you're like, man, I'm not really feeling it? Or is that what we see just your normal?
There's certainly days where I'm not feeling the energy as best as I can. But even those days, like, I made like a promise to myself to always stand up and yell. And sometimes they notice that I'm not really feeling it. So, I mean, sometimes Blows even makes fun of me where I stand up like really slowly, like I'm tired, like an old man. And then I yell anyways. And yeah, even if I don't yell anymore, these guys are always hyper as well. So it doesn't really matter.
All right, well, best of luck today.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. Let's get the second half underway and lock in with the #1 VPN, ExpressVPN. Lev has surely locked in for this second map as they find themselves quite in the lead with a 6-round gap there. And it doesn't look like there's much curse that can hit him right now. Honestly, so much stronger back on this Phoenix comp. It looks like riding a bike again.
Yeah, and definitely a composition that worked for them in the past when they've played this map. I think it was against EG2, a very one-sided victory that they've gotten with the same comp. But you saw here how they worked on the attack side. There was a lot of big openers on their end and big clutch on the closers. And as we start this second half, it's also NRG that just want to keep the momentum going from the first half. Already a fast opening on middle to make some noise, try to break that door. While Leviatán were playing a 4-1 setup, a lot of bodies being set up to fight towards the A line. But as they don't meet each other after the first 20 seconds, it's time to just start prodding for some information here. Leviatán to start with the flash to peek on top middle.
They know the chamber util's over at B. Scuba's got an ear on that with his cam out. As a noise is being made here for Neon. He can rendezvous back to slant in sight. And he's still not going to bite. Just a quick rotation from everybody on Lev's defense, and that's what they want. They want to keep that backline fluid right now.
Yeah, Scuba's currently watching the camera towards that front B line, but also in range to be able to hear the turret. So the opening is for the market for NRG to take. Nothing to really slow them down on that line.
You can see a bit of that paranoia deafening them. They didn't know what was going on, but Lev enter collectively here, pick up some good kills.
30 seconds left.
They have Spike.
Double Spike. Blows. Trying to make this weird from the other side. Wait, Ethan and Scuba, however, evening the numbers here as Ethan starts to walk down and really give Neon some trouble. Oh, nice space out, though. Nice spacing from Neon. Oh, my gosh! He's just playing ring around the rosy in market, and he's able to get the best of both players with the Red Bull clutch.
Yeah, it almost felt like Scuba got caught going up the staircase and maybe hit the wall before he turned the corner, but Neon does an excellent job staying tucked in the whole time, letting them pass and doing the backstab. And you're seeing here the pressure that was coming out from NRG. There was only 13 seconds left in the round. And as they executed towards this B site, they kind of left Brock on an island solo towards News. And yeah, he just got ran down by 3 players. NRG in the second round, despite not having a plant, will still go for a force buy.
Stingers are going to be effective, especially with the speed of Mata. Lev has also been effective at staying alive, though, and they quickly start to return fire. NRG lights up that kill feed slowly, just behind Slant. Whoa! Scuba walks that into Sato. I don't think he was expecting that aggression, and great job by NRG to just get through Lev's defense.
Spike planted.
Oh, man. Great paranoia to come through. King left alone here. They got the cam on him. Oh, he draws the fights, and Brock still gets the swing, and the buy from NRG pays off big time.
Just nice little things, though, from Leviatán. A beautiful paranoia coming out from King, hitting both the player, TP on the top of the boxes and into Slant, giving a chance here for Leviatán to deny the force buy out of NRG. But at least they had 2 players still left alive for NRG to go for that trade. It's a nice little 1v1 by Brock.
All right, let's go, guys. Let's go.
Just give me a stinger, bro. Let me run it down, bro.
I was going to say Lev turned it around with the pistols on this map because NRG kind of owns Summit, but NRG's take it right back on that second round. Another quick play from Neon. That's just going to go a bit wayward. And the orb grab and full push here from NRG as they look to take the A site.
Thank you.
Oh, paranoia moving out Neon's position as they reset towards gate. And NRG feeling real confident about this one, and there's no reason they shouldn't.
Stay back towards the spawn. At some point, maybe Ethan might be the one moving forward, so... Oh, never mind. Gets caught by Sato. And it's good here. Sato sacrificing himself will get him the ult into the next round, so both players kind of having the idea that somebody had to start moving on either side to build the ult into the next round.
Stay down.
Putting themselves in a win con. But the Phantom that was dropped by Ethan will not go to waste. Mata only had a Stinger to work with. They'll be able to escape that and put themselves at 5 in the second half now.
All right, let's see what the buy becomes and what that defense is. Les finally gets to set up something for themselves.
And there's just not enough money to get the operator for Neon. Just missing a couple of $100. So they'll put him back into a rifle, which is nice. At least for the side of NRG. They don't have to deal with the strong operating skills of a Neon yet. And also very far away from his own chamber ult. But save them 2 rounds here for NRG.
Spike actually going all the way back around. It's just for a watch.
take flight.
Playing everything off sound. Utils traded on both sides. Oh, King playing a very dangerous game there. Not knowing how many are on that front side of B main.
Did do some damage to Mata, but he received a lot as well, yeah. Ethan's just staying back towards that spawn. I wonder if he's going to try to throw a late knife, maybe to try to see if anybody's pushing forward into the line of the orb.
Another round. That was Mata's job with the Sheriff when they came around a pistol. They just keep breaking the door. It's like their little Sage Wall game. Make sure they don't have that avenue of defense.
Here.
LEV will have to rotate around to cover it. Now towards A for NRG. This looks like the final spot as 40 seconds left. Neon getting around the utility. A quick shot in the rendezvous. Will set LEV up to be moving towards the right side, but do they have the power of numbers here as NRG looks to overwhelm? Scuba waiting. Oh my God. What was that? Just a level shot. Clears out his opponent. And the rest of NRG waltz on through. My God, Scuba is on a different level today. Lives at 7 HP there. And they just have 2 members of LEV left to deal with.
Yeah, he's not letting go for the slide tackle to take him down on Summit. He's able to find his revenge onto Spike in an opportune moment. As NRG are trailing behind by 5 rounds, able to capitalize in this one here as well. That kill onto Blows was huge to allow NRG to secure that round thanks to the Neural Theft from Scuba. Last 2 players now saving here. And also on top of that, we talked about the eco from Leviatán previously. That Sato moved in, got a kill, got killed as well so he could get the run it back, and that also got instantly nullified by the setup of NRG and by the push towards the A site. So despite the initial position from Neon that got good value by ADSing down with the Vandal, it was still the answer back from NRG that thwarts here the confidence of Leviatán playing the last defensive round there.
See this again. So fast to get that first kill, but still NRG able to repair the situations each time here. And that's a big reason. Just being able to take out multiple kills like that in a situation where you're dead to rights is really throwing LEV for a loop. All right. Round 17. The gap only 4 rounds now for NRG. And they continue these rounds where they make a bunch of noise before they actually execute their strat.
Yeah, take the beaming control. Orb is there for Ethan to pick up if you want to. You're also trying to force the hand of Leviatán to go for any potential trap plays. You already have Neon inserted down towards middle. And the knife sees nobody on B sides, and they're like, okay, let's just walk in. Let's just take this site.
Oh, timing not in LEV's favor on that, but they do find a trade on Mata as the spike goes down for that effort. Everyone from market. Looks like they may leave. Okay, they're splitting a bit for the paranoia here.
There.
What a setup. NRG staying in sight, too. They're just ready to take the fight right on, knowing that low buy.
So many flashes are coming.
Who can turn it? Close your eyes. Oh, wait, 2. Kiko answers with 1. A nice flick to get a 3rd now. And LEV is actually going to be able to sweep the site clean here. Not leaving a single member of NRG alive as they get that easy defuse.
I think that's a small issue there from NRG by throwing an all command for Ethan. And yes, you're able to eliminate a lot of the threat from utilities from the side of Leviatán. But as you nullify that for the amount of times that it pulsates for the null command, nobody's really trying to refight that space. So Leviatán can just walk down towards the market, towards the staircase. Once they're not affected by the null command anymore, they have full utility to go for Prowlers, Haunts, double flashes, and there was no way here for NRG to set up inside that site. I feel like they had to fight back into at least some sort of Bulba control.
B, the name of the game here for NRG. One after the other. Sato trying to fight. Oh, the flashes out of the smokes is where he shines and continues to pick up kills for the teams. We see one there. And now that chaos, everything cuts. As NRG realize they do not have the space they fought for.
That's 2 cages wasted by Scuba, though.
Known. Kind of scrabbling back into position, and Neon is just going to be the one to receive all of that information. Very weird from NRG, though, which may play in their favor. People are all over the map, and they might catch a timing here, especially Ethan.
Everybody has inserts right now. Brock is into B, so he realizes it could call the rotate across. Ethan and Scuba could work together to fight back towards the spawn, and now they close that gap, so it's up to King. But he's been good in a lot of these scenarios so far on this map.
Oh, hello. A quick and close shot. This is such a neat thing NRG has done to make the map feel completely unsafe for Lev in a man-up situation, too, for that fact. But they're still going to try to get back over the site now as the spike is planted. It's still going to be very hard for NRG to defend now that all of this has taken place. Oh, what a detection there. A nice clear by Ethan. They go in for another kill, but Spike trades it back. Taking their time here, maybe costly as Ethan is ready to get the shots in. Oh, it didn't clear. Ethan gets 4 in the classic jump. Neon, healthy. He's got the op though, it's only 4 HP. Is he gonna get the shot he needs? It turns, oh, he does get the headhunter clear, and that was actually so close for Ethan getting the close classic clutch. What a defuse. Another round for Lev as that is gonna put it on map point.
Neon, the small timing that he missed allowed Ethan to get a big 4K in the round. And you saw it on that 1v1. He had normal bullets in the Phantom. He right-clicked to hit his opponent, but he thought that Neon was going to go for the full swing after that. And if Ethan just stayed tucked in, Neon had no idea where he was at. And potentially there for NRG to win off time, but it's one of those moments through pressure here that small mistake happens that ends up being costly. And Leviatán now at map point. 12-6. Ethan top of the scoreboard though for NRG with that 4K.
And those last 2 wins, hold that thought actually. Oh, Spike! Looking to seal the deal here, hammering the nails into the coffin and looking for Haven as the decider in this series. Another one from Blows, and it's the final one, 13-6, as Lev take down NRG.
A flawless one to end it at that, sealing the deal with confidence as well on their map pick, and showing here that they still have a lot of fight. Coming with a brand new composition on the first map of Summit, owners saying that they've only practiced 1 evening and still made it a 13-11 scoreline against NRG. And then now playing to their comfort picks to a map that they're good on. It's a one-sided domination by Leviatán as well, 13-6. This only shows to me that Leviatán are definitely a strong and dangerous team that NRG hopefully has some good preparation for them on Haven.
Absolutely, both teams reset. They're gonna head to the back, chat it out. This banger ends on Haven. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
ver todos, vai fazer aquele defensivo!
Primed and ready to line them up. 3 in the blink of an eye for Kiko.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas, and we are amongst the people yet again. As we're going to map 3, it's Haven, LEV, NRG. You couldn't ask for a better way. A banger, and it's ending on Haven here.
And I'm right. And I'm so happy that this is exactly what's happening. We talked about it. NRG against LEV. It's been quite some time since we last saw it. Map 1, change of compositions. Map 2, LEV, they won the map pick. And now for the third one, there's a lot of question marks, but I can't wait to see it. This is delivering the way that we thought.
I'm glad I had an earpiece, so I was able to hear you.
No, I couldn't hear a thing.
All people are loud!
I also couldn't hear myself.
I couldn't hear a thing.
Cheap pop, cheap pop. Cheap pop, it's easy. But yeah, I mean, looking at how that game had played out there for Leviatán, I mean, it's very clear that the ideas that they have when they have Sato on the Phoenix, it works out for them, it's effective, and they look damn strong the entire time.
Yeah, immediately coming out of the gate swinging, I think, in terms of back to comforts of the composition. Sato's Phoenix being the defining element. Now we got to see him back him on that role, aside from the Omen, where, you know, I give them a caveat, a grain of salt, I think, with it. They didn't have a lot of a tight turnaround, essentially, with their second composition.
24 hours,
right?
apparently.
So listen, they did excellent work with what little time they actually had, but it is nice to see Sato back on that role that he has essentially defined all of Stage 2 and even further back.
Yeah, I feel like every time he gets to go back to the Phoenix after switching up for a little bit, I remember a tweet from him just smiling, thumbs up. He loves the Phoenix, so I'm glad that he's back on it, and I'm hoping that he's going to keep over Haven.
It's an agent that works out incredibly well for him. We were talking about earlier, he's a great self-sufficient player, and you give him Phoenix, he can get a lot done, and Sato is a player who likes to get a lot done.
I think as well, the extra elements on top, it's not just the fact that he's getting kills for his team, it's the fact that he uses his flash to set other players up as well. He's very intelligent with all of his util. He's the complete package as a player, is what you would want in that secondary duelist player position. Someone that's going to be able to capitalize if it goes wrong for Spike with the hard entries, but also being able to just, I don't know, he's just a very clever player overall.
Yeah, no, and looking forward to seeing what we're going to get out of this. Now we're going to be moving forward to Haven, but as far as like what we're going to be seeing on the NRG side of things, I mean, Drive, what's your read here? How are you feeling about this NRG team? Because that Sunset loss, I mean, it was a little different from the way things played out on Sunset. All right, sorry, on Summit.
Yeah, especially because NRG have been changing their compositions quite a bit. Last time that we saw them play on Haven, they were playing a double duelist composition. When they played it in London, they were playing with the double duelist with Kiko and Mata. Then they switched it up, and Paris, they were playing with Ethan on the Neon, and now they haven't really been playing this double duelist. I'm kind of wondering what they're cooking here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting, I think, for them as well, because they can't lean into the double initiator, I don't think, as successfully on a map like Haven. So really, what are their options? You know, you could go completely out of their ballpark, which they haven't really showcased at all. A lot of teams have been trying to play double Senti on certain maps. The double duelist, they could lean back into it as well, but they had difficulties, I think, with that when it came to Kiko picking and fulfilling that role. So I'm curious, to be honest. There's a lot of question marks as to what they're going to be running into this one, because I just pray to God that it's not going to be Ethan on Duelist. That's the only thing I want to see.
I was like, are they behind us?
No, they're not out yet, but they might be able to hear me.
Oh, man, that would have been awkward. You know, I don't want that to happen. No, but seriously, there certainly is something to be said, though, that NRG in that point, trying to figure things out. I would imagine coming into this one, there's way more of a concrete game plan against this Leviatán team.
I honestly wouldn't really mind seeing what we were looking at before with Kiko on the Phoenix.
I thought you were going to say Ethan on Neon.
That would be crazy. Just completely denying everything that Brenda said. No, I like the Phoenix. I think Kiko is able to play that support role as well, be able to get a lot of those flashes, and it would be a cool matchup with Sato on the other side.
Yeah, so now here we are. We find ourselves at a great position here. Map 3. It's going to be a banger on Haven, and you know what that means. It's map 3. So what do we like to do when it's map 3, crowd? What do we like to do when it's map 3? 1, 2, 3. Liz, get the bucket of doom. It's now time to chuck some free stuff. I agree with you, by the way. There you go. There you go.
Oh my.
All right, casters, take it away. I'm going to throw some crap into the crowd.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. It is time for the third and final map between our two undefeated teams, NRG and Leviatán. Summit and Sunset were our two previous. Now, what do we got?
We have God not listen to Brent.
What do we got?
We have Ethan on a Phoenix, which I am down. I actually do love the Ethan on the Duelist as well, just because you still have some good positioning on firepower by having Kiko playing this chamber. It worked out very well for this team that went through the Paris run, going 4-0 with this composition as well, dominating teams like even 100 Thieves, 13-2 on a scoreline, and they're hoping here that the recipe sticks going into a matchup against Leviatán. So this is a very fun outlook. And again, a nice litmus test to see for NRG if it really works out, what they've planned out, what they've practiced from Paris until now, to see if it'll work out into the VCT stage of this #2. Remember, these two teams also fighting for that #1 seed to potentially skip the play-ins and get straight into the playoffs. All of their matches still to be decided with their final ones coming up with the strength of schedule. Leviatán still has to play MIBR after this, by the way, so it's not easy for Lev, and they're hoping to close it now.
Starting off on Haven, a strong C presence from both teams here, and we're gonna get this fight started right away. They all face down that choke point. The relay bolts fly, and so does Spike Zine. Going right into the fight, Ethan left. But it's that Kuronami, it's that Sheriff, and he gets one. Collects it clean, and they're gonna use this space that Neon has grabbed to get across the map. The 2v2 now set for the pistol round.
He'll get slowed down for a bit, but he is still trying to close that gap towards that A side. But that's still the alarming for NRG to be ready for. This gun's out as soon as they make it around the corner. But this repositioning from Neon is nice.
Sees one. Two shots. And now they've cornered Kiko. He has a rendezvous, but really doesn't have the time or ability to use it. Oh my God, he doesn't need to! They've delivered him the 1v1s, and he has accepted the challenge. NRG grabbed pistol through Kiko.
And you see Kiko talking the whole time as well, even himself saying, wow. That was the ultimate challenge for him. So many scenarios when he came down to a 1v1 on pistol rounds this series for that man. And he's able to close that out. A showdown that we had down towards that C-Long. And the last bullet of the Headhunter hits Spike right in the face, and Spike cannot believe it.
Come on, bruv! That's you, bruv!
He's in there.
That's momentum for sure for NRG winning that pistol.
All right. So Lev now on their plate is to do something that could somewhat lower that momentum, and that's not the way to do it. Kiko on fire right now, backs up and still has protection from Mata. Maybe a fourth? No, Ethan will get that. The crowd honestly giving so much momentum as NRG goes kill for kill here to clean up the second round.
Brent, look at that. Ethan has 2 kills now on a Phoenix.
Crazy.
He owns. But now these are great shots. Great repositioning as well from Kiko. He's only 2 orbs away from Dodofos on his side too, and that is going to help out. Would like to see him play another aggressive line actually for trying to go for some picks that could put him in a prime position to get a good ult in their bonus round, and they are looking for the A choke point control.
Yeah, they're going to heavily fight for that orb on both sides. A handful of players from both teams commit to just that. As the re-hit comes in from Lev. Kiko is pushed off his line 5-0 right now. Still holds the Outlaw into round 3. And he's going to be left alone with his trademark and rendezvous in A.
The important thing with that NRG going for the orb control was actually to get the pip up for Ethan instead as well. So they were trying to maximize as much as they could to try to snowball a couple of ults for the next couple of rounds for NRG as well to have a very strong start on their defensive round. That said, as you deny that line from Kiko, and you force the drone out a couple of seconds ago by Brock, they're playing in the fog of war here for NRG. So I love the push forward from Mata down towards that C line. Although, unfortunately, it's met by that Lurk King holding on that line. And that's a lot more map control now, more space that Leviatán could start taking.
They were hoping to find that garage drone kill coming in for Ethan. Spam the door, take the control, but they realized that's where NRG was playing safe.
30 seconds left.
Still get the kill on the left side, which pays off, and down to the boiling point on this round. 25 seconds on the clock is going to be the hit towards C. No real lurk coming onto this one for Lev, so everything that's in front of them is what they're getting. Nice control of the site, though. They've completely surrounded NRG here. Closing back in, they're doing the damage that they can, and it's not gonna be much. Very nice protection for each other inside the site as Lev get that pretty clean. A flawless bonus for them.
Very nice. A little bit of control there by Spike in terms of target practice. Mowing down 3 players that weren't looking at him.
Woo. Great control.
Now this is a big round now for NRG. There's not enough money for the operator for Kiko, but they're playing double Odin. And they're both at the A line. Could this be a double spam of Odins right at that spot?
Oh, just hip side of Sato almost takes him down, and yeah, they're still gonna go ahead and rinse the entire area. The mag is big enough. Mata at 19 is going to have to go ahead and reload. A little bit of an insert by Spike to grab audio on what might be happening in A. Could make that educated push here for the rest of the map.
I mean, spamming all of that, he still has 19 bullets, so he doesn't need to reload yet, which is why they're both scaling back towards this A line. But thankfully, Neon moves forward to find some information and even capitalizes on a nice pick on their side, leveling up the space on a 4 versus 4. Leviatán grouping back up together to work towards this A site. Feels like NRG's feeling that inkling of that rework towards the A side from Leviatán, so they still have the 3-player stack there, which is a nice read and call out from Ethan.
The actual meat grinder. The Odin crossfire. They might catch him with some util out. The first one. And Ethan's the one shooting too. They don't even know the second one's up there already.
This is good as well. The position that you currently have from Kiko is going to hear the rotate across. I don't know if they saw him. But there's only 20 seconds left.
Yeah. They're not going very far.
Yeah. At this point, they're saving their weapons. Nice hold by NRG towards the A site. Ooh. Kiko's also, I thought he was going to keep moving forward to try to deny the 2 players trying to save their weapons. Also put him in a position where he could get the ult into the next round, but instead, they want to keep the economy for the defensive side of NRG.
Jeez. Already feeling confident enough to just bring out the double Odin. I mean, what do? Usually you wait for somebody to start reloading. Like you said, he had 19. He didn't have to, but there was also another set of 200 ready.
Yep.
Like, crazy, crazy.
Think about it, right? With the double Odin, there's like sprays through the walls into short. There's the sprays they could have from the garage door into grass. This could be very annoying to deal against for Leviatán. There's also this spray into the sewers.
You can actually do a stair spray if they're trying to hide towards close spawn, too. If you're going up towards heaven, there's a little cheeky spot. So, man, they know them all. They know them all for sure, and probably even more. Looks like a little bit of a default across the map. See what util they can absorb. And some bullets. So Sato catches a headshot from Kiko.
Not sure how that happened as well. Was that through smoke or something? Because if I'm looking at that X, that's in the window. The position from Kiko is on the ground.
His rendezvous is down, so he could have went up, down. Oh. Making a little bit of noise. King has actually had the job of just controlling that extremity for quite some time. Nice. Avoid the drone. Take control, but they were too confident with the control they had, and NRG waltz right back in.
Kiko is actually feeling it right now in this third map. From the pistol round, that clutch that he had until now, he looks to be in great form with the Vandal. Can only imagine once he start pulling out the operator that it could potentially be a lockdown for NRG on this defensive half. Another scenario where the last 2 players will have to once again save weapons for Neon and King. Spikes down out in the open. Over on this B site, See Ethan trying to chase for these kills. But they're in a secure spot. They have the Trip watching their flank here for Leviatán, so we should still be good here for King and Neon. And now 5 rounds on the defense for NRG, where you're looking at the nature of this map. A lot towards this stage across the regions. That double duelist meta has been forcing... Oh, there you go. That's what happened. The jump spot looks over that smoke to get that kill. But just to return to that point, the double duelist meta that we currently have on Haven leans to so many attack-sided rounds, especially when it comes down to their snowballing of the Phoenix ults. And to see here that NRG is able to deny that on their defense to start puts them in a strong position here for now.
Ooh!
Yeah, look at the HP of Spike already.
Your toes are gone, man. Right to the shins.
Yeah, their running shoes have holes now. He's got to be able to run as fast.
I feel like especially with this Astra pick, when we saw the scoreline, it's not retake post-plant here for NRG. They're winning the rounds before that, so Lev's not even getting a chance to use this Astra, really. Sato, though, with one. They're going to try to get this run it back to be effective. Maybe they were just buying time to get to this. Jumping around and trying to pogo to safety. NRG cannot get out of the site fast enough here as it just leaves Kiko and Scuba.
Last player standing.
And there's the final few shots to clean up Kiko.
Exactly what we're talking about here. You give some space here for Sato. He's going to take it. He's going to take a mile of space and already drops a player catching also Mata off guard and a rotate back on the top. And it started off so well for the Odins from both Brock and Mata. Look at the HP that Neon and Spike both had when they were trying to scale into the sewers. Spike was the first one down to 22. Neon gets dinked down to 17. Yet somehow the run it back from Sato just disassembles the defensive line from NRG up towards this A site.
Yeah.
And they're back in the game. But this is now the operator about to come out, I'm pretty sure, here for NRG.
See the retake on the site. Sato so sure, and yeah, you call it, right? Anchor smoke goes down, and NRG still thinks they have time to get in. But it's finally Lev taking a little bit more of an aggressive stance there with that run it back and play. That's what we're used to seeing from them.
Don't hold back.
Backpedaling away from another double Odin run. It's Brock playing with the Phantom only.
And there's the op you were hoping to see. It's the Tour de Force online.
Flash shouldn't affect him, so I think he's in a good spot here.
Ooh. Make him think that somebody might have crossed. He has the trademark, though, so doesn't have to move just yet. Can play quick on that close line. But it seems like it's just the operators find a peak right now as we see Neon moving back and forth. Oh, God.
I really like Mata on an Odin. Can you imagine how annoying that is to deal against a Neon slide? Perfect spray capability with an Odin.
Well, we'll see. Just watching it sometimes will make you pull your hair out. You know what it feels like to play against. And he seems to have the spam lines, too. You saw Neon trying to hop around, and he hits him in the face just randomly. Oh, my God. What is that? Stop, dude. All right, walls go up. It's trying to break these defensive lines now, and the Phantom Gaming goes in the favor of Lev. Nice kill by Sato's hot hands here as Mata gets some trades back from creating so much noise with that Phantom. He eats a shock dart. Oh, sorry, the Odin.
Hot hands to even get a kill on top of that. Very nice for Leviatán to really slow down the tempo and just walk in for the contact and catch so many players off guard. Did whatever they could there. Because Mana had the garage line. Scuba was inserted towards that C cubby. You still had the op from Kiko looking down towards the line, so they knew exactly where Leviatán was going for, but Leviatán never really knocked on the door to say, we're really trying to bust it through and going for the full exec. They went in a very, very similar fashion in the Summit, right? Play behind the Viper wall, exec and flash as soon as the wall's about to come down. They did that with the Phoenix wall this time around on B. And it just really caught NRG off guard on the defense.
Yeah. Maybe think back to the Furia match for Lev, and it was a lot of Spike being selfless, diving in. Now he's got 7 kills, so he's getting that. But there's still the follow of these two. They're such a Bash Brothers duo once they get in the site. They're able to play off each other, run off each other, and play off of those curveballs.
Damn, he had a perfect molly for Gong, bro. Never seen that.
That's what you have to expect. He's probably talking about that throw over from Sato as he entered the site. You just launched that Phoenix Molly in the air, and it has a bit of an arc, and then drops straight down. Cooked Brock up.
And again, I think it's because of the walk-in from the site, right? Instead of really announcing yourself and throwing the flashes, you're just, well, if they're not contesting us and we can play behind our own blaze wall and walk in, it gives us a chance here to really do our setups. That could have been on the fly here. And now you see Leviatán still trying to continue their streak. Winning against NRG right now would put them at 9 and 0 right now, right? They've been unstoppable, winners of Masters London. And the interesting thing as well is these two teams never really had a chance to face off against each other that many times this year. This is only the 3rd time.
Right.
And one of them being towards London. I think Pearl was still in the rotation as well. You also had a Leviatán that tried to play triple Sentinel against NRG. So every time these two teams try to face against each other, it's new compositions coming out, then trying to play a chess match to see if they're able to come up with the right comp to basically anti each other.
Yeah.
Which is why it's nice to see that this match, this series, is going into the full distance as a 3rd map, and also in a 4-3 scoreline. So both teams working hard and giving us a nice display of Valorant as they're trying to push, that is Leviatán, straight into this B site.
And there's Spike again, right? The creating of that information, that space, they're straight through, not even expecting it to clear the A-link position. And now they have the right half of the site in a matter of 20 seconds.
Yeah, the flash slides are so potent for it. Leviatán now.
Just out of range. No, caught him on the tip of the toe. But they're safe. They have a crossfire heading back in. Beautiful. Oh my gosh. NRG can't even really get their eye down the scope once they get into the site. Lev is way too fast, and they'll cause the pause for another save here on the side of NRG.
Yeah.
As they just look for some exits.
What do you expect to get, right, or take when you're trying to slide back into the back gong when you've already lost Ethan in the first place? So Mata was just hoping that there was one player behind potentially there, and goes for the hero play potentially to even get 2 if he can, but he gets shut down right away. Leviatán instantly ties up this game 4-4, and after the timeout, you'll still be able to muster up some sort of buy, right? Brock and Ethan have enough. You have the overdrive available for Mata, so definitely think about the next buy coming up. This gun's important to keep, though, and unfortunately, Scuba loses it.
Run it back up for Sato. He's happy with that. And going fast. I mean, they're thinking to themselves, and not fully, but Trademark's the only thing that'll slow them down. There's nothing else on this map. There's no Cypher trips. Sato and Spike can just run freely. And they have the utility to make that space. Okay. They have the utility to make that space effective for them and them alone. Ooh. Critical miss there from Kiko. Had a free shot, and Sato's going to activate here towards window. He wants to take that space.
Oh, nice util, too, to deny the Sato movement. He's going to run out of time here on the run it back. No kills, but Spike still slides in towards the back of the site. Still a 4 versus 4.
Bit of a trade. The team wasn't able to use that space, though. That's the important part that Lev's been able to work off of. The long-range shot's still a bit in their favor as they backpedal. Sato. Deja vu on this play and almost has a bit of the timing, but he knows King's already there, but King's found out. Brock too fast to the trigger. This is going to get weird, though. Scuba.
Oh, dinked him.
Oh, they trade timings, though. Now they make the situation feel a little awkward, and they're going to play their lives with smoke.
Wow, the respect given there to Sato. Dinks him and still doesn't want to refight it, but at least Brock rotated across to get that one. So Blow solo trying to walk towards the A-Link, and Brock has game sense for this round.
Full health here. All right, 2 shock darts, a bolt. I mean, everything he does gives away his position, right? So Blows may just keep it quiet. Oh my God, Brock, you're insane! There wasn't even a default position to plant.
Even recon on the top 2. So no matter what, in a good spot here to find his opponent. A big round for Brock. on a defense. And he even manages to save the operator, so this is all very good here from our MVP.
Ooh, just over the shoulder. Nice round coming in from NRG. They definitely needed to stop the bleeding a little bit here. Ooh, the ping timing is just perfect.
Big, bro. That's insane. That ult is insane. What?
It's up to Owner now. I feel there's nothing really, to be honest with you, that's that bad for Leviatán so far on how they're currently fighting, right? I think their scaling's pretty good. They got amazing firepower for the entries for both Spike and Sato. So I think it really comes down to what, maybe 2 or 3 scenarios where unfortunately maybe the tempo is a little bit too slow because you had 2 moments where 2 players had to save and carry their weapons onto the next. So I think outside of that tempo, the rest of it is still pretty good. So you want to try to get the rest of the support cast around Spike and Sato to be a little bit more behind them so they could really overtake here these fights.
Yeah, that got a little too much one person creating space for the team. And I think everybody was still executing their own little bit. So like you said, Owner comes in for that call. See if Lev can bring it right back in their favor. Even a reset of money right now wouldn't hurt either team. There's pretty good money flow going on, so we definitely have a game between NRG and Lev here on the 3rd map. That's one of the first, I should say second, with a pistol round, obviously, but post-plant successes, where it hasn't really ended in a full firefight between these teams, where Lev wasn't able to just take the round with the plant going down. It is definitely getting bloody out there between these two, and we start off with a lot of aggression towards C once again as Scuba's just flexing a bit. Play in. Mata quickly cleans out Sato.
Yeah, before the Cosmic Divide even came up.
Yeah. I think they're a little too sure on their run. It's kind of like you got to wait that beat if you are going to use utility. It doesn't look like Ethan and team are going to wait too much here. Blows gets the kill on the run it back, so they stall the retake just a little bit, and Blows absolutely hot on the trigger there. But wait a minute, this is looking grim for a moment. Backing up, Blows trying to decide. There's too many. Indecision on the decision, and NRG just keeps it chaotic to take the round in their favor.
Oh my god, it was close though. That would have been probably the best ace we would have seen in the VCTs this year if Blows was able to connect that shot onto, what was it, Kiko moving up towards that garage ramp. Would have been a 1v1. For him to hold out as much as he could here to help his teammates through the chaos of all of that util that came out here for the side of NRG. Look at this.
Enemy down.
Oh. Lost in the sauce of that flash coming out. It's so tough to dodge the curveballs. Yeah. It was that kind of round, but NRG gets it, and that's the kind that kind of gives you a bit of momentum, too. We were able to come out of that chaos with a smile. Whoa, Spike fast. Spike down. Just as quick as he ults, Mata is able to deter that and slide to safety here. No heal to come for him, so they're still going to play this one close to the chest inside sight.
Yeah, still the double Odin play for NRG with the operator.
Oh, Kiko getting the real life dodge in there. You can see behind his monitor. This is how close the shots are. Just a sliver, just a pixel is all they need to give each other trouble.
And they're limping away here, both Kiko and Mata, so the A side's getting weaker and weaker. Top of that, Brock already utilized our recon dart, expecting some sort of a push before, so they don't really have that reset. This is actually a nice little window for Lev, should they want to continue to fight into the A site, having no opportunity to overthrow the defense, despite NRG still having 3 players on there.
All right. Trying to get whoever was in hell. With a little bit of that knowledge from the spam. Mata still 7 HP. Kiko 9. Like you said before, they have to make the perfect decisions as one of them falls. The Scuba doesn't have to use the smoke this time, so he can start to waltz on by. Blows is semi-aware of this, but has missed the timing on every one he has. He's very much snuck through. What's the first move, though? You still have Ethan getting pushed back here. King goes down in heaven, and that forces Ethan's hand to walk forward sooner. Now Scuba alone. Full bit of util for himself, but it's going to be tough to use it with King being that quick. Lev pull it right back in their favor for another round, and very close to an even first half.
That smoke down towards the sewers make it a little bit more difficult for Kiko to have the best line to start. He never thought that anybody snuck through in the first place. And because of that, we talked about it, how low the HP was, how they felt like NRG had to fall back a little bit to play a little bit more safe. And just Sato walks in, just like he did a couple of rounds ago, when he still had the double Odin set up on the A site and still gets the double the opening in there. Last round now of the half. Looks like we did have the early spam to try to contest against Neon here. Able to put him down to 57 HP.
Oh, what a heady push here from Ethan. They've really been patient on the aggression they've taken outside the map, so Lev was not expecting anything like that.
I don't know if Ethan just got stunned by Mata. Tried to escape too with the blaze wall up, but unfortunately just got punished.
Drone clear long. A little bit of calm now for NRG to push down C. King. He has been holding down long. They have to expect him every time, but it doesn't matter.
I don't think they'll expect Scuba, though. Because right now, you saw the clear from Mata. He fully checked towards the cubby side.
Blinding. Cover going out.
TP. One shot. He knows he needs to fight it. He takes both. What a good read from King. Very quickly played, and that actually stopped Kiko from being really able to help him with the operator in the same sense.
You are divided.
That's going to clear. Back and forth. Ooh, the dodges right now coming in from the side of Lev. Get them right into sight.
Yeah, 1 HP.
Brock will come up. No credits to his name. Go for a bit of a fight here. Oh. You think you've beaten the first wall, and there's just another smoke you have to get through. And put up another one. Oh, good read for Logs possibly, but no one there. Blows, takes down Brock. 6-6 in the first half as Lev do find that even scoreline.
Yeah, the final half of this series ends up being on a clean slate. Both teams finding a resurgence from a dominating first half, or first quarter, should I say, from NRG, but since that timeout from Owner again, getting tremendous value, he is able to tie this up. A cool down Kiko at the end of the half, hoping to turn back up here on the attack side.
We switch sides one more time here for Haven. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the end of this series.
Drop. I want it, I want it. Ice cold. Ice cold. I run it. I run it. Ice cold.
We are back for the final half of NRG versus Leviatán. The undefeated teams take it all the way to Haven, and an even first half sets us up with NRG taking the attack side here.
Very nice matchup that we've seen between these two teams so far.
Ooh, Kings Beach. Okay, okay.
And Sato ain't tired today. Hyping himself up, the team, and also the crowd.
Make's over.
As they have a strong setup here on the C side. NRG is just trying to make a lot of noise here. So going back to the old ways here, just having Mata fully book it in the early seconds of the round. And then trying to see what information he finds. At the same time, though, some of them were spotted towards the A control. Brock is down low on HP, and so is Neon. So they should expect a little bit of this, a little bit of spray through the smoke as well.
Ooh, and yeah, finalized there. Kiko doesn't give up. Oh, wait a minute! Almost hits him with the double take, but Spike reads it, hears it, and cleans it up.
At 19 HP, Neon's down to 45, though, but they've done their job.
Ooh, just dodging out on that shock dart. Man, these guys are really pushing each other with every bit of power. And the push from Scuba, another right click, collects some damage. But wait, the trades. What is that, Brock? Through the wall and the jump.
1v1.
Going for the shots. 15 HP to 45 here. One headhunter. This Sheriff, one shot for Mata. And it's actually the classic from heaven. Neon's loving every bit of it, and Mata saying, what the hell was that? The defuse comes through. Lev takes pistol.
An insane scenario for both of these teams, though. That push that we had towards that spawn in the pulse spawn for NRG, you had so many players that were low in HP going inside that smoke. Yet the first right-click classic gets a kill, but then you're seeing the mouse wheel jump going into an error on the side of NRG, and Leviatan's able to take the upper hand out of that one. Floating back out towards that site becomes one of those moments once again in a pistol round where who has the best duels in the trades wins that map or wins that pistol.
That is hype right now. Lev bringing it from the defensive side, but NRG is not going to let up. Already in garage, less than 10 seconds into the round. They're trying to break into C here, and King is laying down the verdict with a judge from close range. Spike's gonna go ahead and collect one for himself as Kiko is sorted out here by the rest of Leviatán for a second round in the second half.
Stopping the bleeding as well. Just nice judge control from Leviatán, expecting here this, again, this fast hit from Mata from the first round to the second. And catches both him and Ethan. The bonus round brings in 2 Guardians from Leviatán. All right, currently setting this up here for a garage pick into the A main control for both Sato and Blows specifically.
Trying to play a little touch and go. No, they don't even enter towards C. Just seeing what utility is fired in. They are liking this C side. Continuing that orb control. Just back across the map to see what utility they can grab.
But for Mata, though, which is quite interesting.
Yeah.
Because that puts him at halfway, but if Ethan grabbed the orb as well, he's also at halfway himself. And I think right now they're just trying to keep Ethan towards this A line so they can create the illusion that they're trying to take the A choke point control. But because they haven't really pushed Neon away from this line, those players on the C side and garage will should still be ready.
Playing forward. This is a vertically split site here, but they quickly clear it out. Okay, I was gonna say if Lev enters that, it makes it real chaotic. But nice hot hands actually delays the fast lane, and that denies a lot of the safe entry from Lev. That timing was beautiful, and NRG can then just clean up everybody in the choke point. Ethan's hot hands there is exceptional for the play that NRG just got out of it. Nice job. NRG takes down Lev for that bonus.
All of that works out. He mows down 3 players, has the Hunter's Fury, gives the spike plant for Ethan.
Yeah.
And you wait long enough here for Kiko to lurk around to get the second kill too, so all of the orb maxing for NRG for that previous round. Oh, man.
Good Lord. He's good at that. Give this guy MVP or something. A flawless for NRG as we move into the 4th round of the second half.
take flight. Enemy tag.
Lot of info there.
Which engages the push from 2 players. Ooh.
Tap.
Kinda
2
clean,
bullets.
kinda clean.
2 bullets.
Meanwhile, we have also engaged both duelists flanking on Sato and Spike into the garage and grass. So NRG pinned. That had to be insane from his point of view.
Yeah, praise the Phantom upgrade. While back. All right.
Revealing area.
Quick click out. They're still going to try to take this. Easy. So the money's there for the plant. Should be able to do a bit of damage with these guns, but we'll have to see what kind of protocol Lev sets up with all 5 members ready to crash back in.
I like this, though. Kiko's position could go for some picks, TP away, Brock to support for a bit, and then if they're able to go for hero plays and drop 2-3, Hunter's Fury could really help.
Pushing through. 1-2. Quickly cleaned up. They know where Brock is now. He's loud with the Odin. And Spike, that last kill, as they figure out who gets that defuse down, is going to go to Spike. And another round for Lev.
Not the fan.
Just not enough damage being done there to give a chance here for Brock to escape. A person rotating back towards Hell also got shut down instantly. Look at this.
Bullseye.
Didn't even Aldrone ping the right person to spam through that smoke, and he still lines up too. Critical kills coming out from Blows. And they're starting to feel it here on their defensive side for Leviatán, but that from the amount of plants that we've got for NRG, they could still go for another buy, and this might be a simple hit towards the C site because they have the Hunter's Fury to work with.
Rinse and repeat for that C hit. Take the left side wall, drops, fan out into the site. Very effective strat here for NRG and the way they can support each other on their way in. What's the answer? A nice little wall, so Ethan can try to fight Spawn, gains a little bit more space. Without that kill, he does have to retreat back in, though. They can't create a crossfire towards Spawn. And it's about how the team resets. Brock's already got long C, so they don't have to worry about sight. Ethan clearing garage. Oh, that timing would have been perfect, but Sato has to heal on his way back through. And the NRG's just been doing such a great job of cycling off each other here to be in and out of the position needed to get the kill. Scuba with 3. NRG grab another one.
I like the fast tempo for Leviatán, though, because the trap play from NRG was just trying to blaze wall towards the Spawn, Paranoia, and Hunter's Fury, whatever they're able to hit, and have the duelists fight across. But hearing that from the side of Leviatán, you high gear broke the trip in the back, and you force the cancel of Brock onto Hunter's Fury, which gives him a chance to fight a little bit more there on that side.
Oh, good shit, boys. Good shit.
And that's at least, as they still had good control towards the window side and the spawn, NRG was still able to fight back here and maintain the pressure from both Leviatán on both sides.
A victory timeout. Donkar's gonna get in the team's head, likes what he's seeing, but may just want to let them know what he's seeing from Lev too, and make sure they keep doing the right thing here. As he's always said, he likes to get that talk in before it's too late. So why not now before it's even and the team takes control, if that's the way it's going to go?
I wonder if it's just to clean up a little bit how they were trying to take the A side control.
Okay.
Because they had good numbers there. They spotted at least where Blows was at before. Yet as the Owl Drone spots them, they still tried to slowly walk into the smoke and just got instantly sprayed down. I think they want to retry it potentially, but maybe being a little bit more assertive on taking that space against Leviatán, especially if Neon's going to be 1 pip away of getting his ult up. Maybe they also want to deny orb control on the side here of Leviatán. You still see the position, though, from the defense of Lev is Neon's not going to be there, yet they still have a lot of bodies on that side. But it's a pivot back last second to start things off over on C.
Trying to block off garage. Wait a minute. Tricks by King. He knows how to play him. Oh, he clears the second one as he sweeps Brock off his feet. Doesn't realize Ethan is so close, but he's done his job.
Yeah. Well, they were started to fall right after the timeout for NRG. But unfortunately, they lose bodies in the process, and they're also one player down. Tapping that spike, trying to force out early util is actually quite nice. They forced out the drone and a blaze wall on the defensive too. So it allows for them to reset a little bit better.
This would be an incredible round for NRG to grab with this idea to reset when they easily could have planted there, gotten swarmed, rightfully so, but see if they can look for another pick. Why not? You have this tour de force up. And Neon says, not today.
All right, it's up to Mata and Ethan. They'll still try to go for the round in their favor. Not flipping either, just having Mata trying to go for the hero play. A 4 versus 2, so.
Yeah.
You need these type of plays to happen. It works out.
Oh, wait. Cleared from the back. They get sandwiched by Lev on that. They might do another jump out here. 30 HPs. They've probably calmed through the damage. Mata playing this one to the full extent. Ooh! Jock dart. Lowe's getting that kill. Looks across the stage for a moment. I mean, he's the one usually sitting down, but that one's going to put a smile on even his face.
I like the idea after the first kill, and I guess they never expected the person in the back of the spawn for NRG. The flash was even thrown on the right side, which is good because the person in spawn is partially blinded, but they were kind of overcommitted to fight into the A link for both Ethan and for Mata. You gotta try, man. In these moments, you gotta try. That was a Hiko move right there.
Mm-hmm. That's funny. Good read. Stop that early aggression from the operator on the side of Lev. Oh. At that tour, the rendezvous actually gets him out quite safely towards A-Link, so he can stay in for this fight. Neon's protected. I don't know how protected, but this is going to be tough. Oh, clean one shot. Back with the team. Now they have no stop in the aggression, right? Run it back instant. Sato's going to go out. He gets a frag, and they're just trying to keep the pressure on NRG right now as the IGL does what he can, but Ethan falls too, as it may just be too much. But Scuba, he's looking good. Oh, tries to get the safety, but Sato's just a bit quicker on the corner. Lev get another round, 11-8 here on our third map of Haven.
Leviatan's looking very good on the defense. There's no way right now for NRG to really penetrate towards these sites. Neon's positioning continues to be absurd. His shots continue to be so clean. And Sato continues to be unstoppable. For both attack to defense, he's always the tip of the spear here, really opening things up.
They're dancing. You can see the vibes on that side as they even want to get a push out here to pressure a little bit towards mid.
Yeah, this is contact flash, pretty much. Right on top of the window first. Nobody's peeking out, so both duelists can walk down. If they were going to be rushed down, then that's a flash fight in front of the B site. But they go exploring.
A big start. NRG are now poised to be able to walk this through with a 5v4. And bring that 3-round gap back a little closer. What a push out here from Spike. Doesn't find anything on his adventure, but he's going to stay. I mean, why not take that space and keep it?
Especially when the trip got broken earlier on, so Kiko's going to be continuing to watch that space.
Oh! Just to the left, as Spike gives him a slightly wide swing there.
This makes things difficult. They had to flip the map to try to plant because nobody's really watching that C-line, so Mata has to go for the hero play and gets it.
Very big. Now they're sorted on both sides, or either side of the site, I should say. It makes it tough to work off each other here. NRG looks like they pull through with another round. Money still looking pretty good across the map for Lev, so this was really a big round that NRG needed to capitalize on to create those funds.
And speaking of funds, they're actually pretty good here for Leviatán, so as their position and not fully falling back to save their weapons, they're trying to prevent NRG from saving theirs. Yeah. Leaving the radius of the spike. There you go. That's the first one to fall down. The other 3, as you even recon towards that grass, just to try to spot where potentially Spike could be, because they knew that he was out there before. Yeah. They're all hiding in that spike, in that smoke.
Imagine if somebody was out there, though. I'll just shoot into this smoke. Let's see what I find. All right. That was a very big opening shot. We haven't really seen side of NRG be able to work the map themselves. They've been dictated a bit by what LEV is doing, setting traps in sight.
And there for NRG, it was just them being aware of the potential pushes coming out from Leviatán, right? It wasn't on them trying to exit and getting denied right away. It's Leviatán trying to change the tempo on their side on the previous round by walking down and going for picks on their side. And thankfully, Kiko got that first opening kill and also opening the door for NRG to capitalize on that hit. Now a fast one into the garage, split into C. Big paranoia. You keep it up, though.
Oh, they jump in. Wait, they're trying to trade spaces here. Sato very fast on that one. Jumped in between the members of NRG before the second set entered garage. King on Lumber is going to get taken down real fast. And this seems to be a bit scattered. It looked like a lot of LEV members thought they had the in on that play when NRG was very ready for everything to happen.
It's another flip the map.
Yeah.
But this position from Scuba is really good. He'll still be the element of surprise even if Mata falls.
What was that? We saw it, so it was real. A Neon with a very fast shot. 7 shots for blows here. A doable with 2 members, but one's an operator, and it takes Kiko only 1 to bring NRG to 10 rounds.
And it's a smart play to do right there. You have one person out in the open being Mata to be selfless if for one, but also be in a position where he's not going to get knocked down if Brock loses a fight from a rotate forward spawn. So it almost looked like they were not really playing off each other, but one of them had to be the sacrificial lamb, so they go for trades and baits, and it works out in their favor for NRG in the end.
Nice! Go, boys. Come on. Go. Good shit, bro. Shit, boys. They're going to be low.
And he talked about it should be on the low buy here, which is why Coach Owner is calling out the last timeout here of this series, unless we go into overtime between these two teams. I think right now I'd love to see an overtime, because I don't want this series to end yet. It's been very competitive between both Leviatán and NRG, and wouldn't want it any other way to see who would be the strongest team out of this group so far.
And honestly, to see NRG coming out with their Phoenix comp, with Ethan on the Phoenix and the rest of the comp working so well, it shows that versatility that they can really flex into. And LEV is giving it all they got as they bring that comp to the table here on Haven. 10-11. His owner calls that timeout for LEV. Round up. What's the next move? I feel like LEV at this point kind of plays that line of scrimmage game and sees what NRG is going to be hitting them with here to start.
I think the good news as well on the call out from NRG saying that the money's low is that Leviatán won't be able to afford the operator in this round. That might give a chance here for NRG to pump an insert and try to get Kiko to start scaling up and try to go for a pick. Last time he did it, he lost that fight against Neon into the front B line, but I mean, he's been shooting well in the first half. Still give him that responsibility.
Won't take a shot. They don't want to alert NRG the fact that they are pushing up on this just yet. Very passive play around the rest of the map. Might even get a C long push out of LEV in the previous rounds here, but just at the top of C. So NRG is going to have to go searching.
And that's King that's been dangerous in that spot with the judge for round after round. Jones trying to clear him out.
Sato will always take a curveball fight at Garage. They know that, and they're going to try to push through. The judge gets shut down this time. Mata is able to find the fight that favors NRG as they push in, but crossfired on the back side of the site. Actually doesn't cause them any trouble. NRG push right through as they figure out what's happening.
Even got the insert from Kiko into the window to cut the rotates onto blows. So Neon's left solo, and instantly as they went for a plant, Mata booked it back towards that spawn to just try to find where the last player could be at.
That timing. Wait.
Jiggles.
Does he get this kill? Oh, okay. Gonna say that's a lot of HP for Neon.
But they have the money. They could start closing that gap here.
Looks like he's taking the right path. He may find a kill over there or a shot at Garden, but NRG have done it. 11-11 here on the third map. And honestly, with the pressure that they are putting on, it looks like they could just go right 4-12 with this momentum.
And it was such an important opener for Mata on the top of that garage ramp. We talked about how good King has been from the green boxes, playing around that area with a judge every single time, and most of the times was able to capitalize on 1 or 2 repeatedly on the defensive side for 2 rounds. And this time around, though, it's a nice instant kill coming out from Mata, which blows up the site for NRG to take.
The force detection on that sonar was huge to get King out of that position.
And when we talked about a low economy for Leviatán the previous round, it stays even lower. So this is the perfect opportunity for NRG to take the lead in the final moments of the series.
This has usually been Neon. He can rendezvous out. Spike's fully committed to the situation. Hunter's Fury up the gut of Long A as they're still trying to trade through the smoke. A shock dart back here to reset the situation. And they are testing each other right out of the gate on some of these rounds. An operator still there for NRG as Lev is on a low buy for this round.
Yeah, if that gun's still down there for Mata, I feel like somebody should pick it up and just throw it off the map. Again, if you know the state of the round, you know Leviatán's low on economy, you can't afford to leave that weapon behind. As we continue the round forward here at the under the minute mark. One playing the ante, trying to break the dart. But NRG are looking to contact play into this A site. 3 players are already there.
Blow's actually missed one of the silent jumps. They definitely heard that from the sewer side, so they know anybody jumping means there's also somebody protecting, so they're looking for more in sight. NRG are ready for this. Can they clear one? Can they clear Neon? They can! NRG come in with 12 rounds just like that to put the series on map point.
Every time I see Sato or Neon still alive in these scenarios, though, I am clenching my butt because they could turn it around anytime here for Leviatán. But they stop the bleeding for NRG. They scale in perfectly. They trade with each other perfectly as well, protecting each other when Sato was flashing inside of that smoke. Woo. That puts now NRG at map and series point. But despite all that, the 2 half-buy rounds that we had for Leviatán, they muster enough economy to have an operator in the last round of regulation on Haven. An op for Neon pushing all the way down towards sewers. Has a drone spots too.
This could be a huge kill for Neon here. He waits, and NRG's just as patient to see what they will receive. Maybe a push down long for Scuba.
He's just going to keep holding that line just because of the drone spotting those 2 players. And
there it
you
is.
Go. He could just keep watching that because if NRG stalls and they're not committing to make more noise towards the A side, you have to expect that they're going to try to regroup and walk back to re-clear some different space. Because look at all those pings that happen across the map. They called back B exactly where the positions of Lev, where they're at. And they maybe wanted to try to explore that area. But Mata might have a chance here, might have a little bit of a gap.
Ooh. They play in the anchor smoke themselves. Oh, Mata gets 2. Neon trades back, though. 3v3 situation here for the final round. OT or NRG's win
Sato's
on the horizon. That's the flash coming through. Brock has to get out of the drone and no trade on the run it back.
Spike's
Neon
down.
finds one, a 3K there. 20 seconds. It has to be the move now for NRG. No reason for Lev to push anything aggressive.
Just waiting for that smoke to go up so he can pick up the spike. So it really comes down to Kiko watching down towards that spawn.
You know, one's planning. That only means one is fighting, and that's the kill coming from King. Neon hits the drop shot from heaven, and it's exactly what they need to bring us to OT.
And exactly what we wanted us fans to watch this series. An overtime between the 2 best teams that we currently have in the Americas. 2 of the best teams that we have in the Americas. And who better than Neon to drop the quad kill to save that round for the side of Leviatán. Because the entries were perfect on the slide-ins. And this man right here,
insane.
The one discussed to be the MVP of 2026, Neon. Pushes this to extra innings.
The series has delivered. We got Lev's different comp on Summit. NRG taking their map, the second one for Lev on Sunset, and now we get NRG's comp here on Haven. The Phoenix is fighting. B gonna be the round in the first set of OT as Sato and the rest of the team slide right into position to make it count for themselves. And nobody can even find a safe place to stand with the hot hands on the walls, but NRG lights up the kill feed. King is left alone, a situation he's been in many times. And now the pressure rests on the IGL's shoulders here to bring the team a win.
And the drone's gonna realize here that Spike's gone, so right now there is an opening for King to retake towards this B site, isolating 2 different fights. Scuba's just staying in the back of Gong.
He's got a galaxy of stars to use if he wants it, but he's going to try to do everything quiet before using that util. 1-2. Sat. Oh! And Scuba's there, ready to read the play. NRG grabbed the first round of overtime.
What a crazy start of the round, though. A fast tempo for Lev to execute towards this B site, and you're just waiting for blaze wall to fastening the walls to drop until finally a mowdown of NRG lighting up the kill feed to put them at map point.
Mata was cooking that whole time. He didn't know where he had to stand. All right, NRG on attack. Very aggressive towards this C side. All the eggs in one basket as they just start down that choke. King's gonna call it right away, and Mata will not stop as he's the first one, the head of that spear. Oh my God, King clean on the first 2. They're wondering, Scuba's tried to go up top to play the elevation game as he drops with the shorty. Nobody else drops on the map.
Escaped on time. Nice wall bang into the back of the platform. That's a 2 versus 3. The drone trying to find King.
Scuba playing this time very smart, but King's still able to swing it. Wait up to Brock. 13. Brock goes for the shot, but blows, keeps it alive for Lev. It looked like Brock might have had the timing there, but he still had to go through another fight on Neon. We go again.
Both teams in different occasions are just trying to run it down. B site for Leviatán, NRG on that C site, and it still becomes the defensive positioning and a crossfire setup from both teams that capitalizes on going back and forth in this OT. Sato at 21, 17, and 13. Top of the scoreboards, frag leader in the server. But everybody's putting the effort for both of these teams in this series. And I think as you start going for fast tempo to fast tempo and realize that it's not really working, you're potentially going to hit brick walls, then owner is going to call the timeout here in the OT for Leviatán to maybe change the pace a little bit here.
Yeah, he definitely had something on his mind you saw in that coach replay when he was hitting the button.
And it's dangerous because if you look at the series in the past times that owner has been calling these timeouts, they have been very successful in stringing a lot of rounds right after that. So this, if you're looking at the scales here, even though it's 13-13, with this timeout in the conversation that owner has with his team, it might tip a little bit more here towards Leviatán going into this next round.
And it becomes interesting, the success of the timeout you get in overtime, because you're calling 2 rounds, 2 ideas, right? And how do you get the aggression and then how to get the defense, because you're going by 2s. So it's the long game for these ones. Gotta remember what coach says as we hop back in.
Timeout calls the attack side up for Neon, looking into the garage double doors. Meanwhile, though, for NRG, they've inserted Kiko down towards that C line. So they're leveraging now the chamber to watch the whole C section because of the trademark and also the trip set behind into the garage.
Good push from Kiko. This focus towards the right side of the map and a fast retake on A-Link. A lot of audio to be grabbed by King if he doesn't make noise first here all the way in sewer. Yeah, they saw. They saw. Kiko keeps himself alive. He's calm to the team.
Scuba, yeah, falling back here towards that
Scuba,
C-lane.
yeah, thank you. And he gets the safety, so they're just playing off of King here, who actually hasn't heard too much, so this little seek out of information is dangerous.
I don't think they checked this from Mata.
Flying into the site. They haven't even looked to the right. They thought they could just walk in. They were sorely mistaken. Sato,
30 seconds
more than enough bullets here. And the timing, his favor. He saw something. Definitely got an eye on that, but he doesn't know what the timing of everybody else can be. He's got 20 seconds. You going to book it out of here?
He's trying to find fights. He has no choice but to plant towards this A site.
Yeah. At least he gets the plant, but he's going to get dropped on. Kiko finds that. NRG find themselves around.
There was a chance as well there for Sato, because it almost felt like Scuba was supposed to launch that back line for Mata if you're looking at the positioning here on that mini-map. But as Mata falls, you didn't really want to swing out right away for Scuba to go for a trade because you are playing against a top fragger of the server being Sato. So he stayed tucked in. They knew they had the time in their favor, and they just waited for Kiko to move forward so they could 2v1 against Sato to secure a round on the attack side. Once again, a series point for NRG. Going back into a pop on the C site, and the ops at the wrong spot for Leviatán.
Call upon King again. Not going to hide in the same spot, right? But he's been so effective from it. No, he backs up. They're going to go for more of a full retake. Actually, 3 coming in. They're going to full defend front to back here for Lev. Big kills coming up. His NRG did not expect that. A 4K in the blink of an eye here for Lev.
That is so nice going there for Leviatán. The trip going into the B site was just an alarm so that they could play 2 players inside the garage.
Wow.
And if King was going to get run down, you saw the instant rotate coming back from Spike and Sato into the spawn. And somehow they also leveraged the attack side smoke from Scuba to their favor as one way to take down NRG on the attack. Because they've also realized that the exec that NRG has had was to always go for the Scuba TP on the top of Heaven, flash towards the back, and fight in the back of spawn. You don't have a timeout, bro. You already used it.
He's just like, I like hitting. It's a big red button. I like hitting.
All right, well, we'll still get a pause, but unfortunately, it's not a timeout.
Okay. Wait a minute. Where are you going? Where are you going? No. Oh, no. Okay. It'd be like that sometimes. It'd be like...
I mean, chat,
like
look at the amount of cups are on that table. He needs to go.
He has consumed the beverages. All right.
Chat, I'm going to give you a little bit of a behind the scenes. There's only one urinal. So it's going to be awkward right now for both King and Brock there, and they'll be like, what'd you think of that game? But back into all seriousness, though, as we're looking at how back and forth this has gone on the defense side, or at least in this overtime. It is so chaotic on how fast both teams are leveraging the double duelist meta and the composition on their side, and how effective they are in terms of just fighting on these sites. It's some very nice little utility usage from both of the teams, and it really comes down to those big gunfights. And you're almost feeling here in those moments when all those players from Leviatán are always going to be up, and I'm talking about like those young fraggers. You almost always want to give that little edge onto their side until it comes down to those backstab scenarios that Mata was able to do for a couple of those rounds in the OT to be able to keep the dream alive here for NRG.
And the little things you were talking about, the smoke adaptation for using Kiko's or Scuba's smoke against them. You slide to the right of platform and C, and now it's your one way. The little things of them getting into position. Yeah, both teams are adapting on the fly, and they're going to need it here as they are testing each other thoroughly through this 3-map series. Sato on his feet, hanging out. The crowd loving this one.
Yeah,
it's been a great game.
100%.
It's been a great crowd as well.
Yeah, agreed. And Sato, I mean, standing up right now, you remember what Ren was mentioning here when it came down to like the London Grand Finals against Paper X, when he stands up stoically and just scouts around the stage. You kind of knew here that Leviatán was going to take this series and win London for us in Americas. And now this time around, it's still an important game. There's not as much at stake compared to a Masters London, but it is still a race to try to make it to the playoffs, to skip the play-ins. Those that are currently watching and trying to figure out how the Stage 2 has been developing here, and I've been watching chats and watch parties all the time saying, do they have a chance? Does X team still have a chance to make playoffs? Y team? Right now, every single team will still make it into some sort of playoffs, right? Your top 2 seeds will skip the play-ins. The play-ins encompasses also the challengers teams that have ascended from the stage number 3. If you're looking here for North America, there's M80 that won split 3. They're going straight into the play-ins. There was an LCQ that had to be played, where 2G overtook Shopify Rebellion Black to be one of those teams from the LCQ moving forward. And you have one team from LATAM and one team from Brazil to make it now to the play-ins, and then for a chance and a shot to make it to champs.
Yeah.
So play-ins in the playoffs, and then it's up to the grandiose stage of Shanghai. But we did get an update a couple of minutes ago. Oh no.
And there's your update.
Yep.
There's your update. That update blows.
It blows, but you know what? It doesn't matter.
All right. Honestly, looking at this game, for both of these teams to kind of lock back into it, it has that feeling of being current, right? You take out NRG. NRG's been good since they were champs. It feels good. NRG takes out Lev. You're very current. You just took down the Masters winners.
Yeah.
So it really proves to them that this domination they have is the real thing and what they've been working towards. So the win overall, obviously, keeps you undefeated, but it definitely locks in a lot of confidence for both of these teams. Hey, yeah. Okay.
They said, Ethan, you run around maps enough during the tech pauses. Now you can't run around the arena. Just stay put. It has been a gruesome series, though, for both of these teams, right?
Oh, wait. Okay. He did that off cam.
But no, just to see in terms of form, though, when you're looking at a lot of these teams that have made it to like the big stages of Masters and to champs, and you're trying to see if they could continue, with the ever-changing meta from stage to stage, if the ones that have won championships could still continue forward with strength into the regular season here in their own region. I think the best one so far is, out of recency bias, has been Leviatán, right? If you're looking at other champs for Masters and champs in the past, they haven't really had good continuation into their stages.
No, it's true. See, because a lot of those meta changes will cause a team to crumble, right? I was like, oh, they rely on this. You have Dambi. He's just the neon judge that nobody can do. A few weeks ago, I asked the owner, I was like, looking at that, is there anything currently that affects Lev like that? Maybe even a meta change. And no, he listed off the last 3 meta changes that Lev's been through, and he's like, we're fine with the Yoru change, we're fine with the Neon change, and now we're fine now that Phoenix is in there. I was like, you can't deny that.
Yeah.
You can't deny that.
You could definitely say that it's been a good meta right now for Leviatán.
Absolutely,
for the past 2 patches.
Dang. Crushed by Liz.
Now you're...
Oh, wow! Choked on that. That was a rock to scissor. He just crushed Sato.
And you're seeing here that from comp ops, just to make sure that you're also bringing one player at a time, so that when Manas come back, then you have Ethan that could go so they don't talk to each other here.
Absolutely. All right, Scuba is a world champion, and he can handle the pressure of competition, but how is his rhythm? Let's check this out.
Wait, is he gonna dance?
I hope so. Sato is.
Okay, I'm gonna try my best. Okay. Oh, okay. All right, I'm not ready. I'm ready though. Now. Less chest. Sato, gato, Sato. What is this? Mata, Adam. Frog, flog. That was pretty good. Second. Honestly, I don't think I did too bad except the first round. That was rhythm round with NRG Scuba. Peace.
Mata Adam was a bit questionable, but we're going to look past that. We're going to look past that because you've had a nasty series today. Scuba diving in to really bring the team a lot of good clutch rounds. The Cypher play on Summit was disgusting from Scuba. If you haven't seen this series, what have you been doing? Go back and watch it, but not right now because we have more OT to get through as we get our last few players back in their chairs after this tech pause.
Yeah, Scuba, as we just watched him here in the little footage, is also top of the scoreboard currently for NRG, tied with Mata. So again, the dynamic duo on that side having their own impacts going from round to round. But this is definitely an intense matchup between these two teams, and we're getting ready to go back into the overtime. So Riot Games Arena, make some noise for the OT between NRG and Leviatán. 14-14, back onto the attack side is Leviatán, changing the tempo a bit. Whoa. 3 players looking to walk down towards that C line, but Kiko just snuck through.
Still in rendezvous range. 1 quick kill and goodbye. Actually stays up top. Love this secondary position. Might get cleared out, and they just hold.
Yeah, meanwhile, we did do some damage onto Neon as well, so a huge advantage for NRG in terms of players and HP. But Neon is not flustered by that. He keeps walking into the A site. NRG looks a little bit, not necessarily scared, but very prudent. Fully giving up the A site right now for Brock. Because this drone could pull some rotates. The walk-in from Neon's going to happen. If he gets a pick here, that's going to pull everybody back on that side.
This is going to have to be a big round of information for Lev. Spike is that selfless entry, right? They still have the flashes from Sato, but this is going to take a lot more work to get the team in. He goes a little late on the flash. That effect is gone already and almost pays for it there. The rest of the team is still organizing around the map, and it is going to be off of info. Beautifully done. They're going to be able to sneak into A here.
And that's why now King is the insert in front of that B line. Oh, they're trying to stick it out. Yeah, he's got to call it for Ethan. He's not peeking out. Oh, I mean, he's still peeking out. What? Tried to go for the 3-2-1 for the trade, but he TP's out to safety. An opportunity now for Leviatán to take this round and steal it away from NRG.
It's been NRG grabbing those rounds to put the pressure on Lev. This might be one of the first times here. King has a beautiful lurk coming around. The sixth sense of Mata is trying to read that for just a moment, and King goes for a cause for pause.
They got to hurry up, though.
That's going to be the paranoia. The flash through. Brock and Mata coming up with big kills here, and now it's going to be on to King to be that pin on the round. He's going to wait it out. The patience, the discipline here, but is it going to be too much? He gives himself up, and then he turns to get the kill. NRG finds the frags and find the round against all odds.
He had to come down again to the execs on the retake for NRG for the shots to hit. Mata slides into home plate and stays safe inside that smoke to get the entry. And that opens it up here to allow NRG to come through. Look at that, right into Neon. Recon continues to be perfect for Brock. And because of all of that, King misses that timing where he should have been the sure point for Leviatán to take. You needed those players inside the A side to stay alive to get that 1 pick to guarantee the round on their side. But back into a C side hit potentially here. Oh, it's an off on the attack.
Turning the flash. Actually gets tagged up there a little bit. He's fine.
This is nice. As they did the arm shot, you still see the rotate from Leviatán back into the C site, but they never committed into the smoke on the top of the C site from Scuba this time around. So you're still able to save your util for Leviatán for a second wave of retake.
Lev rotating players in and out, trying to be fluid on this to make sure they're in the right spot, and NRG has chosen the soft site here. It's going to be King. Has not played this position yet. He's always to the right, always trying to play that garage side, but it's going to be from platform, and he's not cleared right away. They get a good trade on the site. Ethan goes for a clear backside, but it's going to be two. Wait a minute, Spike! He gets a wayward shot, and the third one clean up, overdrive into the fast lane, and now he puts the pressure onto Scuba to sink him, but he comes out on top. A breath of fresh air for Scuba now, and he's going to take his time. 30 seconds and enough time to look for a kill.
Oh, they're still in a good spot. Even if Scuba decides to fall back, he has no choice really to go into the B side unless he wants to book it into A. If he goes into B, the trip is there. Oh, he's going to go A. Ends up being the right decision, and it gives him an opportunity, but look at also the rotate coming in from the A-Link. He has to commit to the plant.
10 seconds left.
If anything, plant into Shadow Step Heaven. I don't think he doesn't have it anymore. No, he goes just back to A. That's a great angle for this position.
It's a great spot. No smoke on the side of Leviatán as well, so he could play the tap in the time, but he still has to play against the Yomp of Neon.
The angle, this slant here is a little bit easier to create a 1v1 for him. It's a great spot to choose. There's that one, first one.
Drop smoke.
Gonna be pushed out. Shoulder check on the smoke. If he doesn't play the orb on the outside, wait a minute now, Scuba grabs it! Did you ever doubt him? NRG take down LEV in the third map, 16-14, and stay undefeated in VCT Americas.
Scuba still has the rhythm to clutch that 1 versus 2. What a nice play by him, what a big clutch. And what a series that we witnessed between both of these teams. Bonkar has mentioned it going into this series that it was going to be a giga banger, and they delivered. They promised us a good game, and they did. But if you're looking at the scoreboard towards the end, it was all Leviatán across the board. Yet Spike at the top, Sato at the top, King with so many clutch scenarios too. But it comes down to the biggest clutches in overtime from Scuba, from Mata, to win this and push them across that finish line. And boy, are the fans in the Riot Games Arena happy with the matchup that they just witnessed.
Crazy stuff from NRG. Persevering with the different compositions.
Yes.
Having that summit in their belt that people now need to fear. And also being able to come out, Ethan, now kind of refining that Phoenix a little bit. Definitely shows the variety that your champions can bring.
And it's not over yet here for Leviatán. They had a tough opponent today against NRG. Now their last game is against MIBR. And MIBR, despite the records that they currently have, they still had some very good matches in series in the ones that they've lost, and notably against a team like NRG as well. So this is going to be a very tough matchup, still series for Leviatán, because their strength of the schedule going to the stage were also against some easier teams that were still trying to discover their identity. Envy, Evil Geniuses, and Furia. And now with their biggest obstacle today being NRG, they couldn't climb over that.
What a test for both teams. Amazing to see how they approached each map as well. And finished here on the Haven. Scuba's clutch one last time. Squeezing every ounce of skill out of that one as well. What a fantastic matchup between both these teams. And they tested each other back and forth here. Runs on both maps, being able to stop each other. And the op fights we had going on, seeing the different teams coming out, or different agent compositions come out, it was really awesome to witness between LEV and NRG. But right now, we are going to send it down to Elizabeth at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Rock.
MVP.
Thank you so much, Riv and Vansili. And honestly, Rock, is there any other way for a game like this to end? A 6-6 half, an overtime, a tech pause, people going to the bathroom, like no better way. Can you talk to me, when it came to overtime, and LEV tie and bring it to overtime, what was the feeling with the team? What was the conversation? Was it more just kind of like, okay, we're back again, business as usual, or?
Yeah, the game felt normal. Honestly, when we got to overtime, it's just like every round we reset. It's like really hard to like mentally reset after every round, like that you lose, because you lose some tilting rounds, but I feel like we did a good job resetting in the overtime rounds, and yeah.
But during regular time, you were at a deficit, and then you kind of slowly crawl your way back, 11-11, 12-11, then overtime. How did the crawl back happen? Was it, Mata? Was it, who was it? Or what was it?
I feel like we're just really resilient in those situations. So I feel like any down score, we can always come back from. So I feel like we never really think about the score. We just keep playing the game, so.
What was your read on LEV? How were you able to do that?
We just know they play super aggressive, and they just like grouping and rushing you. It's really hard to play against when they're hitting their shots, but yeah, that was the main thing. We just know they're going to be aggressive.
And now I was looking at Twitch chat and some co-streamers, the double Odin, Brock, we have to talk about it. And I saw people say it was devious, it was evil, unethical, and I would have to agree because, oh my God, Brock, attacking into that, I would like quit the game. Like you just said to me, we practice it in scrims and it worked. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I told Adam like a few weeks ago that I think the Neon and Odin would be really good on Haven. And then we tried it out like, I don't know, earlier this week, and it went really good in scrims, so we just did it.
Be honest, do you think you've created a monster? Like other teams would be like, oh.
I think people will start doing it on that map. It's really good on defense, so we'll see.
Well, you are still undefeated in Americas, and it's looking good for champs. Thank you so much. And guys, thank you so much for watching. Here is your Samsung OLED Fast Replay.
Envy taking on Furia, still trying to reclaim some of that greatness from the beginning of the year. And Furia are into it now. That's 2 kills, make it 3 into the round. I mean, Envy can't see a thing. And the flash in through Knights, pinged out, lighted up, and then come on through Knights. He just continues to deliver. He's got to do it all on his own, but his teammates are coming through Knights, gonna get chopped down. Basic 3, that's the ultimate. The Thunder is rolling. Basic for the edge. Basic has done it. This map belongs to Furia. Kesnet has ideas to try and jump in here and stop the plane, but he's a little bit too slow. Doesn't matter though with Rossi on the corner. 7 health and a shorty and a miracle. Both step away at the wrong moments and Rossi pounces. Can the rest of Envy do the same? Look at Rossi as he's distracted by the camera. Rossi hits a 3rd to win the first map of stage 2 for Envy. Double curveballs, still a good luck making it through this, especially when Kesnet is just running circles around you. Come on, you just can't do anything about him. Lurking up through tree. Team 1 breaks the wall, and he's charging it for Basic. He finds him. Art has no other. Team in 1 delivers. Envy have won their first series of stage 2.
NRG facing off against Leviatán, and these are 2 undefeated teams in the Alpha group. Winner here establishes dominance at the top of the mountain.
They can just source out the rest of members of LEV here. NRG keeps them running around. 8-4 for NRG in the first half. The pressure, the timing is so good from LEV. And Neon is reading the play fully. Brock gonna help his teammate out here. Scuba still alive, just hunkered down in the sight. As Brock gets the 3rd, and they take Summit in their favor for map 1.
Push forward. Nice little trade-off from both sides.
Mata taking a double look on that one and did see King. Quick with the shots. He goes for the first swing. A 4K for King. Taking their time here may be costly as Ethan is ready to get the shots in. Oh, it didn't clear. Ethan gets 4 in the classic jump. Neon healthy. Is he gonna get the shot he needs? It turns. Oh, he does. 13-6 as LEV take down NRG.